Road Atlanta is a racetrack set in the red clay and pine-covered hills of northern Georgia. Now, the drivers come to this event from all over the country because here at Road Atlanta, the challenge of road racing is greater than anywhere else.
Welcome to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the second round of 6 in the 2026 Grid Life season. This is one of those racetracks that everybody looks forward to driving. It's got so much history, built back in 1970, and it's probably one of the scariest tracks on the calendar for the speeds and the proximity of the walls. Let's have a look at the 12 turns of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It all starts right here at turn 1. This is an incredibly fast turn, 5th gear, maybe 4th gear if you've got taller gearing, but it's so fast and so blind, and there's a compression right as you get into the turn, and as you head up the hill, if you track out a little bit wide, there's no runoff there. You're going into the tire bundles. After the opening few corners, the blind crest at turn 3. Hit this curve and set yourself up for the downhill S's as much as your suspension can take. And often it takes a lot of car to jump this without breaking anything, but it's critical to getting that downhill ski run through those famous S's. Behind me are the famous Road Atlanta S's, definitely the most photogenic sequence of this racetrack. What most people don't realize from the camera shots is that turn 5 right here is actually uphill. And as you get to it, you have to ride right against the edge of the curbing and use all the track on corner exit. Right here at turn 7, a lot of Georgia red clay. This is the most important apex. You have to hit it perfect because it'll send you down this long back straightaway all the way to turn 10A, which is your best passing opportunity. It's not the fastest turn, but it might be the most important. Usually at historic racetracks, we talk a lot about how the track is the same as it always was, but that's not true here. From 1970 to 1996, this chicane didn't exist. It was a section that was even higher speed called Gravity Cavity. The track used to go down about 20 feet lower than where I'm standing, down to the floor of the tunnel that's here now. Before there was this left-right chicane, it was an incredibly fast left-hand sweeper that compressed the car into what they called Gravity Cavity, and then up to turn 11. When Don Panos bought the track in 1996, that's when the drift loop and the turn 10A and 10B chicane we have now was put in. Though the Gravity Cavity isn't here anymore, there are still shadows of the past. Back in 1987, one of the cars in our Eibach GLTC field, now owned by Ryan Christoph, won the SCCA runoffs on the old Gravity Cavity. But now that 10A and 10B are here, there's a much better passing opportunity right at the end of a long straight, and it makes for some of the best racing in North America. The last time I rode a roller coaster, the biggest drop was at the start of the ride, but right here, it's the last turn, turn 12. This is an incredible gut check. Fly down the hill, up through the gears, compress down to the bottom, and avoid that massive concrete wall at the exit, and you're rewarded with the start-finish line and maybe a checkered flag. This is the craziest turn on this entire place, and it's wild to be on board and experience a lap of Road Atlanta. Two and a half miles and 12 turns around here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And it all starts with that fast run down towards turn 1. Here's a look at our virtual track preview here for this weekend. And for a special stage for Grid Life, round 2 of the season in collaboration with Formula Drift, up the hill to turn 3. You jump the curb and head down through those famous S's we just talked about, 3, 4, and into 5. And Jacob Gettins joins me here this weekend. Jacob, turn 5 uphill, then to turn 6 and 7, way on the other side of the racetrack.
Yeah, this is just such a full commitment track. I mean, you're committed on the brakes, you're committed in the corner, and turn 6 is like that. You're picking up so much speed off of 5. You're hard on the brakes through 6, and you got to set yourself up really well for 7. Getting a good exit out of there means you're going to carry all that speed through that long section down towards what was Gravity Cavity.
Yeah, what a cool area of this racetrack, a time now forgotten. But the run down to Gravity Cavity has been replaced by turns 10A and B, and that chicane is a great passing opportunity installed in 1996 by after Don Panos bought the racetrack, and that adds a passing zone and then sets you up for this run down through turn 11 and 12. It's so fast, but this is round 2 of the season. We were just at Carolina Motorsports Park last month. Let's have a look at highlights from round 1 of the Grid Life season. Highlights from Grid Life South Carolina. First up, GRIDLIFE GT, the opening race of the season, won by the yellow Corvette, the number 57 of Christian Aranja. Really no contest in the opening race. In race 2 on Sunset on Friday night, it was a battle between Eric Jensen and Chris DeLucia that made the fights exciting, but Christian Aranja once again drove away to victory. And it was race 3 where this battle happened. A.J. Hartman in the 24, side by side, and a little bit of contact coming back to the checkered flag, but it was behind the number
number 484 of Matan Rosenberg, reigning Eibach GLTC champ. And then in race number 4 on the invert, Rosenberg had to climb his way through the field behind Jordan Wisely in front of Christian Aranja as they battled for position here. Chris DeLucia off to a great start in that LS swap car, but it was A.J. Hartman in the 24 that was able to scamper off ahead of the 484 of Rosenberg. And though Hartman had come up short a number of times in 2025, not this time. He wins his first ever race and was able to come out with a podium as well. Matan Rosenberg, Christian Aranja, first and second in GridLife GT. Then in the GridLife Rush Series, this amazing battle to open the weekend, Bryce Mersberger and the 8 of Blair Hosey. A little bit of contact on the last lap, last corner from the 56 of Ryan Leach. There's the contact. The 8 goes for a slide. They corrected. The 56 crossed the line first, but was penalized, handing over the win to Bryce Mersberger in the number 114. The starts were crazy all weekend long, dust flying everywhere. In race 2, a lot of what we saw in race 1, same players out front. Mersberger jumped out to a lead, and then Batley had to hold off this fierce attack from the 56, a little bit of a touch right here, and sends the 88 for a wild ride over the curbing, and Mersberger was able to just drive off into the sunset and pick up his second win, totaling 51 points with that third in qualifying. Race number 3 dramas here for Brett DiGiacomo. Right rear tire punctured. Ultimately went to pit lane to get that fixed while the leaders battled out front. There was an issue for Anthony Magnoli that brought us down to pit lane. The race never resumed, and it was Ryan Leach that would go to victory lane. In race number 4, spins on the start. There goes Ryan Leach for a big slide out of turn 14. A caution for Jeff Hardesty at turn number 1. On the restart, more of the same. That's Larry Brady going around for a spin. At the end of the weekend, it was Bryce Mersberger that was on top of the podium, with Ryan Leach third and Jalen Batley coming home in second. In Eibach GridLife Touring Cup, similar players out in front from last year. Notably less V8 power, though Eric Magnussen was off to a great start as Eric Cattell led the race, but had an issue with one of the spark plug wires. This was the big drama moment. Brian Hedian going for a big ride over the top of Ayrton Grimm's car. Contact at turn 4. Ultimately, Hedian was penalized for that. Then the battle in race number 2 of the weekend. Eric Magnussen out in front of Barbado and Andy Smedegaard. Magnussen held on to win, Barbado second and Smedegaard in third. Race 2 of Eibach GLTC. Barbado out in front in the number 49. This was the battle behind them. Eric Cattell driving up from 13th on the grid up to second place. That this last lap, last corner pass, a huge climb, but it was Barbado that scored his second ever win in Eibach GridLife Touring Cup, first on a non-invert. Then in race number 3 of the weekend, it was Andy Smedegaard that sprinted out to second place over Barbado, but all of that was behind Eric Cattell, picking up his first race win of the weekend. On the race 4 invert, Blake Korth and Ayrton Grimm, the CRP Racing teammates in NCMX5s, they were out to a pretty early lead, and then a big lead for Grimm as he sprinted away. But all the battles were happening in the rearview mirror. Here's Joel Morrison and Eric Magnussen. They went side by side for a time. And Eric Cattell, again, climbing his way forward after the invert, was trying to make a move on the 3 of Magnussen, but ended up having some fuel pressure issues from his fuel pump where a line came unseated, starving the car of fuel, and ultimately dropped down the order even after this battle with Joel Morrison and Barbado late in the race. Was able to salvage something, but not what he was hoping for. Ayrton Grimm crossed the line first, disqualified on the dyno post-race. And the win would go to Blake Korth, Eric Magnussen on top of the podium. And in track battle podium sprint at the end of the weekend in the track battle series, Mike Jansen and Lennon Radcliffe went back and forth on the timesheets. Ultimately, the 156 Civic would go on top of the board. In Club TR, it was Stan Feingold that came out on top, but Patrick Harvey, a notable newcomer, up on the podium as well. Records broken in street class, both in front drive and in all-wheel drive. It was Hulka and Willem Dries breaking the records. Hulka would come out on top of the class and end up on the podium. In Street GT, Luke McGrew, the man from West Virginia, breaking the track record late in the weekend and winning podium sprint. And dramas in Street Mod, Luca Barberis qualified into podium sprint, couldn't finish it. It was all up to Dewey DeWitt in the number 70 of Boogeyman. Fist out the window, breaking the track record in the final session of the weekend, and comes out on top. Reigning series champion, 2-time series champ, setting up well for 2026. Then in track mod, it was Adam Slowinski in the BMW that got things done. Relative newcomer to the series, but already looking like a heavyweight, picking up the win. Then in Unlimited, it was Jimmy Rock and Alan Patton going back and forth on the timesheets for some time, with Patton dealing with some issues with boost control over the course of the weekend. Both cars broke records in their respective drivetrains. Jimmy Rock in front-wheel drive unlimited, Alan Patton winning podium sprint, and got the job done in unlimited class.
And now on to round 2 of the Grid Life season, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Jacob Gettins. Jacob, I'm so excited. You've got a very busy weekend because you're both doing this broadcast and the one for Formula Drift. So thanks for joining me. This is a spectacular weekend, special stage. This is a huge moment for everyone here to be in a paddock like this, packed with professionals, packed with people from all over the country, like-minded individuals. And we have a beautiful weekend weather-wise for time attack specifically. Nice cool weather here relatively for Georgia in the mid-70s. And clear, well, partly cloudy skies, but we're not expecting precipitation, at least today. That means prime record-breaking opportunity, especially for Club SC this morning.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's mint. This is what race car drivers hope for, is what they dream for days like this. You don't have a bunch of glaring sun in your eyes. You come over the hills. You don't have a bunch of crosswind. I mean, we got a beautiful view of the trees. I'm not seeing any air movement at all. This is definitely record-breaking weather.
So there's a look at your Club SC track records, and last year it was Matt Williams that reset at 149.526. That's the time to beat here this morning. You'll note on the bottom left of the screen that Mike Jansen, the winner from South Carolina and the reigning champion, is on the top step here as he comes across the line underneath the bridge right there. You're going to see the time come across the board. First lap of the weekend is a 2:04.296 for Jansen. A little quicker there for Lennon Radcliffe in the Corolla, but it's the drivers in the pink class, Club SC, that are going to be the closest to breaking records, I think, this morning, given that we run time attack as groups. Group C is first, Group B, then Group A, with all the fast unlimited cars that we're going to see at the end of this session. They're going to run 6 heats this weekend, and there is no podium sprint. Fastest lap of the weekend is your winner.
Yeah, I like it. It's going to be really, really interesting as we get through all these different sessions. Something you and I talked about right before we went on air is this is only broken up into 3 groups, and there is a lot of cars in these groups. It's track management. Where you find yourself on this racetrack is going to be absolutely huge. It's a big facility. There's a lot of room to stretch out, but you get on a flyer and someone else is cooling down, it could mean a lot to your time. So I think it's going to be interesting to see where drivers want to pack up to get a bit more of a draft, especially in the lower horsepower cars. But in the higher horsepower cars, it's going to be the complete opposite. It's going to be fresh air all day.
Yeah, and there's a look at Lennon Radcliffe in that white Toyota Corolla, and just ahead of him, Mike Jansen in the black number 156 Honda Civic. These two are going to be the juggernauts of the season, and Radcliffe has really picked up his game. He was really a threat. And actually, as we take a look, too, at John Laughlin in the 571, that's the Mini Cooper up to a 157.526. We're a long ways away from track record pace at that 1:49 mark, but once drivers get a couple of laps in, then we can start knocking that time down. This is a scary place. We talked about it in the intro. 2.5 miles, but the walls funnel you down. And even in a Club SC car, you're still going pretty quick.
Yeah, you come over that ridge, the car's going to lighten up just a little bit, and then it's going to get into compression as you come down. But if you get that line wrong, there is no runoff at 12, one of the fastest spots of this entire track. And it's unfortunate, but there's been quite a few vehicles that have found themselves in that place.
Yeah, across the line, bottom of the screen, the leaders for Club SC coming on through. Radcliffe up to a 55.894. A couple of other cars, David Best. Sam Dooling is out there as well. He's got another sponsor on side of that car. I didn't quite get a look at it earlier, but it looks like it's Seb's Garage manufacturing that's on the side of that car. In addition to Thunder Bunny Racing, of course, he works there now in support of Thunder Bunny's GT operations in other sports car series.
Yeah, it's been cool to kind of keep up on what all has been going on when it comes to this. Obviously, South Carolina wasn't that long ago. We're fresh into this season, but already finding that drivers are picking up new sponsors, getting some new modifications in on their cars, and it's early in the season yet, but it's a good way to start.
There's Dooling up at the exit of Turn 5, riding the curbing here. These cars are all about momentum, and we're talking about the cars that are with the pink banners, the pink door cards. Those are the Club SC vehicles. 25-1 power to weight here, Jacob. And, we're not talking about crazy horsepower.
No.
These are cars that make anywhere between
90 to 105 horsepower, but it's all about maximizing that horsepower around the lap. Don't slow down. Don't touch those brakes. And what you end up with is an inexpensive car. You get a lot of experience for the money, and the other thing is that you don't run yourself out of dollars just putting brakes and fuel in the thing. You can run the whole weekend on a tank of gas if you wanted to. Yeah,
it's an amazing way to get into this. If you've ever wanted to really get into racing, this, to me, is probably the easiest way to do it. We have drivers that have driven their vehicles cross-country several times to come out and compete. So, no trailer necessary. It's the best way to get into it, and it's incredibly competitive as well. Mid-pack, front of the pack, everyone wants to be winning, but just to find yourself even trying to move up a spot or two can be tough at times.
Yeah, especially heading uphill. Not a lot of torque in these cars, so you really got to carry good speed through 10A and 10B up over the top of the hill. But dueling down the hill now at turn 12. The drivers ahead of him have just come across the line, pushing that limit even farther. Look at Jansen's time, a 153 point. Oh, look at dueling, a 152.984. So we're only 3 seconds off a track record pace now on the third or fourth lap of the session. I honestly would have expected that we would be a little closer in the cool morning hours here, but again, a lot of these drivers are just working up to pace, and the cool session tomorrow morning might even be a better opportunity.
Yeah, it's also finding your line and really getting comfortable. It's a big track. There's a lot of spots in here that you can lose time, and it's just trying to nail those spots down. And I think some of it, too, is just building up courage, right? Courage through 12 and going like, okay, I know I can do this without lifting, or I know I can do this without touching the brakes. So I think that's going to be a good chunk of it. The other part, too, is these cars aren't as affected by it, but it has rained quite a lot, so any of the rubber that would have been baked into this surface is gone. This is a very clean and fresh track now, so the upside is there's going to be no debris, there's not going to be any dust that's really settled in on it, but it also means there's no real rubber in some of these corners.
Getting a look at the 919, that's John Kilgore. That is brother to Mark Kilgore, a driver that we've seen run in Street GT a number of times. And new addition to the graphics here this weekend that will be of assistance, Jacob. On the left side of the screen, we have a dynamic scoring pylon now, which means we can show more than just 4 classes, which when you've got 7 classes total, that's going to be really handy this weekend. So at times we'll be able to show you more than just the 4 that we've been able to show you at each time, and it'll dynamically scale as you add more classes to it. So obviously it's helpful if you can see more than just 3 or 4 cars on each ticker, but now we don't have to choose either or in moments like this when we've got so much going on the racetrack and so many different classes represented. Here come the Club SC guys across the stripe again in front of us here at the timing tower, watching the bottom left of that ticker. Jansen, 150.572, or only 1 second off of the track record in Club SC.
Yeah, and Radcliffe's not that far off him either, so this is going to be quite the duel. There's a 100th between the two of them. So this is going to be really, really interesting, especially as they're finding a bit more momentum through the different parts of the track. It'll be interesting if they're going to keep going on these heaters. I mean, especially with vehicles that are this low on power, even just taking that little bit extra out of the fuel tank could be the difference now between the record-breaking run. So, yeah, coming down a little bit more on fuel, and it's really, really tight up front so far.
Yeah, John Laughlin, no improvement there in Club SC. Here comes John Kilgore. They're coming down the hill. I think he was setting up for a flyer, but the checkered has come out. So we'll see it there. Checkered flag is out, so that's the end of Group C of our first track battle heat of the weekend. Still 2 more heats to go. And on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see the scoring pylon and how the times are setting up. And Kilgore right now leading street mod, but it is a bunch of heavy hitters here this weekend in all the classes. So excited to see how this pans out, but we'll have a couple of minutes before the next group gets on track. There's Alexis Fragoso in the Acura RSX. I don't think we see enough of these cars.
No, which is weird because they came with a lot of expectation when they were released. Right? It was meant to be, oh, this could be it. This is the next, really big tuner car. This was, kind of released in that era where the tuner culture was massive as well. I'm not sure why they haven't been so popular in racing, especially now. I think maybe they've held a bit of value.
Yeah, well, we'll talk more about the RSX and more Falcon Club TR coming up right after this break. We'll be right back.
that go like ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
Okay.
Live at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the continuation of GRIDLIFE Track Battle. This is Heat 1 of the weekend, the first time that these cars have seen the racetrack. Kyle Heyer and Jacob Gettens joining you from high in the tower, looking over turn number 12. This is Group B on the track. This is kind of the middle chunk of our track battle competitors. And as they head onto the racetrack, the cars that we're going to be mostly watching in this group are our Falcon Club TR competitors, as well as all of our street class competitors. So those two classes are entirely contained in Groups C and B. And Group A is all our Track Mod Unlimited, Street GT, and Street Mod front runners. So we'll focus on those guys coming up next. But the color stickers that you're looking for are the gray stickers and the blue stickers. All those front runners are here in this group, and it is a busy one. 25 cars, so traffic management is going to be critical.
Yeah, it's already getting packed in there. So we'll see as everyone starts to find their place on track, but yeah, a little bit of a slow going here off the rip as we see them come through that 10A, 10B complex. Really interesting spot on this track as well. Coming down that downhill, trying to set up before what we know in the drifting world is the keyhole. It's a very difficult spot because you've got all this run up and you're trying to time it as you come over the crest, and you can really brake really, really late through there. But if you catch a touch of understeer, anything, off into the gravel, and you're not getting out of that unless you kind of power through it. You're stuck in those rocks.
Yeah, and the other thing about the slow outlaps too is you're just trying to get space. So you're going to try to slow down a little bit to give yourself more run up, but you're all gridded by your theoretical speed factor, right? So everyone in front of you should drive away from you. This is a look at Dai Yoshihara joining Subimods this weekend.
Oh, cool.
A name that is synonymous with motorsports across the board. He's run in touring cars before. He's obviously a well-renowned drifter, but now in the Subimods Subaru in Street Mod, this car, I've been told by Dewey DeWitt, should rip, and we're excited to see what he can do with it this weekend.
Yeah, Dai Yoshihara, a FD champion, all-around great guy as well. He's known for being incredibly clinical with his driving, and it seems like that has moved over to his grip career as well. Very, very excited to see him out here. He's been in so many vehicles the last couple of years. Like, a lot of drivers like to be in the same car over and over again to really get everything out of it. He's one of those drivers where he gets into something, you give him 3 laps, and he's comfortable, and he's set incredible pace.
Josh Halka's first lap in street class puts him at a 1:36.898. I got to get my records pulled up here because already I think we're going to be flirting with them as Dai Yoshihara breaks, gets past Mike Bryant here. There's a big stack up of Club TR competitors. And again, traffic management. It's a big racetrack. It's not that much longer than South Carolina Motorsports Park where we just were, but the straightaways are much more significant. But right here, Dai, without having a lot of time attack experience in grid life, we don't really know where he's supposed to grid. So this is going to be awkward this first session. Next session, he should probably be in a higher group, but we'll watch him navigate the traffic here.
Yeah, that's going to be the first part of his session here, is going to be trying to find that clean air and get into that correct pacing part, because I do think maybe he's been gridded a little further back than where he naturally would be, but starting to see getting that car really out there at 310. I know you've got it memorized, but
it is a 1:33.822 is the street class track record. Club TR, we're looking at a 1:37.425 for Kevin Vu. So those are the times that we're going to be watching. Right now, Randy Reeves is still 3 seconds shy. Halka is still 3 seconds shy. So everyone kind of warming up to it here.
But, I mean, we saw that from we saw that earlier on in our first session. It took 2 laps before they really got into those heater runs. And yeah, that was Mike Coons that was out there currently sitting in second. But see, he's definitely far off the pace on that one, where Josh Halka 1:36.898 currently. So we're getting there. We're getting there.
And Andreas Bertulis in Unlimited in the 171 Lexus, 134.743. Now, the Unlimited records, I would be surprised if we got to this weekend. We do have some really fast cars, but I think it's going to be a little bit of a struggle to get all the way to it. Will I Young, a 119.962 is our complete overall grid life record. In rear-wheel drive, Ferris Khartoumi reset that last year to 120.223.
Well, that Will record's got to be a few years old, right? That's got to be
2019.
Yeah,
the last time that we broadcast this event, actually. So it's been a long time.
Yeah, I was here for that event. I do remember that because that was if I remember correctly, it was one of those one and dones. He kind of came out very, very cold morning and launched that car, put the lap in, and then that was kind of it. But sat as a spectator, and he's been sitting on that record ever since. That's incredible. We'll see. I mean, maybe not this weekend, but hopefully this lights a bit of a fire for some other front-wheel drive competitors in Unlimited to want to come back out. And, yeah, Ferris, would love to see him come back and crush some more records stateside. Yeah, he just unveiled the V3 of his Corvette that I saw the other day, and it looks like an absolute ripper. And I said, you know, you and Alan Patton have got to go toe-to-toe at Watkins Glen. Gosh.
Give me that fight. I will tune into that any day of the week.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be there for that, but I may tune in for it either way. Oh.
Yeah, we'll have coverage of the entire Grid Life season live on Grid Life's channels and on Racer Network. And you can tune in live and free all year long. This is round 2 of 6. We head to Gingerman Raceway, our home event, our Grid Life Festival next month, and that'll be June 12th to 14th. Then follow that up with Watkins Glen and Summer Apex. That'll be at the end of July. Then Lime Rock Park Circuit Legends towards the tail end of August, and then we'll finish out the season at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And I think we have you back there, don't we?
I'll be back for that one, yeah. As much as I would have loved to do that. There are only so many weekends in the year. It's unfortunate how, you know, we only get, maybe 25 weekends of racing.
It is tough to make it all fit in the schedule. There's Bertulis down the hill. You see him hustling. And look at this new track record for Peter Granberg, a 137.114. And I think that is a new track record. I'm confirming new graphics, so that all works great. I'm very excited about that. But new track record, and then it looks like Mike Bryant is also going to beat what was the previous record before it. So we've reset it again. This is fantastic. Granberg and Bryant all up in that conversation. That's exciting.
That's awesome. Yeah, and it's timing-wise is more or less what we expected. Give them about 2 laps to get settled into this track, and then we start to see the records fall. And there's a good chance we're going to see more of them crush down tomorrow. So make sure that you're tuning in for that as well, because this is literally only the start of this weekend.
Yeah, I would expect them to come down quite a bit here.
Yeah.
So. Especially if we're breaking them that early on. Dallas Reed up in track mod at a 131.055. There's Maroney in the 727. Went into pit race last year leading the points and came out second.
Yeah.
Lost to the 514 of Evan McLaren. Now McLaren is here this weekend for his first event of the year. He didn't have the event he was hoping for last season, so we're going to see if he can sort it out again. New street class record. Josh Hulka has gone quicker. His previous record was 133.822. By 0.2 of a second, he picks up on the previous track record.
Yeah, just shaving it just a little bit. 2/10 is a lot, though. Like it might not seem like a lot when you're thinking about the measurement of time, but to a race car driver, 2/10, that's going to be 2 better corners. Really, that's where you're going to be able to shave off that kind of time.
Peter Granberg again, now a 136.046. That is way faster than we've ever seen in Club TR. That is an unbelievable time. That was 1.1 seconds quicker than he did the previous lap. That's unbelievable.
That's crazy. Where do you pick up that amount of time on this track? Is that just running some more rumble strips? That's really interesting.
Yeah, Mike Bryant again improving on his previous lap as well. And look at this. Watch him come across the board. Another driver going below. That's a new front-wheel drive class record, a 137.405. They're just flying across the screen right now at Club TR. This is what we expected out of a cool morning session.
This is going to be tough to keep up with. This is going to be a lot. But yeah, I mean, as the time is already starting to wind down on this session, we'll have to keep an eye on this, and we'll give you all the updates at the very end of it. But that's crazy. Our top 3 are all record holders right now, first, second, and third in their respective classes.
And there's Mark Johnson in the Unlimited class, 127 up and over the hill in the Honda Civic. There is Jeremy Boysen running his GT3 RS. He's pulling double duty in the Grid Life Rush Series as well.
Beautiful car.
It is really cool looking. And up to second place, Unlimited, a 36.639.
Hard on the brakes there. Car is running very, very low in that front splitter.
diffuser on the back of that thing as well.
Yeah.
So, and selfie stick 360 camera dangling off the back as well.
As you do.
As you do.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's such a beautiful car.
Jeremy Boysen again pulling that double duty. He brings this car out for fun every once in a while. I haven't gotten a chance to ride in that car, but he is, we can't do it in TrackBattle, unfortunately, but the times that I've gotten to ride with other drivers at GridLife events in HPDE, I've had a blast. The last time I did that here was in 2019 with a certain Luke McGrew, our reigning Street GT class champion. How about this again? The record graphics are getting a workout right now, and that's Patrick Harvey diving below what was the previous track record as well. And then, 138.0. So that again, we're just seeing times continue to drop, and checkered flag is out, having mercy on us, trying to keep track of all of it.
Yeah, basically the top 4 at some point in time today have held or beaten a track record. So. Yeah, speaking of ride-alongs, same year I did a ride-along with Brooks Church in his Mustang RTR at this track. That's where I learned how scary this track really is. It's definitely a full commitment. And then Jeremy Boysen taking second in this class as of right now in track mod. We'll get a few more of those coming up in our next session as, that checkered flag has now been waved and drivers collectively making their way back into the pits as we get set up for our Group A, which is those are going to be the fastest times of the day. Well, I mean, for this session, let's say.
It could be for the day because, we're not really expecting the temperature to climb too much more. It's going to be a relatively cool weekend, which is great for TrackBattle, but the morning sessions tend to be the ones where, the track is cool, the engines are running maybe a little extra power because the air is a little denser. So this is the time to get going fast. The other thing is that we haven't drifted on the full course yet.
Right.
And as soon as you do that, the track conditions sort of degrade over the course of the weekend. We put a lot more rubber and marbles down. And it's a very tight schedule. So managing all of that, keeping the track nice and clear. The morning sessions are going to be your record opportunities. So, the challenge with this old style format without podium sprint is that a driver could break a record on Friday morning and then leave and win, right? So that's why we have the podium sprint. We just don't have the time here this weekend to manage that new format. But it is a lot of fun, sometimes to go back to the old way of doing things.
Yeah, I mean, it puts a lot of pressure on drivers as well. I think my argument against it is that this track, there are a lot of opportunities to pick up time. And for drivers that maybe haven't driven here a lot or that just, not feeling great in that first session, you might still be able to move up the order quite a bit just with experience and driving some of the sessions a bit later on. But yeah, I agree, obviously. Drifting kind of changing the dynamics of the track. But the other part too is, as we said, there's not a lot of rubber being put down in some of these corners yet. And that may be an opportunity for a few of these drivers to be able to pick up a bit of time. So,
well, before we get the Group A cars on the racetrack, there's lots to talk about. We'll be right back after this short break.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Time to go fast. Grid Life Track Battle on Friday morning. We are really, really excited to bring you Group A for Grid Life Track Battle Heat 1. It is a stacked field with a ton of really, really fast cars. There's Justin Peachy, the 445, returning to track mod competition. Mike Dussault is here in his 2,000 horsepower Corvette. Jimmy Rock is here in the Honda Civic that is faster than a Lamborghini Super Trofeo that we've seen before. Callan Spence is here, the Black Flag Sarcoma racing team. They are here as well in the Lotus Elise from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So watch for track records in a whole bunch of classes in this session. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be a ton of fun. This track brings out the best in everybody. It really, you know, a lot of drivers are like, if they're going to pick an event to go to, this is going to be the one that they go with, because it is fast, especially when you get into this the unlimited class. It is ridiculous what you have to do to hustle a car around this track. And I've talked a lot about commitment, but I can't overstate enough how much commitment you need through some of these corners, through the S's, jumping the rumble strips just to get a perfect line through there. It is incredibly demanding on the vehicles and the drivers.
Yeah, so having a look here at Justin Peachy, running kind of slow, like he's setting up for another fast lap. Big wiggle there at 10B as he climbs up the hill towards 11, like he's setting up for a quick lap. Watch your timing and scoring on the left, because it's going to change quite a bit. Watch for purple wipes on the top of the screen, because track records could fall, especially in track mod with Callan Spence and a whole bunch of other heavy hitters, including Jackie Ding, who should be out there in an Oldsmobile Cutlass from 1970.
Okay.
There it is.
Oh my gosh, Jackie. What won't he build?
So he's driving this car with, I think it's Pat Gorman is the developer or owner of this car. And this was supposed to run at Lime Rock Park with us last year in the hands of Tom O'Gorman, but that car ended up having some kind of a rear, issue or main seal or something. But Jackie Ding has climbed behind the wheel of it this weekend in a little bit of a different scenario than normal.
I love, there's two things he was doing setting up that car. One, he's feeling it out, so you can see him working the wheel a little bit, but I think he realized that because the suspension is fairly soft in it, it's going to have a good amount of travel. He immediately goes onto the rumble strips and just drives the full rumble strip just to feel it. But watching him just twitch the car to figure out where the preload is going to be on the suspension and how hard he can throw it into a corner, like those little things that you see with a race car driver, especially with Jackie Ding in a car that's that visual when it comes to how the suspension works, that's just going to be a fun lap to watch.
Well, times continue to come across the board. Here's Mike Dussault. Glad to have him back in the paddock with us. We expect to see him at 4 rounds this year. This car has run Pikes Peak. It's done over 200 miles an hour at Road America, and I think you're going to see something similar to that right here. Up on the back straightaway, up through the gears, Mike Dussault flying down the backstretch. This is what Unlimited Time Attack is all about, raging down the back straightaway here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Looks like we might have Luca Barberis off course in the S's, but no mind as Dussault plunges into 10A. Here he comes.
Oh man, this is going to be interesting as he sets himself up, coming past that keyhole. Looking really, really short. Now he's going to get on the power and try and come over this crest as he comes into line of sight for us. And he's going to be a little bit on the brakes, but trying to carry as much momentum around, using a nice wide line there. Could have touched out maybe a bit more to the rumble strips and then back on the power to try and charge as fast as he can over our finish line. We'll see what kind of time rolls in.
Yeah, 1:24.061. So about 4 seconds off the unlimited track record. Jimmy Rock is at a 1:27. He's got 8 seconds to go to catch Will I Young. Here's some records, though. Dewey DeWitt, Street Mod. He's going to go to the top of the board. 1:28.021. Slowinski, new track mod record in, is that right? 1:27.
That's a pretty crazy time.
Oh, he's an all-wheel drive. That's why.
There you go.
I was going to say, because Alan Patton is in rear-wheel drive, but looks like that record is going to fall in track mod already. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Hope your coffee is strong, because we got a lot to talk about.
There is Ernie Pazzelis in the 911 GT3 Cup. Jeremy Lauder. This is another Camaro that we've seen in Pikes Peak's hill climb before. He's a common competitor with us. Chris Smith right behind him. This is just almost as stacked as a track mod field as it gets with Chris Smith and Callan Spence I mentioned. I haven't seen Spence come across a ton, but I do see him on the board at a 1:31.669.
See if anybody, looks like everyone's going to hold their position coming through the straights. They're all happy with their pacing right now. And you wonder when you start to see them stack up coming through 12. You're like, okay, is anybody going to go for a bit of a move or try and go for that fresh air? But it seems like everyone's pretty happy. Jeremy Lauder, happy to be holding up or heading up that pack right now. Not holding up. He's doing a good job of keeping that pace going.
Yeah, in unlimited class, which has, I believe, 10 cars on the entry list here this weekend. There's Luke McGrew, your reigning Street GT champion, a new track record holder at Carolina Motorsports Park in that Corvette Z06. And how about a new track mod record again? Slowinski improves to a 126.528. And that is for the all-wheel drive category in track mod, so well done.
Yeah, that's another big bite taken out there. So seems to be that that Adam's got a pretty good gap right now. Jeremy Boysen is holding on to second right now with a 130. Not quite sure if that's going to be his representative time, but we'll see his drivers continuing to come back around. A great aerial shot, really showing you just how big this track is.
It is a really cool, big, fast, dangerous racetrack. And when you're funneling down this backstretch and plunging into 10A, as you come down the hill, you actually lose the sight of the corner through the top of your windshield. It's that steep. And Chris Smith, by the way, he blew up his engine on test day at CMP, so we never saw this car on the racetrack there. So excited to have him back. The car looks fantastic. Seems Legit Garage does a lot of work to make their cars look cohesive and look the part. And Jackie Ding, hand out the window. And that might be the reason for an early checkered flag in Group A. He's stopped in the S's. I think he might be off in one of those chicanes that's, not on the main course, but still sort of in a bad spot. So that will be checkered on Group A.
I did see a little bit of smoke when he came through 12, and I thought he was just getting a little bit wild with the car, but you don't know, right? It was just a real quick puff of smoke, so could have been something mechanical, could have been him just trying to hang loose just a little bit, but obviously right now he is sitting off, hopefully in a safe spot. It looks like it. Yeah, he is off in one of the chicane areas.
All right, so with that checkered flag here on Group A, and I think Group A is going to be one of the most exciting parts of the weekend each time that we do this. So make sure you stay tuned in for Grid Life Track Battle. Let's have a look at the results here for this first session of the weekend, and we'll run you through all the different categories because there's a lot to cover.
Yeah.
Without the podium sprint, right? It's hard to know. Will they go faster? We don't know. So, this could be your winning drivers at the top of the board if the track slows down from here on out.
Yeah, like I said, I think there's an argument to be made either way. Obviously, conditions-wise, this could be the best that they're going to see, but it's also the least amount of experience that they've got.
Here's a look at Falcon Club SC. Mike Jansen, Lennon Radcliffe, Sam Dooling, John Laughlin, and Jason Davidson are your running order right now. They have not quite gotten to the records, but they are close. In Club TR, Peter Granberg, he broke the record. So did Mike Bryant and Evan McLaren. So all three of those drivers have moved past what the records were last year. But a very strong top five so far to start the weekend. Flavin, Bailey, Maroney, Reeves, and Pinko. It's kind of a slow start for Maroney. And then there's the rest of your 15-car Club TR field. I think there's a couple of drivers that didn't get out on track. In street class, new record for Josh Hulka.
Yeah, Mike Coons, William Dries, Michael Callaway, Rebecca Cohen. That will make out your top five through that class. Another couple more records being broken there. It's going to be the story of the day, that's for sure.
I think that is absolutely true. Street GT, I think we're going to see similar fields to, or similar story to what we saw at Carolina Motorsports Park. A little bit of a smaller field in Street GT, but Ryan Matthews actually edging ahead of Luke McGrew, then Nick Hendrick, Louis Zendejas in the 773, Evan D in the 5. He was going to send me a phonetic pronunciation. We're going to work on that.
You still can. We got time.
Dewey DeWitt, new track record in the Impreza Boogeyman, 128.021. Andy Schau, Luca Barberis, who looked like he had a problem but got sorted. Then Cal Fortner and Jonathan Wheeler, your top five.
Yeah, this is a tight battle there between Luca and Cal Fortner, that's for sure.
Yeah, and then in track mod, this is a class that I think is going to see a lot of shuffling this weekend. We have a story to tell you about Callan Spence as well, the Black Flag Sarcoma team car. His dad, Charles Spence, is also running in GridLife GT, which we're going to see on track pretty shortly. But Slowinski, Boysen, Reed, your top three there. And then we'll move into Unlimited. And again, I think Due Sold and Jimmy Rock are the drivers to watch there as far as the Unlimited times are concerned. But I still think we could be very surprised by Jake Ertel in the 379 Corvette. And who knows what some of the other drivers have in store for us here this weekend.
Yeah, Andres Bertulis taking fourth, and Ernestes Puzelis in that Corvette. So there's your top five there. I do like that RCF quite a lot, though. Listen, I'm just a fan of unique cars.
Let's have a look at the highlights from Grid Life Track Battle Heat number 1. Kicking things off already, starting hot here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. So we look from high above the course and the packed paddocks, both for Formula Drift and Grid Life in Grid Life Special Stage. Here's a look. Group C early in the morning is when we first got the Club SC cars out on the racetrack, and everyone got their first laps of the weekend. Hands out the window, everyone coordinating traffic. A lot of newcomers here this weekend learning the ropes and how to get around here without any trials or tribulations. And then down the hill here in the S's that plunge down through turn 5, then rising up John Kilgore in the 919, getting his first laps of the weekend as well in that great-looking BMW. Nice halo headlights on that car. Then in Group B, it was really Club TR's show. Just drivers breaking records left and right. Peter Gramberg down to a 136 flat. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, incredible pace. And I don't know, seeing how quick the records fall, as much as we talk so much about it being great weather, I still think the experience is going to overtake some of the conditions that change.
Yeah, and then in the higher end of Group B, Jeremy Boysen in the GT3 RS, Mark Johnson in the Unlimited Exity car. And then when we got to the Group A cars, Mike Dew sold. There's Callan Spence in the green and yellow Lotus. Dewey DeWitt breaking a track record early to start the weekend. Jimmy Rock, I think, I'm not sure he'll quite get to Will I Young's time, but might get close. And then Chris Smith, and then look at Jackie Ding hustling that thing down the hill. Yeah, that's a lot of dynamicism in that suspension, but he's got a lot to work with. I think he's going to learn a lot running that. And there we go. You can see just how it's able to absorb those rumble strips coming through there. And saw a bit more pack racing. There's Cal Fortner in the Mercedes coming in a little bit then behind. And, just another pack running group. They seemed very comfortable in that running order, seeming to do, I think, 2 full laps with that setup. And then see Jeremy allowed to get on the rumble strips there a little bit as well. But Group A, tons of excitement and more to come here from GridLife Special Stage. More coverage of GridLife Special Stage at Road Atlanta right after this.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
Wait, hit him with the shit that go like ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
Okay.
About to head out on the racetrack for qualifying and practice for Eibach GLTC and GridLife GT. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens back here for GridLife Special Stage. Because of the condensed schedule here this weekend, we have an extra challenge. We don't quite have time to do practices and qualifyings for both of our wheel-to-wheel single-class series. So instead, we're going to combine it all into one long session and leave the track open. So this is effectively going to be qualifying. And your best lap time is where you're going to qualify for race 1 later.
I mean, new challenge, right? Race car drivers, they love this kind of stuff. Give them something different to work with. It's what we're working with, considering there's only so many hours in the day, but we'll see how it works out. I'm really interested. I mean, we've got them stacked up based on their speed, based on their time, so it should be fairly good. But it's going to be a fun session.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch this. This is sort of like, I'm thinking about other qualifying for other sports car series where you just sort of have open track. You can come and go as you please.
Yeah.
But if you come off the racetrack, you're almost certainly going to get impounded. So if you can stay on pit lane and just kind of wait your turn and go out, but if you want to go back and make changes, it's possible that you could get impounded. So I don't know that you want that to happen. So I think what you're going to do is maybe just try to plan for that 15 or 20-minute window that you think is going to be the quietest, which I would shoot for like the 60% mark of the session to go back out. But
okay.
The question then becomes, like, is the track going to be faster now than it is in an hour's time?
Yeah, I mean, you and I are both big racing nerds. A lot of people that are watching this are probably falling into a similar category. I love racing, but I almost like racing strategy more than I like the racing itself. So this is one of those times where the conversation becomes like the whole team needs to get in on this.
Well, there's a whole bunch of cars on the pit lane, and our very own Jackson Lambros is back with us after his debut at CMP. Jackson is down with Magnuson. What you got, buddy?
GridLife Touring Cup front runner Eric Magnuson. 1 minute call here, so I'll make it quick. What's the strat for you for this hour-long qualifying session?
We gotta get out there, get a nice, clean, fast lap, come in, watch times, and if we have to head back out, that's what we gotta do.
I'll let you lock in here. Thanks, E-Mag.
Thank you.
1 hour gauntlet coming up.
Thanks, Jackson. Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch everybody get on the racetrack here and just try to figure out how to go quick around here. The other thing to note is GridLife GT didn't race here last year. It had yet to debut, so we don't really know what lap times we're going to see. I don't think they're going to be that different. I think we're going to see on the order of 2 to 3 seconds lap time differential, but they're going to make speed in very different ways. I think the GT cars will have a little more pace on the straights and the TC cars in the turns.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be some of the digging out of the slower corners as well, where the GTs just have a bit more power and are able to kind of get that to come out. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I think it'll be there's going to be a lot of etiquette that's going to be involved in this as well, where drivers are going to have to pay a lot of attention because of how open this session is, and because we're going to have some pretty big differentials when it comes to lap times and speed. So, I'm looking forward to it. Any different format. I think what we'll probably see is a lot of people going out in the beginning, making sure everything's good with the car, and then maybe trying to find space or come back in or slow roll through the pit lane and then look for that opening. But it's also a time where if you've got a crew chief or a spotter or something like that who's able to keep an eye on a lot of this for you, you're going to be able to have a bit of an advantage. So drivers that do have a team that has somebody that can keep eyes on all this, or even just watching the live stream or something, and then say, hey, this is our window, this is when we need to go for it.
Cars on the racetrack, and the interesting thing I also noted here is that they're not gridded in any particular way. That's okay.
Oh, okay.
So I thought that they might set them up and all the GT cars go first, but they're just sort of lined up first come, first serve. We're sort of treating this like they're all one category, and you're going to be expected to behave yourself out there and make your own space. So Eric Catil, what a debut he had at CMP. That car is really fast, but last year had basically perfect reliability, and that did not carry over into the first round of 2026.
Yeah, it can only go so long, right? But I'm sure the issues he was running into is spark plug wire, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, well, spark plug wire was the race 1 issue.
Yeah.
And then race 4, he had an issue where it was fuel starving because he jumped a curb so hard that a tube attached to the fuel pump came out inside the fuel tank.
That's impressive.
So it's a rough ride around CMP with those curbs. So I think, I'm actually surprised that he managed to finish the race with that. It was sort of sucking fuel, but not quite enough to make it run full power.
Yeah, that's incredibly difficult to get it that precisely wrong.
Yes.
But yeah, I would more or less assume that all of those issues have been sorted, but you never know what could pop up once you get those fixed. It's one of those, once you get one thing sorted, what's the next thing that's going to break on the car?
More hose clamps. And
yes, all
more
those
zip ties things. And all the things. So cars on the racetrack warming up down the hill, and we've got a 39-car field in Eibach GLTC and a 14-car grid in GridLife GT this weekend, and we sort of talked about some of the notables. One of the notables in GT is this driver, Charles Spence, in the number 9. This is a 2007 Lotus Elise. We saw Charles at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca last year, but this is only his second start with us in wheel-to-wheel competition, and that car was pretty quick there. And I think it'll actually be better suited for this racetrack, I think. So he should be in a good spot. 2.2-liter inline 4. Very light, 2,200 pounds. So I think it's going to be a pretty nimble car through the S's especially.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that's where he's going to pick up a lot of the time, is going to be through there, able to commit and really fly through there faster than anybody else is going to. You're not really going to get a pass done there. You might be able to get it kind of heading up into the hill if you really want to get ballsy with it, but we'll see. We'll see how it all goes out. We're getting a few cars now flying off, already seeing a few cars pulling off as well. So that's going to be interesting, maybe looking for that fresh air.
Yeah, RJ Till, Eric Catil, Eric Meadows all coming straight back down pit lane. So out and then back in, maybe just to test things out. Here's a look at the different cars represented there on your timing and scoring pylon. Note the Kia Forte that's out there. We saw that at CMP as well. Jay Rebus is one of the last OEM Kias built for racing competition from factory. He's got 2 of them. But he's brought the one again. There's Charles Spence up through the first corner. It was such a fast turn, and there's no room, no runoff. If you run out wide there, you're in the tires. So over that turn 3 curve, though, that thing looked very compliant.
Yeah, it looked very, very, compliant. I think is the best way to put it. It allowed him to get through there, and it didn't kick out. There was no oversteer coming out of it. Sometimes coming through those rumble strips, the car can have a tendency to step out because you are losing traction. You are having that tire come off the ground for a moment, and that can really disrupt a vehicle. So great job on setting that car up to attack the rumble strip like that.
First times coming across the board, and again, this is basically an hour-long session, so I wouldn't take too much stock of how things are on this first lap. It's going to change a lot. I have a feeling in the next 45 minutes or so. Eric Magnussen's first time is a 1:39.875. Just for reference, the track record for GLTC is a 1:35, so we're a little ways off of that, and GRIDLIFE GT has never been here before, so we will set new records to chase. Again, that won't matter so much. They're not giving points based on records like you are in Time Attack, so it's all about setting the grid for the races later this weekend.
It will be interesting to see how they stack up against the Time Attack times as well. Like, obviously the regulations are very different across those different classes, but just to see where they would have fallen into what group. Yeah, I don't know, just kind of need to compare them.
There's Jay Rebus in the Forte, Justin Wingfield in the BMW, and then behind him, that's Zach Mortimer in the more different BMW, the white and black one we're looking at, and another E36. Great looking car with the over fenders and things on it. Has a very kind of DTM vibe about it that I really enjoy. And then at the back of the shot there, Ryan Christoph, top of the hill, and we'll get more on him later. That's the car I mentioned won the 1987 SCCA runoffs here back in the Gravity Cavity days. And Christoph, this is his first event back since Road America last year, where the car was involved in an accident in practice, and he hit a concrete wall pretty hard and had to rebuild the entire left front corner of the car. So good to have him back. That CRX way at the back of the shot there is a really neat vehicle. If you ever get a chance to see it, it's actually sort of tube framed in the front, and it was kind of grandfathered into the rules because that's not something you can typically do in GLTC.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I might have to take a few moments on our break and go do a little snooping. Yeah, we've seen more and more cars peeling off, a few drivers just getting a couple laps in. So could just, I mean, I really do think there's going to be some strategy played in when you want to go out and do this. But for right now, GLGT, Tom Rosenberg, sitting fastest overall with a 1:30. He's a 7-second lead on that. So I think he put in a bit of a, I wouldn't say a full flyer, but definitely a solid run right off the bat. Maybe just trying to get one in the books and then know that you're in some sort of spot. You could sit back at this point too and just let everybody else run and maybe come back near the end of the session.
Yeah, Daniel Geraldo in the Lexus. That is a really neat car. The IS, Lexus IS down the hill running with Toyo tires. Looking livery, and I'd be surprised or curious to see if he'll take that car to GT in the future, where we're running a spec Toyo Proxys R. That's the biggest difference between these, other than the power to weight ratio, 8.9 to 1 for GT and a 12.5 to 1 for GLTC. The spec Toyo Proxys R is on all the GLGT cars, and TC you have open 200 tread wear. There are some limitations within that, but for the most part, you have a pretty wide selection of tires here.
Yeah, it could open up, get a bit more power into that car. I'm not sure if he's got it detuned at this point in time. That seems to be what a lot of the drivers are doing, is a very capable engine that they just pull back when it comes to the actual tuning side of it, which makes sense because it's easier to increase that power as opposed to, try to change the weight around.
Yeah, for sure. Another driver that we should talk about, Adam Wood, on that Subaru on the left side of your screen near the ticker. He's got a new car after an incident at pit race the tail end of 2024. Spent all of 2025 getting set. He was just testing that car, actually blew up the center diff last week. So he's put that car back together and made it here just in time. It was on the dyno on Monday, so he has just put it together at the very last minute. Chris DeLucia in the number 40 in GT jumps up to 4th place.
It really feels like a lot of these drivers are just trying to find the pace, but it doesn't feel like anybody's really throwing in a big lap at this point in time. So there's still a fair bit of jockeying for position, as we can see a good chunk of passing going on pretty much everywhere on track. We've got eyes on kind of all the cameras right now, so we're keeping an eye on everything that's going on, but I would expect in the next couple of laps we're going to start seeing these times start to tumble.
That's that CRX I was talking about, 1986 CRX that Ryan Christoph is piloting here. This car has, 40, 50 years of history at this racetrack and in motorsports in general. We've seen a number of different paint schemes, although Ryan's current one I've been a fan of for quite some time. But this car is extremely lightweight. I think it has an L15 engine from a more recent Honda Civic, I believe is where that engine comes from. And it is a turbocharged vehicle, so makes quite a bit of power for its size. It's very, very light. And, this car was really successful last year. I think he was on the podium a couple of times with it, if I recall. So just right up in the mix. There's Eric Catil in the 82, the hybrid racing EG. Again, came up just shy of the championship last year, 2020 Eibach GLTC champ. And this is now the fourth season of competition with this sedan. Debuted in the middle of 2022. Finally put his headlights back on it. He's replaced, he had a great picture on Instagram. He's run the corner markers into basically everything, and he has a pile of them on the garage floor.
Oh my gosh.
And I guess that was a problem with the JTCC versions of these cars as well. They just don't stick in there all that good. So as soon as you get you push the bumper into them, they pop right out. But he's got a brand new set again for this weekend, and hopefully he'll keep them on, because cars with headlights on, Jacob, look better than cars with headlights off.
Oh, okay. That's a
style thing.
I can see that. It does look good. Kind of brings a bit more attention to the front end, right? Smooths everything out, but yeah.
Visibility thing too. It just looks cool on top of that. So
makes for good photos. It's more dynamic range to the pictures, but yeah.
Hey, when you built a show car to run fast, it matters how good it looks, right?
This is a good point. Ooh, getting a little, I wouldn't say squirrely through there, but very aggressive on the inboard of that corner. And yeah, Catil right now sitting third with 138.2.
Note Mason Bursack second place in that 424 BMW. That's a very strong run in TC.
Yeah.
His first event was CMP. Ayrton Grimm up to 4th place. The race that he won at CMP was disqualified on the dyno post race. Just a mistake in setting up the car. And they've sorted that, but I think Ayrton is good enough to win. He was on the podium here last year in a rain race, but this car now has a different turbo kit. We saw how successful it was at CMP. Should be in a much better position to finish on the podium and really challenge for wins this season in general.
Is the dyno inspection random, or is it always the podium?
So always the podium, and then sometimes they'll make random picks down the order. Gotcha. So you can never escape it if you do really well.
You're getting pulled in one way or another.
Look at Catil to the top of GLTC, 137, 163. So interesting to note, there's a 7-second differential between the provisional pole sitter in GT and TC. That's a lot more than I would have expected, which is good. I think this is a good thing that the GT cars are really finding their legs. Charles Spence tucking in behind the Brian Santiago Ford Focus, and Eric Magnussen, new livery on board this car, by the way. And if you've been a fan of motorsports for any amount of time, you'll recognize that one.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, that color combo, very, very iconic. And I know it can be a little controversial doing a throwback to another iconic livery, but I'm all right with it. It's heritage.
So you know what I think is cool about this? It's the design is iconic, but the colors are actually BMW factory paint coats. So I think that's really neat. It's like the Laguna blue, and then I can't remember what the yellow is called, but those are both BMW colors, just with that classic, Dale Earnhardt paint scheme that we've all come to know.
The big old 3 on the side, yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting combo on that. I believe that yellow is a more modern BMW color as well. I want to say in the last couple of years.
I can't remember the name of it. The Laguna Blue definitely trips a memory, so I know that's a real one.
I feel like there's a few Laguna Blues though. I think it's one of those, like almost every brand has got one of those.
Yeah.
But yeah.
There's a Sebring orange that Corvettes have had. I know that.
Okay.
There's
some fun ones.
Honda S2000 has a Laguna something or other. Maybe it's a yellow.
Yeah. That's all right. Yeah. I always liked Mazda doing spicy orange was a color for a while. Yeah.
My girlfriend calls so Toyota and Scion had like a really bright orange kind of almost like a creamsicle, but it was like more red.
Okay.
And she calls it Sriracha Mayo.
Sriracha Mayo. There's an old team back in Quebec, race team.
Austin Yellow, sorry, Jacob.
Austin. Yeah. There's an old race team back in Quebec, and they everything was beige, but it looked, I called it hearing aid brown.
All right, there's AJ Hartman, recent race winner from GRIDLIFE GT Race 4 at Carolina Motorsports Park. That was his first win. He'd been on the podium a number of times, but managed to finally break through in that last race of the weekend there. Just past Matthew Ibrahim in the, big lockup in the run into turn 3.
Ooh, yeah, and that's a scary corner as well. You're kind of blind coming up over that crest of the hill, so you're picking your markers pretty early. When you're getting things warmed up, you're more or less like deciding on a banner or a tree or something like that, and that's where you need to be on the track, and that's where sim racing can help, but it can also hurt you because it's not like all the banners are updated or the trees are updated in a lot of these maps. So it's a tough one, but yeah, might have just picked the wrong piece of foliage to break at.
Yeah, and AJ doesn't have ABS, so that's a challenge that he's got with this car. I was just mentioning Matthew Ibrahim right behind him, his debut for Eibach GLTC in the Garagistic car, running 14th on the board right now. Strong start. And then Geraldo and Hilo, both of those drivers had fairly solid runs at Carolina Motorsports Park inside the top 5. This is just so interesting to me because this top 5, I mean, Cottil and Magnussen are front runners we've seen a lot, but look at Jeff Donati, a new entrant this year in 6th place. There's a lot of newcomers that are finding their way right up into the mix, and we have a very competitive front group of cars right now.
Yeah, Donati, another drifter turned road racer, which is it's been a bit of a trend lately. I'm all right with it, but there's been a few road racers turned drifters, so I'm happy to do that trade-off. But yeah, Donati, I've known him for a number of years, and it's great to see him making that progress. South Carolina didn't go great for him. I think just trying to get his sea legs, but he's sitting now in I think 7th. Looks like Ayrton Grimm just got a little bit, but man, less than a 10th to get past him on that. So see how that all goes. I saw Hilo had his best lap, 139 at now. He's put in quite a few laps as well. I'm liking that we can see that. Who's going out and putting in a lot of practice as well. So there's a few more going up. Jeff Donati up to 4th now. So he's really picking up a lot of time.
Very impressive. There's Anthony Scafuto in the number 87. And this is a very rare Camaro, and I meant to go chat with him about it a little bit, but I have to pull him up because he did send me a note. And so basically, this is a Z28 Camaro.
Oh, okay.
And he says it's basically stock as far as the drivetrain and things are concerned. It's one of 486 and a very special car. So we're going to start calling it the Z28 Camaro.
I like it.
That was a request for Anthony, and again, I don't think we see enough Camaros. I think when you look at GM, it's like Corvette or Camaro. A lot of the track guys will go to the Corvette. But I think the Camaro is also a great performance value. You just don't see a lot of them.
I wonder if it's more just the weight part of it.
I'm sure it has a lot to do with it. It's a similar reason why you don't see quite as many Mustangs as you do Camaros. I think, the newer Mustangs, the S550 and beyond, or S650, I should say.
Yeah.
Those are the cars that, with the independent rear suspension, they're a bit more suited for track use than the previous generation cars. But I think they look amazing.
Yeah, both the Camaro and the Mustang. I think the 650 in the next year or two might be coming, especially the way that Ford's kind of double downing. I'm really happy to see the big 3 being competitive with each other again. It's just great. It means great things for racing as well. Dodge, I think, has got to pick up the slack a little bit on it, but right now Ford and Chevy look like they're coming to blows at pretty much every racetrack across the world. So, but the upside is we win. As race fans, we win.
We definitely win. Lisa Keys, back of that shot there in the red and black Honda Civic EG. She almost didn't make it. She put her ticket up for sale 2 days before this event.
Oh, no.
And then retracted that immediately because she fixed whatever she was working on. So that's great. Full course yellow on track now. Not sure what for. It's going to sort of slow us down. They're sending the safety car out on the racetrack instead of black flagging to preserve the session. I can't see anything out there.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on our multi-view at this point in time.
There is a truck on the backstretch camera that is just off screen. So there's something on the back straightaway that has caused us to stop. Generally, if you're going to break something in your engine, I think that's Brian Hendricks, perhaps, if that's...
So.
It's either that or is it Sean Bassett also? It's possible that it is Sean.
Yeah, so this will be interesting. We've still got a bit of time here in this session, but it'll be interesting to see which drivers appeal off and which ones stay in it, as well as what drivers decide to come out. Because the other part with this, too, is you could kind of time this where you because you're looking for that fresh air potentially, you could time this where you let the safety car stack up a few of these vehicles, give them half the racetrack, and then go out. And then you've got basically half the racetrack to yourself, and you're not going to catch up with anybody, and you're not going to have anybody kind of riding behind you. So there could be a little bit of strategy that comes out of this for a few of the drivers that maybe want a bit more clean air in some of their laps. I'd start looking at Chris DeLucia and Jack Haddix, who are sitting in second and third in GT. They're only 4 laps apiece for them, whereas like an AJ Hartman, he's got 7 laps in. He's probably put in the representative time that he's going to get. So, yeah, I think there's going to be some fun strategy that comes out of this.
Yeah, I think that car that stopped, by the way, is Brian Hendricks. That is the black and red car that we saw stopped. So while we're under full course yellow, we're going to step away for a moment. We'll be right back with more right after this.
Up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder.
Slicker.
Cooler.
Tougher.
Let's go.
So what you got?
Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta is just one of those circuits that everybody wants to drive. Maybe they've driven it in Forza or some other game or simulator, but maybe they get to do it today. Maybe they get to do it this weekend. Welcome back to GridLife Special Stage. We're under full course yellow here in a prolonged practice and qualifying mix session for our GridLife GT and Eibach GLTC fields here this weekend. They will be racing separately, but they are qualifying together in this long combined session. Get your laps, get your times, multi-purpose everything. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens. Jacob, I believe it was Brian Hendricks that had an issue on the back straightaway. They're going to get that car off the racetrack and turn him back loose.
Yeah, the safety team here at Road Atlanta are incredible. They're so good. The equipment, everything is just, it's a world-class facility to say the least. So if there's any group in the world that's going to get that car off track as quickly and safely as possible, they are at this facility right now.
Yeah, they're doing a great job across the board. It's a busy weekend for everybody. Drivers, the different organizations that are here, the broadcast org. We've got Project Prime running our show. They're doing a spectacular job. This is such a challenging event because the way our schedule is, it's like 8 o'clock first day, go.
Yeah.
Be live. And it's a real challenge, so great work by everyone to get it put together on such a condensed timeline. And of course, thanks, Jacob, for being here pulling double duty.
No worries.
I know getting from the hotel here this early was a challenge. But
I literally walked in, grabbed the coffee, sat down, went on air. So it's all good. I love racing. So any chance I have to talk about it, whether it's going sideways or going real fast, I'm here for it. I'm all about it.
That's why we bring in professionals. Sit down and go.
I haven't seen one yet, but you let me know when they arrive.
I think it's Jackson. He's on the pit lane.
Yeah,
right now,
exactly.
So.
We put him down there in front of the cameras.
Brian Hedian is here. Remember at CMP, they had a big wallop to the back of Ayrton Grimm's car. Yep. All good there, but penalty for Hedian. Of course, contact never fun. Nobody's stoked about it. There's Jeremy Boysen having a chat in the paddock as well, chatting with some fellow drivers. He's got a busy weekend. Looks like we're going back green because the safety car is in. So let's get back to practice and qualifying for our 2 wheel-to-wheel series. Of course, we've got GridLife Rush Series racing. They warmed up this morning. We'll have qualifying coverage for you in a little while. But here we go.
A few cars out on track. It looks like only just a handful of them. Everybody else in the pit lane. So maybe just seeing where things are at. It's interesting to see some of the lap counts out here. Nicholas Barbado only with 1 lap out. That's not indicative of what we would normally see. But yeah, some drivers, we got lap counts as high as 8, but as low as 0, unfortunately.
Yeah. And of the GT cars, we're still missing 3 or 4 of them. They have not taken times yet. And about 5 or 6 in Eibach GLTC. So there are some drivers that haven't made efforts just yet, but no stress at this point. I think we still have at least until 10 o'clock, so another 29 minutes here local time to get things done. There's a great look at Michael Pagano, the blue and orange sort of BTCC style BMW 116i, Japanese market right-hand drive car, paddle shift gearbox. It is one of the coolest cars in the paddock.
Yeah, I definitely snooped it in South Carolina. They kind of came out because I had my head pretty much all the way in the car. I wasn't touching anything, but I was all up in there. Yeah. As I said earlier, I'm a fan of anything weird. I like different cars. It's just there's so much to learn when it comes to the automotive industry, and we sometimes get jaded by seeing the same beautiful cars go around. So when you see something a little different, little stubby tail there, not quite a clown shoe, but just something that's unique.
It is a really cool car, and the Seems Legit Garage guys probably have the best fire suits. There is a couple folks in the Rush paddock that are really making them run for their money here. But as far as the fire suit game, Seems Legit Garage, they've got it going on.
Really? So, I haven't seen them yet.
We'll pull up a lower third here for Michael Pagano, the 155 car in GLTC, and you can just, it's like a white fire suit that is like the crispest white you've ever seen.
Oh, wow.
And then like a navy blue. It is really, really neat. So we'll see if we can get that at some point for you on screen. That's
a bold move to have a white race suit. It's kind of a flex.
I don't know how they keep them so clean.
There's a few guys I've seen with white race seats, and I'm like, why? Like, you're just asking to be cleaning that all the time. I always like the drivers that do they'll do like a tuxedo or like a cowboy outfit, just something a little bit weird. It aligns with my personality. I think, I really don't deserve a race suit, but I might just buy one to get something kind of funny on it.
So there's Pagano again in the 155, carving through turn 7 right behind. Is that Justin Wingfield again? There's a couple of these M3s that are awful similar at first glance, and I'm still learning. This is still early in the season for us here. But Pagano
doing a great job
alongside here, and this is
GLTC car, roughly making 210 to 230 horsepower, so a little slipstream isn't ever going to hurt. But we'll see speeds probably about 135 max for the TC cars and probably about 145 max for the GT cars, although given the time differential we're seeing between the classes, it could be even more than that.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they're up into the 50s. And maybe, I mean, it depends on the vehicle. They might be able to touch even a little bit quicker. Everybody looking nice and tidy coming down as we get eyes on Mr. Cattell. He's really hard on the brakes in that compression zone, scraping that front lip. Thankfully, it looks like bumper and side marker still intact. So whatever modifications he did there are holding quite well. See him come down this final turn 12, opting for that nice wide line and cutting in. Could have maybe pulled just a touch more in it, but you really, I mean, putting your front wheels on that rumble strip coming through 12 is asking for potentially a problem, because if it gets disrupted through there, you're on a beeline out towards the wall. And there is tire barriers through a section of it, but there are some spots where you're just raw concrete. Looks like Cattell still holding that top spot with a 135.946. So he's going to be happy with that. I wouldn't be shocked if he just packs her in at this point in time. He's already got 6 laps under his belt, so we'll see. And he's, I guess he's not that far ahead. Eric Magnussen, same amount of laps, and is only about a half a second behind him. So we'll see. I mean, Cattell out front, he's gonna be holding there. And oh, look at that, speeds right there. Great job, team.
I'm not convinced that is from this event. I'll have to double check and make sure. I think we should be seeing higher than that, so I will reconvene. Because I think that might be left over from CMP, so I'll do my due diligence on that. But up the back straightaway now, we've got a couple more cars kind of line astern here, including Cattell. Blake Korth is also on the racetrack. Look what Korth just did. Went to third quick on the board, 137.814.
Yeah, it's good. He had a couple of good laps earlier on, but nothing quite, obviously, to that speed. As we see Mortimer not able to improve his time, still sitting in fourth, and Pagano holding on to fifth and not able to improve his time either. So, yeah, just it seems that we've hit that pace right now for a lot of these drivers. They've settled into what might be their finishing order. But as we talked about earlier on, there's a lot of drivers with minimal lap counts that may be able to pick up a bit more pace. So you don't know if they're going back and fine-tuning some things.
There's Dakota Pionic in the number 96. This is a driver we've seen a couple of times running with the ASM crew. Notably, no Andy Smedegaard here this weekend.
Yeah.
Dakota is playing Andy. He is him this weekend.
Cosplaying Andy.
Yeah, bringing the trailer down and supporting all the customers, and also running his own car. So if you're going to step into some shoes, those are some big ones. And Dakota right now doesn't look like he's running inside the top 10. That's Hilo in the Eibach car. But Dakota, there he is, popping into the shot. Bright white S2000. Jumping the curbs, and I don't actually know, has he even laid down a time just yet? The answer to that is yes, 24th at a 143.185.
I think it was Ayrton Grimm holding down that third spot. So it looked like he had his best lap of the session so far, and he's finding himself in that top 3.
So I heard Eric Cattell has pulled off the racetrack, and he has been impounded. So this is the risk.
Oh, okay.
Right, is if you get pulled into impounded, you have to be good. You pass all your weights and your tires and everything mid-session, because they will remove your time if your car is not compliant. That's the risk. And they do that at the end of a session anyway, but sometimes, in these longer sessions, if you're not really sure what fuel load you're carrying, it can be risky.
Yeah.
To go to, to get pulled off the racetrack and go to impound mid-session if you don't know where those numbers are. Here's Ayrton Grimm in that number 2 CRP Racing car with Blake Korth right behind him. Those two cars have been really solid, although back at CMP, Korth was in an MX-5. Korth has 2 cars. Just like Aaron Lichty, when Lichty owned that Cayman, Korth's other car is an MX-5, and so he's decided to use the MX-5 at some of the smaller, more nimble tracks, and the larger tracks, the Cayman has got the legs.
Yeah, that makes sense. I believe Ayrton Grimm as well doing double duty once again this weekend, running in Rush, which will be coming up in a little bit. So,
Rush qualifying is next on the schedule. Grimm's car, again, they had struggled with the turbo on this all last year. Just boost leaks and just couldn't get it to stay together for a session. The car was fast, but his best finish was here last year in 3rd in race 4, I believe, in a rain race. But now, this car is really properly running where I think it should. 16-year-old Ayrton Grimm, I mean, unbelievable.
Yeah.
And he's, again, double dutying in the Rush Series. And there's Dakota in that beautiful S2000. There's something about white in an S2000 that I really enjoy, although we've gone full course yellow again for the second time this session.
Did see just before that, Scafuto was able to put in his best time of the session as well, moving up to 7. That is a black flag. Okay. So have to get some eyes on, see what all is happening.
Could very well be for an oil down or fluid on the racetrack or something. I'm told, I can't verify this, but I'm told that Blake Horth actually has a third GLTC car.
Oh, okay.
And the old NC MX-5 that Luke McGrew used to drive. So he is collecting a garage full of all of the cars that ran in the top 10. I don't know where the white one came from.
Very sentimental, apparently.
Yeah, unless, I guess it's possible that the one that he was driving was Luke's car, but I don't think he would have painted it. Maybe he did. I don't know. I'd have to ask.
Yeah. I'm sure, I mean, hey, the chat has been fantastic for keeping us up to date, and I love that little bit of information.
Yeah, they'll correct you, which is what I want, because...
That's why you have it open and I don't.
Well, you know, it's challenging on these weekends. You know, I'd like to take pride in the fact that I know so many of the drivers, and we chat during registration or during the driver photos and things like that, but there are over 220 entries this weekend, so it is really difficult to know everyone's backstory all the time, you know, so they do a great job filling us in with information. But if you're watching on the Racer Network...
debris, debris.
Out of the exit of 5.
That's a beautiful shot. There's not, I mean, there's really not a bad angle here.
No.
To be honest, it's an incredible facility. It's one of my favorite racetracks that I get to go to, for sure.
This is top 3 in the country for me.
Okay.
I think Lime Rock Park and Watkins Glen are the other 2 that belong in that category. And then you certainly can't count out Road America, but I think for what GridLife does, I think Lime Rock edges ahead of Road America just because Road America is so big that sometimes our race cars need a little more power to make it a real exciting lap. But this place rocks. This is there was the Lizard Brains podcast folks that are friends of GridLife. They had a conversation about what's the best racetrack, not necessarily the best lapping track, but what's the best course to race on in North America, and they came down to this as their top pick.
Now, does that include facilities like showers and stuff? Because I remember seeing a rating system, I think on Track Midwest, about the best showers in America when it comes to racetracks, but I agree with that rating. I definitely agree with that rating.
I think it's something about the S's and this kind of the slalom, the ski run down the hill. Everyone's single file running nose to tail, and then you've got these long straights that give you the chance to draft up, slipstream, poke out a line, and then you have a heavy braking zone and then a switchback. So it's not like you can just drive down the inside at 10A and beat them because you're going to be on the outside for 10B.
Yeah, it's a thinking track for sure. It's tough for me. I think Streets of Long Beach for me is probably one of the biggest ones, just to be in the city like that and have all the buildings. This one definitely runs, for America-wise, is probably 1 or 2 in comparison to that. And thankfully, with another series I work with, I get to go over in Europe quite a lot. I was just at Vallelunga in Italy, and the history there is incredible. But there's a little track, well, I shouldn't say little, good-sized track in Riga, Latvia called Bikaniki Chase. If you get a chance just to look at what it is, it's older, but oh man, it's stunning. They run through the woods, like the trees are right next to the track. It's a very scary facility, but it's beautiful.
I thought there's a number of tracks in the UK in particular that I think do the club circuit thing really well.
Okay.
Because they're narrow and they kind of run through trees, like there's walls and things, but then they have these really tight corners and big curbs.
Yes.
And there's something about tight racetracks, big curbs, where you have to really jump them and get aggressive that gives you kind of that touring car vibe. And I'm all for, it's easy in North America to build a track in the middle. Well, I want to say easy, but that's where they all got built, is in fields in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
But, I guess the middle of nowhere in the UK is a forest, and that tends to be a really cool backdrop.
Yeah, that's totally fair. It's tough. It's like, picking your favorite kid, right? Like, it's just
everyone's got one. You just can't share it.
Yeah, I mean, mine might be listening, so I'm not gonna pick favorites, but. Yeah, it's cool just that we even get to have that conversation about what our favorite racetrack to go to is. I mean, 16-year-old me would just be incredibly stoked that that's a conversation I even get to have. But, catch that, just tail end of that BMW was flying down on turn 12.
Yeah, we're back green now. I still have yellows displayed from race control, but there's the green flag as I say that. So we're back underway here. We've got about 15 minutes left in this session, so I think we'll see the track pick back up. There's Nathan Manning, by the way, the Toyota AE86 there in the red and black car. That car is now running a Ford EcoBoost engine.
Okay.
So a little mix and match. But Nathan has had that car around for some time. And good to have him back in the paddock. It's been a little while since we've seen him.
Yeah, Hachiroku.
And then there is Robert McDaniels in the Honda Civic. Something kind of retro cool about that that livery. It reminds me of like when McDonald's was cool on the inside. You know?
When it had pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always forget how, like I always assume you and I are the same age, and I forget that I'm a few years older than you. So I was like, wait, I don't know if he's going to get. I mean, a Pog reference last time. So
I was born in '98, so I feel like I might have missed that era.
I think you did. I think it's okay. It's okay. It was a better time.
I identify as a '90s kid, even though I was late to it. So.
Yeah. I was the beginning. I was 1990, so I'm at the very start of the '90s, and you caught up the tail end of it. You missed a lot, but it was a good time.
Yeah. Well, just ahead of McDaniels is Peter Zhang, and then Brian Tyson is just behind. So Brian Tyson's one of the other Ford Focuses. They're in shot, the JST Performance car. Glad to see a couple of more Focuses out there. I think they're great cars for tracking. Mm-hmm. You just don't see a lot of them because I don't think they're people's first choice. I think they're one of those ones that if you have one, and that's what you have to work with, it's not a bad starting platform. It's probably not the platform you go to choose immediately, though.
Well, because you're up against, like, let's just be honest, the Honda Civic, right? And it's just like that's going to be your choice between the two. But I mean, the Focuses have come down in price quite a lot, and I think there's a lot of really interesting technology that got built into them. But people immediately go towards the Civic because it's got such a history and a pedigree, and you know, you can put almost any Civic part on any Civic with little to no modification, and the aftermarket support's there. But yeah, it takes a couple of companies to really jump into to supporting a Focus and making that possible. I think there's a bit of a wave by there.
Hand signals there, but we're going to step away for just a brief moment here. We've got a long session to cover. We'll be right back right after this.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
Hit him with the shit that go like ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
Okay.
At Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta with more qualifying and practice coverage for GRIDLIFE GT and Eibach GLTC. Combined sessions here on this tight weekend at GRIDLIFE Special Stage. A little bit of drama that I'm trying to send Jackson to go find out for me. I sent him on a little mission because if you're keen-eyed, you'll note that there is a car missing from the GLTC ticker, and that is Erik Magnussen. So he came off the racetrack, went to impound. We said that if you go to impound, you could get your lap time removed.
Yeah.
And that is because you need to pass tech at all times that you're pulled for it. It is possible that he got his time deleted. I'm sending Jackson to go confirm that. But yeah, something is amiss there for sure.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. I mean, depending on what it's for. I mean, we're speculating at this point, but there may be enough time to make a correction and get back out there. But it's going to be tight. It's going to be really, really tight. So that is not a spot you want to be in.
So here's a look at your overall lap times for the session. Matan Rosenberg is the quickest out there, but note that the GLTC cars are about midfield in the GT as far as lap times are concerned. And Alex Peitz in the number 6, that car has been continuously developed. As he head down the pit lane here. There's Adam Wood once again, making his way around in the Subaru. Tom Panzarella in the 89, the Volkswagen Jetta. What a cool car this is. Good to have him back out here again.
Yeah, I love that car. It's the car that every kid draws when they're learning how to draw cars. Just the big old boxy, but I love that they kind of leaned into it as well, making it look very era spec with the kind of the enlarged bumper to get the wash off the front of it. Not the most aerodynamic car in the world, but making the best of it. It's got to be a tough decision sometimes because you want to drive something that's interesting and cool, but you also want to be competitive. And there are some drivers out here just like, hey, I love my car. It's okay if I'm mid-pack. That's fine with me. I'm just happy I'm driving something that's interesting. And there's other drivers who are like, I want the fastest vehicle here, period. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what car it is. It just has to be the fastest.
So again, just about 10 minutes left in this session, and you had made a note that there wasn't really a lot of improvement happening this late in the session. I think I could have probably expected that the quicker times would have been at the start of the session, but how many people were holding out? It looks like we basically got the entire field for both series that have now made laps. So I don't think there's anyone really holding out to suddenly surprise us at the end of the session with a provisional pole time. But we saw the risk with Erik Magnussen. If he has time to get back on track, he's going to do that.
Yeah, for sure. But then you look at somebody like an AJ Hartman who's put in 14 laps this session. Like he's just out there the whole time. At this point, he's just having fun. He's just absolutely enjoying himself. And then Eric Jensen in GT only with 1 lap, so you don't know if that's going to be some sort of mechanical or what's going on there. When we get into the TC side of things, Barbado with only 1 lap, and the juxtaposition to that is Peter Zhang with 13. So drivers are taking very different approaches at what they need to do here. So I did see a little bit of a shift in our timing there. Yeah, Justin Wingfield, 16 laps. So if you guys are really, really throwing down a lot, Chris DeLucia now sitting with 7. So I'm loving the lap counter. It's interesting to see the different strategies drivers have going into this session.
Also hear that it's Tom Panzarella's birthday, so happy birthday, and thanks to Kevin Bandy for filling me in on that. Mason Bursack, this is another driver I wanted to note because he just went to provisional pole in Eibach GLTC. He's been up in the mix, and by about 1/10 of a second over Eric Cattell. Anytime you're around Eric Cattell in qualifying, you're off to a pretty good start. Charles Spence moved up into, looks like, 4th place in GridLife GT as well. So a little bit of shuffling now. As we get to these last couple of minutes, this is when you're going to try to cool your tires down and go for maybe 1 more.
Yeah, maybe that was a strategy. A few drivers opting to put in a good time right off the bat and then just sitting out through part of the session, or just trying to check a few things or try a couple of different lines or ways to attack the track. But now it's kind of do or die for a few of these drivers, especially if they want that great qualifying spot before our first race.
And for Mason Bursack, this is the 3-liter inline 6 in this, so no crazy engine swap or anything. So this is something we've seen be successful in a car like this in the hands of Paul Darling, who won races at Lime Rock Park in a very similar machine. So I think the car's capable. The driver seems capable. Daniel Geraldo up to 4th place, right behind Ayrton Grimm, who continues to be impressive in his number 2 CRP Racing MX-5. Here's Brian Hedian, who, speaking of Ayrton Grimm, they had that coming together, a pretty spectacular incident, but everything's repaired, minus looks like the left headlight, or is that's an air intake? Never mind. That's all.
Looks 3D printed.
Yep. So that's part of the game. S2000s, we have seen them come and go. Their time in GLTC It's not gone, but there was a period where S2000s were the car to have.
That was the thing. Yeah, I would say they're waning at this point. Those cars have more or less skyrocketed in value. So to put one as a full-time race car is a heady proposition, as there's other vehicles now that have kind of more or less come in and replaced them. I think the 8.6 FRS BRZ platform has kind of been the successor, especially as more and more engine swaps have become available for them, and they've really developed as a car. And I mean, there's a ton of them, and they've come down in price quite a lot. It's nothing to pick one up now with, maybe a little damage, some dings here or there for well less than 10,000. Even the Corvettes, I was noticing, have kind of stalled in value pretty low. You can find a C6 now for less than 10,000. It's going to need some work, but you can find them.
Yep. So it turns out that the Magnuson thing might not be related to impound at all.
Okay.
So there could be an issue with him not showing. We're working on it, but his time didn't get removed. So that's just good to know. So don't worry if you're Eric Magnuson fans. But typically when one driver disappears, that's usually because they hit the good old delete button on the time. So
which we don't have. We do not have that.
I don't have that.
No.
The graphics just take a raw scoreboard export right from Orbit. So it's
Is that the program or just from the sky when you say Orbit?
The sky.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how. It's over my head.
Yeah, I thought maybe there was a program called Orbit. And I was like, oh, okay. I wanted clarification.
Yes, from the orbit.
From the cloud.
From the satellites.
Yes, from the satellites.
It does go to the internet first. So that's,
yeah.
AJ Hartman's back on the racetrack there in the number 24. Sits third right now. And this twin-turbo V6, if you're not familiar with this car and you haven't seen AJ's vehicle before, he does all of his own carbon fiber work, all of his own aero work. It is a twin-turbo V6 that is the 3.5-liter out of a Ford F-150. It is the New Edge Mustang body, or at least what started as a New Edge Mustang body, with S550. What's the new one?
S650.
650.
Yep.
Rear end. And I think it's got a gearbox out of a Shelby.
Okay.
So it's just a little bit of a conglomeration of different Ford parts.
It's the hodgepodge of his favorite bits from all of those cars. So yeah, that twin turbo V6 it's an interesting one. There's been a lot of development there. I mean, obviously the Ford GT more or less kind of built the blueprint of what that could be, and then they've had to detune that and rework that to make it an economy type of thing. So we'll see. I think there's a lot of promise in those, as well as the smaller EcoBoosts as well. The 4-cylinders. Especially now as different tuning companies have been able to unlock the tuning and development of direct injection. That might be the next big swap. We've seen a few of them come over into drifting as well, but I could see those smaller EcoBoosts becoming a really, really big swap platform now that direct injection tuning has more or less been unlocked by a lot of different companies.
All right, so we're getting to the bottom of why a couple of drivers have disappeared off our ordering. There is some issue with the timing software. It has reset. So there's a couple of cars that they're still in the timing computer. They're just not showing on the scoreboard. So we'll try to get that straight for you. But if your favorite driver's missing, it'll be okay. So
we'll make sure that everybody is represented correctly. Don't worry. We'll get that sorted.
Yeah. So and Magnuson's time. Oh, I see. Okay. So there's. I know why. It's because of the car numbers being shared across the classes. And that was Kevin from Timing sending us that information, which this makes sense because these cars don't normally share the racetrack, but that makes a lot of sense.
This is the fun part about developing your own software is there are scenarios that pop up that you kind of didn't realize could happen, but here you are.
Yeah, all good. Well, we'll sort that. I mean, this is not a very common scenario for us. We try not to combine these groups. We're just so limited by time. Mm-hmm. So... so all good. We're all squared away.
What's that? They label them by number dash class or something. But it's looking like a pretty quiet track right now.
Yeah, I think it looks like we haven't gotten a checker yet, but I'm going to call this effectively the end of the session. So why don't we do this? Let's have a look at the results, and we'll wrap things up here. We'll step away to break. There's Ryan Kristoff getting his tire pressures checked on the pit lane. But we'll wrap things here, and we'll get set for rush qualifying in just a couple of minutes' time. So last couple of cars coming across the timing and scoring. I don't think we'll see a lot of shifting and shuffling here.
No, it seems to be pretty locked in. Our best times of this session have come and gone, and we'll now get to that order and see where everybody's sitting.
So as the cars head down the hill on what was likely to be their cool-down laps, here's a look at your GRIDLIFE GT pole sitter. There's Matan Rosenberg in the number 484, top of the board there. Chris DeLucia, AJ Hartman, Haddix, and Charles Spence in the Lotus Elise inside the top 5. So really strong there. Big differentials in this field, with Rosenberg almost 2 seconds clear of Chris DeLucia. So this could be a Rosenberg weekend by the looks of times here.
Might be, yeah. AJ Hartman putting in 17 laps in that session. Wow, getting his money's worth out of that GRIDLIFE ticket.
I'd say so. And then there's Eric Jensen at a 140. Something must be amiss with Eric in the 184 for him to be down the order like that. Here's a look at your TC results, though. It looks like your pole sitter will likely be Mason Bursack. Now, as I understand it, the way the things are going to work out, it looks like Magnussen's going to be third of that group, so just ahead of Joel Morrison. So Mason Bursack should be your pole sitter. Eric Catil will start alongside him. Then behind him, it'll be Magnussen and Joel Morrison sharing the next row, and then the rest of the order, knock them all down one spot. But look at RJ Till up into 6th place, the BMW 325. Impressive.
Yeah, Blake Korth just behind him, Zachary Mortimer, Justin Wingfield, and Ryan Christoph. That'll make your, top 11, just because we have to move that in. We talked about Jeff Donati. He had a great start to it, but unfortunately couldn't keep that pace up. He dropped down towards 15, just behind Peter Zhang. And, Nicholas Barbado, I would have expected to be a little bit higher up in that, but look at the tight timings there in that 139 area. That mid-pack racing is going to be really, really interesting when we get to head-to-head action a bit later on. So that part I'm very, very excited for. I think the mid-pack is going to be what we're going to be watching as potentially Mason Bursack and Eric Catil lead out the rest of it.
Yeah, looking down the rest of the order here as times complete here. And we'll have a quick look at some highlights before we jump off to the break, and then we'll be back with GRIDLIFE Rush Series qualifying. Didn't get to see their warm-up. It was mostly red flagged this morning for an issue on course, so you didn't miss much, but we're going to cover all the rest of that coming your way in just a few moments' time. So there's the rest of your GT and TC results, and we'll wrap things up here in a moment's time. So here's a look at highlights for the GT-TC combined qualifying session. It was the Corvettes right out of the gate. Matan Rosenberg was off to a pretty early start. I think similar issue perhaps for Christian Aranha, perhaps, was why he wasn't showing up on the timing and scoring, so that should all work itself out. A lot of BMW E36s out there on track, Jacob, getting times in the early morning hours here.
Yeah, we found the first part of this session was quite busy. A lot of drivers really want to get out there, get those sessions in, and then things waned just a little bit through the middle sector. We did get a few stoppage of action, which reset the drivers. But, a couple of drivers here really packing in a ton of laps. We're, well into 17 for a few of them out there. And I think actually it looks like Matthew Ibrahim ended up putting in 18 total laps. That's our record holder for, smiles per dollar.
Well, and he's new to the car, well, at least to the car in this trim for this weekend. So Eric Catil is going to be on the front row once again. This car has been so solid. It was a front-running car here last year when he was battling Matan Rosenberg in the rain. Always fun to watch, and he'll be right in the mix. Alex Peitz, one of the 11 GLGT cars to take times here. He went 8th quick, I think, once you factor in Christian Aranha in the number 6. So here's Tom Panzarella, birthday boy in the Volkswagen Jetta. Certainly a touring car through and through with the box flares and everything. It looks the part, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely of the time, as Rush drivers now getting ready to come out.
We're going to jump to break. We'll be right back with GRIDLIFE Rush Series qualifying right after this.
Test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official tire retailer of GRIDLIFE.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS zero sugar to get me there.
Hit him with the shit that go like ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Drivers are getting set to go here in just a minute. We got a safety car making a trip around the course here, just checking things out before we turn everybody loose. And once this car rolls by the front straightaway, we'll get them on the racetrack. If you want to learn more about the GRIDLIFE Rush Series or the Rush SR machine, head on over to the Rush Auto Works website. And these are about 150 horsepower GSX motorcycle engine powered cars. They're about 1,000 cc, 1 liter engine. And they weigh about 1,250 pounds in race trim configuration. That's the minimum weight, at least. And we've seen speeds well into the 120 mile an hour range, but they're incredibly nimble and so compliant over curbs and things. So you can get very aggressive. Look at Ayrton Grimm out of the GLTC car and right into the Rush, just like he did at CMP.
Yeah, these are, to me, this is like real, you know, big people go-karts. That's what they feel like. It's just like, they seem to handle a lot like go-karts. They're a little bit more compliant, though. Like it's amazing how they don't spin out. You would expect them being so little and how aggressive they attack so much this track that they would be slipping out a lot more. But it's just not the case. They're very, very clean in their racing. And, man, it's so much fun to watch these.
Yeah, you just expect with a short wheelbase that as soon as these get sideways, they would be challenging to kind of corral back straight. But they don't seem to have a problem hanging on the limit. And we've seen a number of drivers come from the drift side of the house, Chris Forsberg, Nate Hamilton, drivers like that. They're used to driving over the limit and kind of hanging the car out there. And they can find a lot of speed that way.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of the biggest benefits of really learning how to drift is you're past the point of slip angle. The entire sport is just over slip angle. But what it means is that you learn where the grip really is in the car and where the grip release is, because we're forcing that car to go past that breaking point. So when it comes to the actual grip racing side of things, we're, as drifters, they're able to really ride that limit to a pretty crazy point. And if the car does step out, we know exactly what to do, because that's where we live.
Right. Yes, and a lot of fun to watch these guys race, and especially, the first year of these cars, or the first year of the series, there was a lot of drivers that had issues with kind of spinning under braking when you push all the weight forward on the brakes. But they have a new brake package as the last couple of years, and they've kind of redistributed the weight and the braking bias and things like that, as well as having a new suspension partner. And with that, you can just now hammer these things on the brakes, and they seem so fun to drive. I've gotten the offer to get behind the wheel of one. I haven't found a chance to actually do it. But I will one of these days, because I'd like to really feel the experience of what these are like. They start at around $45,000 to $50,000 all included. And because of their size, you can get 2 of them in a standard garage stall. I think there's someone here that's basically got like a lawnmower trailer that's got one on it.
Oh, wow.
So, you can be very efficient with your setup for the race weekend. And all the body panels come off with just a couple of clips, and it makes servicing these cars very, very easy.
I think we should do this. We get you one of these. And then we get you in a drift car as well. Yes. And then we'll, it should just be like Kyle experiences racing, right?
Yes.
Just Kyle's wild
Baby Kyle's first
racing.
day at the racetrack.
Baby Kyle's first day. That would be interesting. That would be really, really interesting.
All right, green flag for qualifying for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. They've got about 20 minutes to set down their best time. And qualifying with a 53-car field, can I continue to iterate the importance of qualifying when you have a 53-car field? You don't want to start 42nd in a field that big. You would need to be in the top 15, top 20 to even have a shot to have a top 5 in the weekend points.
Yeah, it's, there's a lot of opportunities at this track. It's quite wide in a lot of sections, and for these nimble little cars, it's going to be, I think it's going to be tough to pass in a few spots. Coming into the downhill section of 10A, 10B, I think we're going to see a lot of really bold moves in there. Even up towards 5, we'll see some cool stuff, but it's going to be a lot of this. It's going to be a lot of single file, trying to look for an opportunity. But yeah, they're already aggressive right out of the gate. We're not even warmed up yet.
This is the first timed lap, and they're already going side by side down from 5 to 6. But slipstreaming, teammates, there's a lot of teams operating here, or a lot of cars that are supported by just one team owner. So you're going to go out there, you're going to use your teammates to help you. And sometimes helping them doesn't mean pushing them. It doesn't mean giving them a draft. It just means staying out of their way sometimes. And that's a coordination that takes a little experience. So with so many cars on the racetrack, it helps if you've got some buddies in the paddock around you that are willing to coordinate that.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see if there is some strategy of hey, let's go out, you're going to give me a tow, and then, we're going to do a cool down, and then we're going to swap, and then I'm going to give you a tow. You don't know if that's the case, and it's there's so many of them out there. It can be a little confusing as to exactly who's who. And big lockup. Ooh, keep going, keep going, keep going. You got to keep moving in that gravel.
Keep it rolling. No way, unfortunately. And that is the 808 of Gabriel Nitre that has found himself stuck in the kitty litter at 10A. 3 wide into 1. That's not going to work in qualifying, guys. There's Bryce Mersberger, points leader. And with that, the full course yellow is out. They'll see that at turn 3. And we'll try to get the tow truck out there, but you saw the lockup and then the run off the end of the racetrack. That's what the gravel's there for, is to stop the car from ending up back in the racing line. But you get dug in there, you're not going anywhere.
The worst part about that gravel is you are going to be finding that in that vehicle for years. That stuff finds its way into the nooks and crannies of every car that goes into it, and you will have memories of your accident for as long as you own that car. It's quite the livery. I didn't quite catch what it was, but it looked interesting.
So the other thing is, these are not going to be representative lap times here, because I don't know that really anyone got a full lap. Maybe Ayrton Grimm did. Maybe these first couple of cars were able to get laps that were unimpeded by the car at turn 12. So Ayrton Grimm to the top of the board for now. Jordan Musser, new this weekend, up to second place.
Yeah, Bryce Mersberger, not surprised to see him up in top 3 right now.
Yeah, again, he was really solid. Won 3 of the 4 races at Carolina Motorsports Park. And it was sort of a long time coming for him, I think, between the races last year that he won and podiumed in that weren't points races. Not every round was a points round last year, but this round is. It was 3 firsts and a 9th, and he walked away from CMP with 86 points. Jalen Batley, who I have yet to see this weekend. He's supposed to be on the entry list. He was second, then Ryan Leach was third. And remember last year, Ryan Leach won the first 12 races of the season, was completely dominant up until this event. And last time out, had a little trouble and ended up 6th, 2nd, 1st, and 11th in the 4 races.
Yeah, so not maybe not the track that has worked as well with him, but I mean, that could mean that we have a big mix-up in that order, as now we're catching some eyes. These drivers stacking up as we've got that safety car out there right now, is trying to get the driver out of the kitty litter. Should be just hopefully a quick tug out of there and back to some practice and qualifying.
Safety truck is on the roll now. And if you recall for Ryan Leach, that 6th place that I mentioned in race 1, that was because of the penalty from the contact where they were basically 3 wide in each other's fenders coming to the checkers. So he could have won that race, but because of the contact, ended up receiving a 5-place penalty post-race. So the 86 car is rolling off. That's Justin Kelly. Now, Justin has a long history with Grid Life. Used to run in Eibach GLTC back in 2019 to 2021. Had a Scion FRS that he ran in a couple of different engine configurations over the years. I think the most recent config was a J-Series V6, just like the one that Joel Morrison has in his car. So it's been a while since we've seen Justin back in the paddock, giving this Rush a try. I don't know that he's definitely never raced in the Rush Series with us. Maybe he's got experience with it elsewhere in the country, but we'll see where he stacks up after all this.
Yeah, and if you are interested and maybe you don't want to bite the bullet and go right in and buy one, there's a lot of teams that have paid seats available. There's quite a few of them out there with multiple vehicles, if not entire fleets of them. So you might be able to find yourself in one of these vehicles for a weekend and get a taste of it and then see what it's like from there.
So before we get back green, we're going to step away briefly, and we'll be right back with Grid Life Rush Series qualifying right after this.
like ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
Okay.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and GridLife special stage. GridLife Rush Series qualifying on track now, finishing up a full course yellow for Gabriel Nitre off at turn 10A in the gravel on the opening fast lap of the session. We're only going to have about 10 to 12 minutes of time remaining. Now, don't worry about that white flag. There's going to be a slow-moving vehicle that is the cause for that. And there's actually a secondary reason that we are under this yellow. That is Mark Charnogorski in the 718 car. I think that is down at the... Actually, there's a third car, too, that you just pointed out to me, Jacob. But that car's down at the pit exit, so that should be easy to grab. There's another vehicle that is coming into the pits right now. That is being retrieved. It's pink. There's, you'd think that would make it easy to spot. I think that might be Hassan Ahmed in the 53. Yes. But there's a number of pink cars, and at this distance, there's no chance I'm going to read that number board. So,
your eyes are good. I don't know if they're that good, though.
No, not quite. I don't quite have telescope eyes, but you need it at a place like this when everything's so far away. You see all the drift rubber laid down from the entry to the FD arena, basically. And that's the cool thing about this is as soon as we're done, all the Formula Drift assets go on the racetrack, the starting gantry and everything. And then tomorrow morning, it'll all come back down. We'll do this all over again.
Yep.
A great amount of coordination involved in setting this up this weekend, so thanks to everyone who's involved.
Yeah, the schedule is incredibly complicated about who's where and when and all that fun stuff, but making it work, and it's a great way to cross-pollinate, drifting fans to get them involved in this and take a look at it, as well as, everybody who's racing. They get a show tonight and tomorrow night to watch, some of the best drifters in the world go head-to-head, and some drivers that are coming up in Pro Spec, which is this evening. That's kind of the feeder series.
Still behind the safety car here, and I think a couple of these issues began happening while under yellow. So I think we had the one car go off in the gravel, and then the others broke after that. So yeah, a little bit of playing whack-a-mole with the safety trucks right now. But
well, let's get them all out of the way. It's going to be pretty hectic after this, though, because all these drivers are going to know that the time is ticking down quite quickly. So I expect this first lap out to be, it's going to have to be a heater by a lot of them. So they may end up spreading out, and I think we're already seeing that. A few drivers deciding to kind of pull away from that main yellow or pack just to try and find a bit of clean air when this decides to kick off.
Yeah, that's the challenge, I think, with these big fields, is they look really impressive, but you have a lot more potential for stoppages because every time you add a car to the field, you're just adding that much percentage chance of a mistake or a mechanical issue or something of the sort. So as you said, we'll get this out of the way. They just had a morning practice, and that was pretty much red flagged immediately for another issue. So they have not had a lot of time on the racetrack, and with that comes, we haven't found all the things that are going to break yet.
Right.
I'd rather do it now than in the races, though. So let's get it out of the way. Got 4 races over the course of the weekend. The first one will be later this afternoon. And you'll see it all right here on the GridLife channels and on the Racer Network.
Seems like there's 3 kind of separate packs all going around the track right now in different groups.
And that's okay. So the way that this works here is if we deploy a safety car in anything other than a race, it works more like a Code 60 if you're familiar with international sports car racing rules. You don't have to catch the safety car if we're in a practice or a qualifying. You can keep space, you can find space, you just have to maintain basically safety car pace. So everyone kind of knows generally what that is. You just, this is a free time to basically get yourself a gap. You're just slowing down so that the safety crews can effectively clean up the issue. So that's why we don't see them bunching up, and that is intentional. Ayrton Grimm is all by his lonesome on the front straightaway while most of the field is on the backstretch.
That's not a bad call. The downside is he's going to lose the benefit of having a potential draft with somebody, but the upside is he's not going to be fighting through any traffic. He's got lots of room, lots of time, and where he's positioned as it looks like safety car not pulling off, he's not in a bad spot.
Green flag, we're back underway for GridLife Rush Series qualifying, and that ticker is going to be a revolving door
because there's only a couple of cars that have gotten representative lap times. So we're going to see a lot of shuffling here in the next few minutes. So keep your eye on it as the field storms into turn 1. And there is that the 53 of Hassan Ahmed? So maybe he wasn't the trouble car earlier. But like I said, there's a number of pink machines out there.
I do like that we're starting to see some more unique liveries in Rush, which is great, as opposed to just some body in white or some body in pink in this case. And 48,
yep. The 48 car, that is Ryan Anderson behind the wheel of that. So as he works his way down, carving through the famous Road Atlanta S's.
There's a lot of big drivers here. I saw Hosey and French all way back there. So we'll have to see what they're able to do and where they end up being positioned on track, as we'll hopefully in the next minute or so get some timing on the board and understand where everyone's going to end up lining up when it comes to our first race.
Devin Markert, and then I think that's Kyle Melnick in the number 35 headed down the hill here. Melnick making his way down the S's. Right behind him is Devin Markert in a teal and pink car. Markert has run with us in Eibach GLTC before in an S2000, so he's kind of carrying his livery over. Matt Wilson in the 188, bottom of the shot. He had some shifting issues that Jackson reported, so hopefully he's got that sorted. Looks a little slow on the run up to turn number 6.
It's interesting. I was just staring off in the distance as drivers came down around turn 12. In most of the racing we're going to see, you're not going to notice any bumps or any changes of track surface, but in these little cars, some spots in the track that have been repaved over the years seem to be throwing a bit more of a hazard than what we're going to notice with anything else. But yeah, now we're starting to hopefully see a few more of these lap times come in.
Yeah, Grimm's still the quickest of the entire field at a 134.8, but I bet we will see a couple more quicker than that. Markert got around Melnick there on the braking into turn 10. Jumping the curbs on the left and right. The curb at exit here, turn 11, that's a really gnarly one on track out. These cars could absorb a lot, but they're like 6-inch deep curbs out there. They are nasty. Ryerson Whistle up to 6th place. Does anybody jump on top of the board? No. So Grimm's first lap could stand as it is right now. Gabriel Nitrate out of the gravel and into 5th.
Wow, okay. A great turnaround there. Shows that gravel does exactly what it's supposed to do, slow down a car without damaging it. So they did a great job there. Still a few seconds off the pace, though. Really, outside of Grimm, no one's been able to put down this incredible lap. I think I just saw Leach fly by, so we'll see how that goes.
Gordon Musser, here we go. Musser, French, Hosey, Merzberger knocked Grimm down to 5th place. And Jordan in a car that was owned by John Robinson, who's not here this weekend. So Musser, his first event, sitting on provisional pole with just a couple minutes left in the session. Good place to be. There's Blair Hosey and James French in tow. These two went nose to tail a bunch of times in CMP and last year.
Right, and Grimm threw down another lap, but wasn't able to improve on that one. Is now there's Leach. That's a little bit better, a little bit closer to the pace, but still about a second off. So there's room to go here for sure.
Hosey, look at that turn in, how sharp that thing just points into turn 6 and then into 7. Get the thing slowed down to 2nd gear, then throttle up for this long run down the backstretch. Now James French is behind Blair Hosey, and look at where French is on the scoring. He's ahead, and that's likely because of that extra toe that you get in the draft in the slipstream behind. So see if he closes this gap. How powerful is that draft? And will he choose to pop out a line or stay in that toe all the way down to turn 10?
Really hanging on to it. I mean, where do you make this pass, right? You could try to go for it into 10, but it can be risky and it can throw you offline, but he's deciding to really hang on to it. So maybe close the gap as they come through 12. It's just a risky spot as they now come into view for us. Looks he's catching just a slightly tighter line through there, trying to pick up a 100th wherever he can.
And Blair Hosey, then French to the top. Exactly what I thought might happen is if Hosey runs a good lap, French is going to run that much better with that toe.
Yeah, great job there. That's some very heads-up racing of more or less pairing up with somebody that you know you're going to be very, very competitive with and then catching that draft. So great job there from French of just very smart racing, especially in a time that's going to be really, really tight.
clobbered the curbing there at turn 3. You see him just getting even more aggressive, so comfortable. James French, spoken about his experience in prototype-like machinery. He's very comfortable with cars that make downforce, and while these things don't exactly make downforce that you'd see in an LMP2, relative to their size and their weight, they make quite a bit, so they definitely stick to the road. But when you unstick them, you don't like snap around. They're very compliant, like we've talked about pretty much everywhere. But French on top of the scoring, a little bit of teammates side by side here, maybe, or not teammates. I can't quite see, not quite. That's the 9. Billingsley, I believe. Nick Billingsley.
Pressed over after turn 1. You can see how they
lock up for the 13 of Lee Kellert.
Get off onto that extra bit of track, that chicane section. It would be interesting to run these cars through there.
It would be interesting. I mean, let's run 3 courses instead of 2. Why not, right? Throw some cones up and change the direction a little bit. But I think, the famous S is, that's the chicane they use for the motorcycle racing here. But I suppose if you're running a motorcycle engine.
There you go. Took the words right out of my mouth.
It's not so out of place.
It would be interesting. You'd have to be hard on the brakes after coming up over the hill to get through there, but it could lead to some really, really interesting situations coming through there, because it is a narrower section of track as well.
Ryan Kircher up to 9th place, knocks Whistle down to 10th. Andy Vogel in the 34. He's running a new chassis this year. Said it tends to take a couple of events to really break that motor in, so expect him to continue to pick up pace throughout the year. Grimm back up to 4th. Ryan Leach knocks him down to 5th. But we're not seeing the initial pace dominance out of the 56 like we had seen in years past. The whole level of the series has risen up. And that's what happens when you put 50 of these things on track. You're going to tend to get more competition, the more of them you get.
Well, and when you're that good as well, people start watching and realizing where you're picking up time. And that's kind of the downside with being the leader for that long is you're now the example of what to do, and then you become the teaching tool for everybody else, and they pick up, especially some of these younger drivers, especially with like a Grimm. When you're that young, you can adapt so quickly. Your bad habits aren't ingrained for 5 or 10 years. They might have been ingrained for 2 months. So you can really work around them and learn a lot faster. The brain is so malleable at 16, whereas with some of the older competitors, they may have bad habits from other series.
I stopped learning things at like age 12. So
okay, yeah, I have to start moving things out. So if I'm troubled with a couple of the drivers' names, it's because I'm having to forget some grade 3 math to get them in there.
Look at Hosey and French trading the pole spot back again. Hosey went to the top of the board for a split second, then French stole it back at a 132.2. Checkered flag is out, so they will be allowed to complete this lap, but not start a new one. So French, Hosey, Musser, Leach, Merzberger, top 5.
Caught someone spinning around there. I couldn't quite catch the number. Red with a bit of white on the side. We saw yellow there, so that's going to end up shutting down a lot of laps here for anybody that was hoping to improve during this final stint.
Yeah, some smoke trailing from one of the cars down the backstretch as well. Not sure where that was from. There's a car at the exit of 1 as well. So
cars everywhere.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. And Jeff Gordon in the number 54 goes up to 32nd quick. And before we get asked the question, it's not the Jeff Gordon, but it is a Jeff Gordon.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, P32 right now in the Rush Series.
I have to call him Jeff Gordon just to clarify. I don't think he would appreciate it, though. Sorry, Jeff.
Trip Stout changing to number 3, by the way. This was the number 1 car at CMP, so he's made a number swap in case anyone's wondering. That's that white, blue, and red car. Very patriotic looking in America's 250th year. I don't know that that's what it's for, but it
You know
fits.
what? It works. The story works. We'll just lean into it. Yeah.
All right, so checkered flag is out. I think all the cars have come on through now, so it's probably time we take a look at the results, and we'll get set for our next event of the day. It just continues to roll through. Not a lot of time breaks. It is just solid all the way through. Here's a look at your results. It is going to be James French on pole for the first race later today. Rush will race once today, 3 times tomorrow. Blair Hosey, Musser, Leach, and Merzberger, your top 5. Then Grimm, Stout, Kraus, Dixon Davenport, and Grant Bourne, your top 10, Jacob.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. It's great to see Stout and Kraus kind of moving up there, as well as Davenport and Bourne. But our kind of top 7, top 6 is more or less what we were expecting. Ryan Kircher, Bosch, Vogel, Whistle. I would expect Vogel and Whistle to have been a lot higher up in this, considering what they looked like before. So not entirely sure what happened. They just got caught up in a pack and a yellow flag.
Yeah, And then Isaac Nolan in the 46 down in 20th. Brett DiGiacomo, he was the storyline at CMP, 19th place in this one. Gabriel Nitre, we saw go off early, but recovered for a 22nd. Jeremy Boysen is going to jump right back in his GT3 RS after this to go back in track battle. Adam Spence, Billingsley, Kyle Melnick, the rest of the top 30. And the last couple of cars here before we turn things over. Actually, there's 2 more pages. There's so many of these things.
So many pages. It is interesting to see drivers that did really, really well at CMP, a few of them struggling to adapt here, and that could have just been the session. But
yeah, Ellis Spezia in the 111 has run Nitro Cross before, has a rich racing background, so good to have him back with us in the paddock. He has run before. Chuck Desjardins in the number 55, down in 46, the last of the drivers that scored a time. But that is it for the Rush Series qualifying. Have a look at some of the highlights before we cut away to break in just a moment's time for GridLife Track Battle. It all starts with the cars rolling off the grid. There was Trip Stout, Ayrton Grimm. There's a number of drivers under 18 here, very young group that is jumping behind the wheel of these cars, running them at a very high level. But initially, it was a little bit of a slow start because pretty early on, after this warm-up lap, we had that issue down at 10A that kind of brought a halt to the session.
Yeah, really compressed the amount of time that these drivers had to put in those sessions, and I think that's why we saw a few of those drivers not get it the lap times they want, but yeah, they hit a weight, just not able to, tried to, thought about it, definitely went for it, but unfortunately too little too late on a car that is very low, and there are the yellows is those Rush drivers trying to keep the heat in their tires before they got back on pace.
Yeah, then Ayrton Grimm led after the restart for some time, eventually got knocked down the order by a duo between the 8 and the 191, right? Actually, here's Ryan Leach carving his way through the field. I wonder how much traffic had an impact on his performance in that as well. But here was the drivers I was mentioning. There's the 8 of Blair Hosey and then James French of the 191. They went back and forth several times, but it was French that ended up on top.
Yeah, that was a kind of a fun battle between the two, and they did a great job of keeping things tidy and more or less giving each other toes back and forth. And yeah, it was a great session and a lot of strategy that got put into this of having to use that toe around a track that is just so fast. It is very, very quick, and these cars just sitting on red line for a real long time.
We're going to step away for a brief moment and more GridLife special stage coverage right after this.
Modify our cars. We do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Welcome back to more Grid Life Track Battle action and Grid Life special stage. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens, and we're back on course for our Time Attack series. Group C is on track now, and we have had quite the morning so far with a bunch of track records broken to start the weekend. We've seen records go in street mod. We've seen records in Club TR get broken already. A couple of track mod records, at least the all-wheel drive category, got broken. So more of that coming your way here shortly. But Club SC was still just shy of breaking their class records.
Yeah, got close. Definitely got close and right on the edge of doing so, but not quite able to put all those times in. As temps rising just a little bit. We're not doing too bad when it comes to temperature here in Atlanta. 61 currently, with no chance of precipitation. I was going to say participation. Lots of participation, no precipitation.
There's a look at Javier Torres in the Unlimited Class 74 Acura Integra. He's new to us this year, and he was at CMP as well. Really cool car. Really dig the Integras. We see them now and then, and it's been a long time. I mean, what's crazy is that this car 10 years ago, or even 8 years ago when we were here last, this car would have been maybe top of the board or close to it in a bunch of categories. But the progress of time has just made Unlimited and Track Mod and Tire Tech is just such a high level now that the time difference is staggering. In Tire Tech alone, look at Falcon Club TR. Really, the class hasn't changed all that much. The Tire Tech has, and the RT660 Plus even quicker than before. So just fun to watch. Times just continue to fall as technology gets better and better.
Yeah, which makes just for better racing, but also means that there's new development in the rest of the vehicle as well, because you can throw it into a corner harder with a lot more confidence that the tire is going to be able to stick. So now you can change up what you're doing or potentially add more power, or just change the balance of the car. So the tire is the point of contact. It is our point of friction in the best possible way. So when that gets better, then racing gets better. So we love all the brands that are able to come out and help support everything that we're doing here. Means a world of difference to these drivers, as well as just the racing in general and the fans that get to experience it at home.
So Tim Lutz in the 517 Street Mod car. He is on course in that black Corvette. And you're going to note Club SC times here. Jansen, Dooling, Davidson, Lachlan. There's Rebecca Cohen in the Honda Civic Type R. That's a street class car here this weekend. We'll keep our eyes out. She's headed down the hill in the S's here. Rebecca's a great friend of Grid Life, and I was actually at her workplace earlier this week and got a chance to chat with Oscar Piastri of all people. So that was an interesting,
I saw that,
interesting Monday.
That's quite the time. Quite the time. I immediately messaged him, like, I'm not going to lie, I'm very jealous. Oh, look at that, a Nezuko on the side. If any anime fans out there know what that's all about.
And looks like Jason Davidson is in that silver and orange fit just behind her. He's currently third in this session, ahead of Lachlan now. Back up and around on the back straightaway here. So we saw a bunch of records fall in the early morning session. The temperature has climbed up a little bit.
Not a ton.
Not a ton.
Not a ton, but it might be enough.
But how do you, I mean, we certainly the temperatures come up, but the drivers also have learned a lot. So that's going to probably offset for the weather, probably just enough.
Yeah, I would think so. I think the time differential should be pretty close. You always hope as the sessions go on that experience means that we're gonna see some more records broken and some time come down. But as you said, that without the last shot at the end of the weekend, these times are very, very important. And you never know, you could have that one magical lap that happens at a strange time, and it's happened before. So everybody's just aiming for that one magical lap.
Relative newcomer here in Club TR. This is a car I haven't seen before, but full livery on it. I think it's Homahay in the number 210, currently third in the session. And remember that the fastest lap in this class, Club TR, was Peter Gramberg at a 1:36 flat. So the times have just been unbelievably fast so far here this weekend.
Yeah, that'll be a tough one, but drivers just getting warmed up. We saw this with the session earlier this morning. It took about 2 laps for them to really, really get into it and hit those flyers home. So seeing a few cars that look like they're starting to get on that pace coming around turn 12. say in the next minute 40, we'll hopefully get a couple of times that look a little bit closer to some of those records.
Nick Nazzaro on track. He was a podium sprint qualifier and podiumed at CMP just a couple of weeks ago. Here's a look at Sam Dooling as he heads down the hill. He's got Thunder Bunny Racing on the side of that car. And we got to watch him go around a little bit earlier in the day. Just continues to push the limits of what's possible in a Honda Fit and always has the best attitude, Jacob.
Yeah, fun car. I blame GridLife for single-handedly increasing the cost of fits.
Well, Jackson Lambros caught up with Sam earlier. Let's have a look.
Of the Church of the Honda Fit, Sam Dooling in the 370. It is, I don't want to say it was too sticky this morning, but I feel like the track is maybe coming our way for lap times. What are we thinking here for session 2?
I need to get a second and a half to catch these fast guys. Dude, I'm racing a minivan versus a Honda Civic. It's not an easy task, but I'm having fun.
Does it feel like it's almost a different approach because those guys are on the hunt for clean air? Does it almost feel like having a draft, having someone to work with is helpful for you?
I need a draft. This thing's an airfoil going down the track compared to them. And I'm doing the best I can, and I'm supporting the Honda Fit and the hatchback dream for all these guys out there with these cars. And I'm having the most fun, I think. So that's what we're here for.
I'm a fan of it. Sam Dooling, leader of the Church of the Fits, trying to find a couple out there, work his way forward.
The Church of the Fits.
Here we go. I smell a t-shirt.
It is a religion or a cult or whatever you want to call it, but the Club SC folks, they have the best time, the most fun, and they're doing it on the smallest budget relatively to the rest of the field. Club SC is a great place to enter Time Attack because it's a power to weight. You don't have to do a lot of modifications, but it's also a great catch-all. You've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars building your unlimited car, but you just want really good competition and are tired of throwing money at it. This is a great place to go.
Well, and as Sam said, he might be having the most fun. And really, like that's why we all got into racing in the beginning, is just to have fun with our friends. And Sam has just embodied the spirit of that. That is the core of racing. And, you know, you still try and improve yourself. And I think that's the other part that sometimes we forget, is that a lot of this is just a battle with yourself. Can I take a 10th out of my time? I may not be the fastest around the track, but I'm happy to have a weekend where I can improve my lap time. And ultimately, you can lose the race, but still win the weekend.
So he's going to head down to turn 3. Love this big curb at the apex. I mentioned it in the intro, how aggressive you can get on it if your car can handle it. The key is if you ramp it, you just sail over the top of it. You don't actually catch all the individual rumbles. So that's one way to kind of get through it. There's the 331 on the entry list. I believe this is Josh Rocaplot. He's new to GridLife competition this year in this Honda Civic, and I love these new Civics. I think they look fantastic. These Civic Type Rs, the FL5 in particular. The previous gen, a little boy racer for me, but this one has grown up a little bit. And some people think it's a little boring. I'm a big fan.
It's a good mix. It kind of has some of those smoother body lines that we saw, and like even going back to like the EG, but still a very racy looking. To me, it's like the headlights, right? The headlights still look very modern and sporty, and you know, you could take it out to a car meet and still fit in. But yeah, I agree. A little more grown up. It looks good next to a BMW or an Audi, but it also looks good next to any other Civic. So yeah, good job for Honda for not losing their roots, but definitely growing up with their audience.
So keep an eye on the times. Look how close Jansen is. 149.764.
Okay.
And their track record is a 149.526. So we are really, really close.
Tense.
And Dewey DeWitt hit me up and said the track is mighty fast right now. So he said it's loose, and loose is fast. If you've got the ability to control a car with a little wiggle in it and get that nose pointed without losing the rear, I think you're going to be in a good spot. That is disconcerting, though, if your car's not quite handling right.
Yeah. I mean, when it sits like that, that means that if not everything is hooked up the right way, that loose becomes a scary very, very quick. But coming from Dewey, if he's saying the track is loose and he's excited about it, I'm very much anticipating his session coming out, because when when he feels comfortable and when the track is compliant to how he drives, that's when we get those boogeyman laps that are just absolutely nerve-wracking, where it feels like he's going to crash at every corner.
There's Jerome Kuhuzak in the number 75 BMW. Love the color of this car. We've seen him around a number of times, but this car might be a little bit outclassed in Street GT by those Z06s and things, but he still gives everything he's got every time we see him.
Another driver just, once again, working on their racecraft and their time for the weekend. So that's the hard part with the way that classes have to get divided up, is that it's always going to benefit one vehicle or a couple of vehicles, and then other vehicles just happen to be sitting in that class because of the way that they're produced, and you might not be at as much of an advantage.
So I think that 168 car is Ryan Colasar in a Subaru BRZ. And this is running in street class, so I'm going to guess that he's got something other than a Falcon RT 660 on it, because otherwise that car would best be suited in Club TR. So that's the biggest difference between street and Club TR, is you're on the spec RT 660 plus tire in TR, and once you step up to street class, a lot more is opened up to you as far as engine modifications. But stock aero only in street, you can get pretty aggressive with it in Club TR. So a couple things you can do to the engines in street that you can't in Club TR, and things you can do to the aero in TR that you can't do in street. But Falcon Club TR was designed as a class that was really for the common track day mods. There's a lot of people in the community that have engine swapped Hondas and things because it just makes them more reliable, makes them easier to work on. And in most other time attack groups or time attack series, as soon as you change the engine, you're going to be in Unlimited or some other crazy class.
Yeah, it's a really, really fun class, and it allows for a lot of experimentation. And you know, when you start working with partners and things of that nature as well, you want to make sure that you're able to implement the parts that they produce, and it's tough. There's, as you said, in a lot of different series, it means you're going to be up into a class where you're fighting against absolutely monstrous budgets, whereas in TR, you can have a very modest budget and still have a lot of fun with the car and still put a lot of parts into it and really make it your own.
All right, let's step away for a brief moment. Group C continuing on track. We'll be right back after this.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
Hit him with the shit that go like ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Okay.
Welcome back to Road Atlanta and GridLife Special Stage, and we're on track now for the next group in GridLife Track Battle. Group B is underway, the middle group of our 75-car track battle field here this weekend.
A lot of cars.
A lot of cars. We saw a lot of track records broken in this group from the Club TR cars specifically. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Mario Moroni didn't really have a spectacular start to the weekend. He was down the order quite a ways.
Yeah, not entirely sure what all happened there. It's sometimes, especially when you're redoing something in the vehicle, you take that first session just to try and make sure everything that is sorted, or maybe you realize that something's not quite as right as you were hoping it would be.
So there's Mario, championship contender last year, the last couple of years. This EG Civic has seen so much development. He drove it all the way out to WeatherTech Raceway. Well, he didn't drive it out there, but he towed it out to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and won that event. He continues to be a dominant force when he takes this car out that direction. He did it to accumulate points to hopefully put himself in contention for the title. He did that, but then it came down to podium sprint where Evan McLaren was the driver that ended up defeating him for the title. And you'll note, top of the screen, Falcon Club TR records reset this morning in both rear-wheel drive and front-wheel drive. Peter Granberg and Evan McLaren.
Yeah, we'll see, as we talked about in the previous session in Group C, it's going to be interesting to see if there is going to be a massive improvement during this. We heard from Dewey that the track is getting loose, and yeah, it'll be, I don't know. I still think just getting the more experience and getting the confidence around this track is enough to offset the 8 degrees we've gone up in temp.
There's Mark Johnson in the Honda Civic that is running in unlimited street class record. Who is it this time? And it's going to be Willem Dries in the front wheel drive sub-config there. 137.352 is going to be the new track record this weekend. So that previous lap time was held by, this last year, it was a 137.563. So he's gone 2 seconds or 0.2 of a second faster than he did last season.
Wow. That's still a pickup. There you go. See? Experience. Don't worry about the temp. Everyone's so caught up about, it's the coldest of the morning. I'm just saying, you get the experience out there, you're looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think the experience is definitely helping a lot. And again, I think we'll continue to see times fall here and there.
I'm all right with that. Keeps us on our toes, keeps us talking about some fun stuff. Seen a few more cars passing by. This grid seems to be spread out a lot more than their morning session as well. There's a lot of open space between vehicles. I'm not sure if we've got everybody out on track.
Oh, what was this one? This was another track record, 35.565. That was for
too.
Peter Graham. 35? Oh. I didn't even, it took me a second for that to even register in my brain. We're almost 2 seconds faster than we were last year. And who this time? Bryant is also going to go quicker than the track record in rear-wheel drive this morning. And out another one, Evan McLaren resetting it again in front-wheel drive in the 514. A 136.755. So they're just playing whack-a-mole. And how about this one? Kevin Vu in front-wheel drive. This is better again from this morning. So we're not only is just one drive, seriously, Mario Moroni breaking the record again from earlier today.
You want to just wait a second?
Yeah, we should just give it a minute. When I designed the graphic, I designed it intentionally to allow more than one at a time because I figured we would end up with this scenario. But the only thing it needs to improve on is once the record's set in this session, it needs to reference that new time rather than the time from earlier. But here's Sean Bassett, new livery on board.
Yeah, looks good. Big Viper on the side.
Doesn't sound like it's getting a lot of drive out of turn 5, though.
No, or you pulled out of it, not sure. Slip back in behind. Great looking car, though.
Yeah, it is super cool. There's Kevin Vu in the number 18. This is the right-hand drive Integra, which I think is actually not a bad configuration here to be on the right-hand side because this track primarily goes to the right. You can really place yourself up over the curbs and things. Peter Granberg, a 134.944. I don't even understand how this is possible given the times that we've had here in the past. Now, I know last year we had a lot of rain, so there's only 1 or 2 good sessions, so we really didn't see the potential of a Club TR car here in the modern era. Club TR didn't exist the last time that we ran in 2019.
Okay.
So,
Here we go.
Bryant again up even quicker still. And then we're going to see this every lap, I think, for this whole session. This is just incredible.
Yep.
So I think what we're just learning is that there was so much time left on the board from last year that they're just getting all that they can have this year.
Yeah, for sure. And as we talked about, with that rain, it would have washed away any rubber that was put into the track. It would have been tough. Another record.
Come on. Will Dries, look at this.
Well, let's see how many you can stack up with your new graphic.
Yeah, it'll go down the whole screen if we want it to. But I mean, this is just impressive. Now, it's still referencing the track record from this morning, so the track record at the top will only update after the session results are officially finalized. We don't want to give you the credit for it until you pass impound. Every time a track record is broken, you will go to impound. And,
good luck, guys.
Yeah.
That's going to be a busy spot today.
So...
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Crazy. And Will Drees pushing the limits in that front-wheel drive car. Pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Kuhn's it's in 135.432 in street right now. But yeah, Granberg, Maroney, McLaren, this is wild. Sean Bassett right now, got eyes on him. Second, but that's I mean, not the most competitive time sitting in Group B here for Unlimited, but I mean, arguably one of the best looking cars we've got out on track right now. One of the most unique, that's for sure. Any car with a gigantic rear wing is immediately going to gain points in my books.
Sean heading down the hill here in the 269 and on the brakes here. I'm not sure what else has changed. It might just be a new wrap on the car here. But should be pulling double duty. I don't know if he has the GT car with him because he's registered for both, but he has a 350Z that's geared up for that.
Doesn't quite seem to be getting on power the way that I feel like it should. Now he's bumped himself back up into first now with a 137. It's a bit off the total pace for Unlimited, but a very, very solid run for Sean Bassett. Another record coming down in Flavin, 199 car with a 137.572. So times continue to tumble down.
The Toyo Proxazar, which again, as we mentioned earlier, is the spec tire for the GRIDLIFE GT category. And there's the track records we're chasing in Unlimited. We haven't quite gotten close to them yet, and we could in the later Group A session, which will have Mike Dussault probably chasing the rear-wheel drive Unlimited. The front-wheel drive one's going to be so hard to get to. Will I Young's time in his Civic from 2019.
Yeah.
That is an incredible lap time. Although, Jimmy Rock, who knows? That car has been breaking records here and there. But it's rare that we go to a racetrack that we have a record stand more than 3 or 4 years. And granted, we had a several-year hiatus from this track, but still, for Will's record to stand 7 years later is very impressive.
Yeah, but I mean, for people that are kind of new to this, the Will era was incredible. Like, it seemed like every race, as long as everything held up, and sometimes, he was braking coming across the finish line, that car was just epic and really did ride the line of what was physically possible with the parts available at the time. Crazy time.
Nick Hendricks in Street GT in the 364 car. And Nick is going up against a pretty stout group of Z06 Corvettes. Luis Zendejas. We've got, we will have Luke McGrew out on track as well. Nick's best lap time of 1:33.307. So perhaps a little bit more time to go to be at the very pointy end of that class. And you see right now he's leading of the cars that have been on the racetrack. Should also note the number 88, by the way. That's David Wilkes behind the wheel. It was supposed to be Matt Bowers. Now, Matt had to fly back home this morning because his mom Linda's not doing so well. So praying for Linda right now as Matthew went home to tend to family matters. So David Wilkes has jumped in to drive his car here this weekend. So best wishes over to the Bowers family as we watch Hendricks head up the back straightaway.
Yeah, taking that first spot there in Street GT, at least for the time being. Nick Hendricks, 7-liter V8.
That's a big boy under there.
It's a lot of displacement.
Yeah, and you have a lot of displacement and not a lot of aero on these cars. They are very slippery machines, but again, in the high-speed S's and things like that, these can be a little unruly. So consider that you're tire limited and you're aero limited, and you're really just piloting a missile down these straightaways. There's John Kilgore back on track. We got a glance at this car this morning, I think on his cool-down lap. Still kind of coming to grips with the GRIDLIFE formats and things, and throwing him for a little bit of a loop because his first event was done in the podium sprint format, where after you, are outside the top 5 before podium sprint, you are knocked off the board and you don't get to finish the weekend. But as we see a new Club TR record, please tell me it's Peter Granberg. No, Patrick Harvey drops below the time from earlier today. Jeremy Bailey will do the same, and we'll add to the list again, Kevin Vu, again, improving his own time. John Kilgore, though, now with this format, given that we have 6 heats, your best time of the weekend, even if it's the last session, is your fastest. So we'll see where he lands. Dai Yoshihara's out on track again as well in the Subimods 861. That has been a car that I expect to continue to climb up the board as Dai comes to grips with it this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. And we noticed that he was kind of in a strange placement in his original session, but now seems to be finding that fresh air and really coming to terms with that car. So I do expect maybe, I mean, he should have enough time here for at least one really, really good lap. So we may see him drop even further down and break below, potentially even below the 134.
So it looks like we might be wrapping up Group B here, and I think we'll have Group A on track in just a moment's time. Fist out the window for John. And then we'll get the really fast stuff out on track. We don't want to miss it, so we're going to step away, and we'll bring you more Grid Life coverage. Group A Time Attack, the super fast cars, coming up in just a moment.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS zero sugar to get me there.
Hit him with the shit that go like ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
Okay.
Welcome back to Road Atlanta, Group A, Time Attack on track. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gattens. Jacob, these are the fast cars. Group A, the top drivers of all of our different categories are headed out on the racetrack. Drivers like Mike Dussault, Callan Spence, Dewey DeWitt, and a whole host of others. Ooh. Luke McGrew, a little bit of smoke out of Jonathan Wheeler's 370Z there, though.
That's no bueno.
No bueno. But
hopefully it's tire smoke. Hopefully he's getting a little racy.
Yeah, I mean, these cars, some of these things have well over 800 horsepower, sometimes into the thousands, plural, in the case of Mike Dussault when he's up in the boost. So there's Dussault, then right behind him, Adam Slowinski, then Jimmy Rock, Dewey DeWitt. I think that's Jake Ertel right behind him, and then Jeremy Boysen, and again, as we're immediately under full course yellow already.
Maybe so that's what that smoke was.
Yeah,
I hope not.
And I also saw, after we went off air previously, Spence's Lotus was being pulled off the racetrack. So we're right to black flag. So, all right, well, it's over before it started.
I'm reading some lips over here, and it sounds like oil on track. So,
oh, man.
Thank you to the track staff, and thank you to my hearing damage that reading lips has become a part of my daily life.
Okay, well, yeah. So I think that was the 370 of Jonathan Wheeler.
Yeah, it's bad, real bad. We got a couple of spots here. That's not great at all.
Okay, well.
Bill is in the mail.
Yeah, I think we look forward to this Group A session because these are the fastest cars of the weekend. Now, here's Jackson just texted me, oil.
Thank you, Jackson.
It was the Wheeler 370.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's. I hope he shut it down. I mean, he's kind of he either shut it down or he got forced to shut it down real quick.
Yeah. So here's the good news, though.
Okay.
Is that unlimited cars, or they're super fast, even the really fast track mod cars, generally aren't going to do more than 1 or 2 laps. So in a 15-minute session, so long as you get a few minutes, we'll still get to see them on track just as long as we normally would, just towards the tail end of the session. And there it is. So he made it to the chicane. The question is, did it leave oil all the way to it?
Well, and if he didn't, and there is a dry spot, that means that there may be bits of metal all over the track as well.
That's the best.
Yeah, we watched 3 engines blow up yesterday in FD. So
part of it. I mean, this is an unfortunate part of the sport, right? In wheel-to-wheel racing, you have incidents and contact, and that's the unfortunate side of that. Not that you can't have mechanical failure. Well, look at this. Mac is doing great.
We're getting artsy with oil spills. Great job, guys.
Oh, man.
Oh, Prime. Love you guys
Yeah,
so
Prime
much.
is just slaying it back there. And this is a crazy schedule. They're doing an awesome job giving them the most chaotic race day ever.
Yeah.
But
great.
Mac slinging the camera down there. But point being is that in wheel-to-wheel racing, contact crashes, that's the ugly side of the sport. In time attack, you still have that, but usually it's mechanical issues. And these are home-built cars, right? There are definitely teams here that have full team support, and they've got tens or dozens of people that are helping put the car together. That's not the norm. I'd say 80% of the cars here are garage-built, and with that, you're stressing these things out for the first time ever at Road Atlanta, and you're likely going to break something.
Yeah,
sometime.
for some of them, I mean, you never want to test at the track, but unfortunately, that sometimes is the only place that you can test. I mean, don't test on race day, but it's how it is, and that's a fair bit in 2 spots, which is interesting.
Well, I'm going to silver lining.
Yep.
There's a lot of oil right there, which means there's not as much as there could be on the racetrack.
Yeah.
If it came out of the engine before he went on the road.
God, you're always the opposite. Why are they starting that up again? Why?
I don't know that they are. I think they're just putting it into gear so he can.
I don't know. I thought I saw exhaust come out of the back. So I wonder if it's a catch can that was overfilled or something like that. That's a lot for a catch can, though.
Well, while they're working on that, we'll take another step away, and we'll be right back here on Grid Life and the Racer Network. We'll see you in a sec.
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official tire retailer of GRIDLIFE.
Still under yellow here for the time being. It looks like we're trying to get engines fired here for Group A Time Attack, GRIDLIFE Track Battle. We went green and then immediately black flagged for oil down right out of the pit lane. I think we're turning them loose here, though, so we're going to try this again. I just got a note from Jackson that the 152 at Callan Spence was dripping water as well, so that's less of a big deal, but they still don't want you just spraying water everywhere just because it can be slippery. So I wonder if that was related to the issue that they had this morning, so hopefully we can find out what's going on. I know that Callan Spence and that car are really fast. It's just not quite geared up to go yet. Callan's story is really cool. We'll have more on that this weekend for you, though, if you missed it from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yeah, and I don't think he's got AC in it, so that's probably not what's going on.
Unlikely, yes.
I mean, listen, there's a few cars out here that that could still rock some air conditioning, so it's not put the baby out with the bathwater on it. So
I think we might have been able to sequester most of the oil to where Jonathan was sitting in the pit lane. So
okay,
I would, if I'm a driver out there right now, I'm absolutely going to take a moment and check my tires before I turn it loose. I was walking through the rental car garage the other day and accidentally stepped on a patch of oil.
Okay,
and I have not actually done that before.
Oh.
And it was extremely slippery.
You've never stepped on oil?
Thankfully, my Subaru engined car has not forced me to step on it yet.
You may be one of a handful of human beings.
I stopped tracking it, so that's probably why.
I can tell you don't own a diesel because if you own an old Cummins, you're stepping on oil pretty much every time you step into it.
It was just amazing how much it'll cling to surfaces, and you just can't get it to let go. So.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's
what it's for.
Yeah,
just
it's literally meant to not stick things together.
All right, so again, Mike Dussault is going to be the first car to get to the green flag. He's on the front straightaway now. Then Slowinski, Jimmy Rock are coming down the hill. Dewey DeWitt is fourth in line. Here's Mike Dussault chasing the unlimited track record. That's who we're watching now. Ferris Khartoumi's rear-wheel drive unlimited record is a 120.223. Dussault was about 4 seconds off of that this morning. I think there's plenty more time in it. Here he goes through turn 3.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. If he can keep everything tidy throughout this, he's definitely got a shot at it. Right now, everything is looking pretty good. He could get a little bit more aggressive on some of these curb sections, but he's out to be pretty clean through a lot of this track. Car slips just a touch coming out of that corner. And that little bit of a slip up might be enough to hold him back on it. He's looking good coming in.
Can't really tell if he's at full tilt right now. He looked a little tentative leaving 5, if I had to be honest, but sometimes these cars are deceiving. And no matter how you leave the corner with 1,500 plus horsepower underfoot, it almost doesn't matter.
They say slow is smooth, smooth is fast, therefore slow is fast. So it's tough. I mean, some of the best laps are the ones that may not actually be all that traumatic because you're just putting down a really, really good line. But we'll see what Mike Dussault's got as he comes now down into the 10A-B complex.
He might have enough cooling in this car to go for 2 laps.
Okay.
So we'll see what he's got available to him, but at first glance, I don't know that this is going to be that 120 that he needs to break the track record. Here he comes down the hill and across the stripe for Mike Dussault in the 1967 Camaro. That's not bad, though, a 123.1. And again, as you said, smooth is fast, and it can be deceiving.
Yeah, and it depends on the driving style, too. Like you look at like a Dewey DeWitt.
Speaking of, Dewey, new track record in street mod at a 126.515, and that was 2 seconds faster than this morning.
He called it. He did. He phoned in earlier and said, this track is it's a little loose, but yeah, I was just going to say, Dewey's a driver that enjoys an aggressive drive. He enjoys really combating the wheel, being hard on the brakes, hard on the gas all the way through. So this really falls into where he likes to drive.
Yeah, that is really impressive. And I think he'll look at the lap timer and be happy with that, but he might go another one. And he's actually gone by Adam Slowinski. Street GT, Luke McGrew, the man from West Virginia, 131.317. And that is a full second faster than last year's record that he also held. So this track is fast, and I think we're going to see records in every class and almost every drivetrain category by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, that's a race car driver name, too. That's Luke McGrew. That's
someone
who's born to race cars. There it is, Dewey DeWitt.
Yeah, so he's off now because I think he is going to be happy with the 126.5, and I don't know that they need to do much more than that.
in this session. Maybe tomorrow morning they'll have a chance to go faster. There's Cal Fortner, who is currently 3rd in class, and then Justin Peachy, who's currently 3rd in track mod. And Slowinski out in the pointy end of the field there is definitely the quickest car in class, but look at Boersma in that 33, not far behind in that front-wheel drive Civic.
No, and he's definitely got a shot to be able to clean that up, and especially, it looks like Slowinski not able to improve on that last one, so Boersma, a bit of an opportunity here to be able to chop away at some of that time and potentially take up the top spot. Boyson having his best run. We're seeing drivers now putting down their best laps, so new track mod record, another one.
It's going to be Slowinski. No, it's Boersma this time, front drive. And guess what? This is a time that beats Chris Boersma's time, who had the track record before, from 2019.
There we go.
So there's the march of progress there as Justin Peachy comes across the line, improves up to 2nd place in track mod.
Times are falling. That's a crazy Corvette, too.
It's great.
Big old exhaust out the side.
Yeah, so he's had this car for a couple of years, but it's a new livery on board at this year. It used to be red, and he's swapped over to this light blue and white car. It looks the part.
Whoa!
Big slide it in the dirt at the exit of turn 3, and he's going to knock the splitter right off that thing. And that is unfortunate. Bumped the whole front end.
Yeah, that's a donation to the grass gods for that one.
That hurts to watch. But that's the challenge of it, right?
No, you got to push hard. Definitely pushing hard, but unfortunately bit off a little bit more than he could chew and caught just a touch of understeer going through that section, and that's the way it goes. He's still on some good pace for the rest of the lap. I don't know if that's out of frustration or what.
Yeah, well,
just trying to get back.
Here's a look at it on the replay. The Prime guys are on it. Just watch. Just misses the turn in. He misses the curb, and that's all you need to miss it by. And a little slip. Adam Slowinski's going to break the record in the background, but right there just catches the front end of that drain or something over there, big clod of grass, and takes the front end with it. So that is unfortunate.
That went as well as it could have, considering, though. I mean, he caught it, so I apologize. Bit of oversteer, and then tried to steer out of it, and then caught understeer. But you're not. There's nowhere you're going to go at that point.
That actually ended the weekend for Brad Perkins at CMP. He did the same thing. We didn't catch it, but he did the same thing there. Tore the front end off it and ended his weekend, despite being one of the fastest cars to that point. Speaking of Brad Perkins, there he is. Cars repaired in the chicane. BMW M3, LS under the hood. He's up at turn 3 right now and just got to watch the turn and slip. Whoa. Big slide, and he's going to do exactly the same. He'll go right over the top of the splitter that is left in the dirt from Peachy, and I have to wonder, is there still some fluid over there?
He took the words right out of my mouth. 2 in a row in the exact same spot in a place that we knew there might have been oil. I'm not seeing it on the line, but it doesn't take a lot. And look at that, he goes over the top. Yeah.
That's a spectacular picture. And there's the full course yellow, and perhaps race control thinking the same thing we might be. So, but, you know, so here's the thing is they were on the racing line, and I thought Wheeler had pulled off to the left before then, but maybe not, and we'll see. But either way, unfortunate. Good thing Perkins got away with it that time.
Yeah.
And courtesy of Peachy doing the shoveling beforehand. So...
Thank you for mowing the grass before I decided to go.
He's just doing a little landscaping.
Yeah.
This is, again, we talk about the trials and tribulations of, and that car's now going to have some cooling
I wonder if he caught the rad.
Yeah. This racetrack is brutal. I mean, you have to say it. This is a track that is not kind to any mistakes across the board.
Back in my videography days, I ventured out to the far side of the S's, and there is a unmarked graveyard of parts back there that have flown over the wall. And it's very sobering to go back and realize that every single part was at some point attached to a vehicle. And you realize just how dangerous this track is. That is a lot of landscaping.
Yeah. Good news is turn 3 is a relatively slow area of the racetrack relative to other places.
Yeah. I'm wondering if it overheated or if there is just grass that has made its way up into the engine compartment that's now smoldering.
Yeah.
They take off what's left of that hood.
And while we're cleaning up a couple of messes around the racetrack, we'll step away. We'll be back with you for more coverage of Grid Life Track Battle in just a moment.
go like ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
Okay.
Still nursing a full course yellow at Road Atlanta. Welcome back to GridLife Special Stage and GridLife Track Battle Time Attack. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens as Brad Perkins is sitting, getting ready to go behind the tow truck here. A couple of slips and slides at turn 3 and more oil dry. And that was courtesy of Justin Peachy, who had a slip up at turn 3, tore the nose off the car, and then made it 80% of the way around the track before this happened.
Wonder if he lost an oil line or something. That might just be, I mean, they should be running water, shouldn't be any coolant. But, yeah, just interesting that is being placed there. That drive truck is super cool. I mean, you can nerd out about the equipment sometimes, but, yeah, able to drop that much of the old kitty litter and then a scrub brush right behind it. They do such a great job at this facility.
So I'd have to imagine that, you know, there was likely going to be an attempt to restart the session, but given that GT is supposed to be doing their first race now, I don't think that is likely to happen. So we'll kind of figure out what race control is going to do with this. We are running a really condensed schedule today for obvious reasons. We're in collaboration with Formula Drift this weekend, which is super fun. We got both paddocks on opposite sides of the main straight. We've got all the fans here for FD that'll get to see something different in the mornings. We've got our full course drift halftime show. We haven't even seen drift full course yet. We will after GridLife GT Race 1 in about a half-hour time.
I'll have to get you up in the booth for Pro tomorrow night.
I love that.
Yeah, show you what it's like up, I get to see your world, and I'll take you up to mine.
Yeah, I mean, and if you recall last year, we did a little bit of PA announcing up in the FD booth, which was kind of fun because we didn't have the broadcast here last year. It's a really cool perspective up there, and you really feel in it because all the fans are surrounding you. And again, to the race fans that are here this weekend, thanks for experiencing this with us. Thanks for being here. And hopefully you're enjoying both paddocks. Please feel free to check on, come on over to the far paddock that's over on the other side of the front straightaway, and all the GridLife folks will welcome you with open arms. We've got merch stands around the facility as well. We've got some really neat merch that you should definitely check out. There's some great hats, some new T-shirts. So make it happen. Check it out.
Need of a new hat, so
yeah. We'll get you taken care of.
The hair's getting long. I need a hat to hold it back.
So with that, looks like our Heat 2 is going to be complete. So we're going to step away for another moment here. By the way, in the background, sneakily, Mike Dussault went a couple seconds quicker, and he's only about a second and a half off of the unlimited rear-wheel drive record. So more on that in Heat 3 later. We'll be right back. GridLife GT Race 1 starting shortly.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
It's a special weekend for grassroots racing. Welcome to GridLife Special Stage. We're here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in collaboration with Formula Drift, about ready to go racing for the first time here this weekend. We've had qualifying for a couple of different series. We've had our Time Attack Track Battle series on the racetrack, but now it's time to go racing with GridLife GT, an 8.9 to 1 power to weight racing series that we've got about a dozen cars here for. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens. And Jacob, we've got a lot of races here this weekend because each of our 3 race series have 4 races apiece. So 12 total, and this is number 1.
Perfect. I like it. I love the addition of wheel-to-wheel with GridLife. I remember it was a big question mark about that being the next big expansion, and now even with GT added in, it's just gotten even better.
Well, Matan Rosenberg is your pole sitter by over a second in qualifying, and Jackson Lambros caught up with him before he took the grid.
Let's try that one more time. Sorry, I can English. Matan Rosenberg rolling off P1 in GT. Talk to me about that session, because that was a long one.
Yeah, so I actually just went out with the intention to do maybe 1 lap as long as there wasn't any traffic, and Joey came over the radio. He's like, you got a clear track, and so the car felt awesome. We put some new Eibach springs on for this track compared to CMP. Changed the setup a little bit with the help of Ryan Matthews, Luke, Chris Drum, a bunch of people. Kind of gave me some help for this one, telling me what I should do, and the car felt amazing. I was just in the car kind of giggling. I radioed to Joey. I was like, this car feels amazing to drive. So I was just really enjoying myself. I think I did 3 or 4 laps, and I came in and went to impound, and I'm really looking forward to driving it this weekend. So hopefully we have some good racing, and should be a good time.
Let's talk about that CMP race winner, AJ Hartman, behind you, and then obviously a very hard charger in the form of Chris DeLucia. What's it going to take to hold these guys off?
Chris showed some serious pace, especially on the starts at CMP, so I'm definitely expecting him to do the same here as well. Lap time wise, I definitely had a little bit of a cushion there from qualifying and practice, but I know these guys haven't been here in a while, and they'll come up to pace pretty quick. So, I'll try to stay out front and try to do what the car can do. I think we have a good shot here, and just hopefully everything holds together. We have fun racing, and should be a good weekend.
I'll let you strap in here. Thanks, Matan.
Thank you.
Guys.
Reigning Eibach GLTC champion Matan Rosenberg starting on pole. And while the cars are headed around the back straightaway, let's have a look at our starting lineup as we get ready to go racing for GridLife GT. As the field heads down the backstretch, Matan Rosenberg on pole alongside Chris DeLucia in the number 40 car. The 325 IS will be alongside. Then it's AJ Hartman and Eric Meadows in row number 2, followed up by Jack Haddix, who's making his first start with us. Charles Spence in the Lotus Elise starts in 6th place. Alex Peitz in the number 6 rolls off in 7th. Then Gary Wimble in the number 11 is in 8th. And then Anthony Scafuto and Jordan Wisely are in 9th and 10th. And then rounding out the field here is Eric Jensen. I think Christian Aranja is in there too, so we'll see him on track. I think he made the grid just in time with his yellow and black Corvette. So Jacob, 12 to 15 minute race. Or did he make the grid? I don't actually see him out there, do you? No, do not. Oh yeah, he is.
No,
he's
right
way in the back there. Yeah. All right, so we do have him on track. No worries there.
Just came into frame at the last second for us.
12 to 15 minute race. These are frantic. Power to weight racing. So you're going to see V8s, inline 6s, V6s, turbochargers, natural aspiration, aero, no aero, everything in between. If you want to learn more about this, head over to grid.life and learn how you can get your car into GridLife GT, GridLife's newest wheel-to-wheel class, and it continues to get stronger each and every event this year. Some newcomers here this weekend like Jack Haddix in the 330. Jacob, I'm excited for this. And Sean Bassett has made the grid there at the back.
Yeah, very, very excited for this. I think this track really, really opens up a lot of opportunities for this class. I mean, there's a ton of power that can be put down, and this is the first time we're going to see him go head-to-head here at Road Atlanta.
Green flag, and we're underway. GridLife GT Race 1. What a start by DeLucia on the outside. He's going to pull ahead of Rosenberg into turn 1, but Rosenberg later on the brakes, and he'll be side by side through the tight confines of Road Atlanta's first turn.
Yeah, thankfully everybody keeping it real clean, but Rosenberg just kind of playing a bit of a game of chicken with DeLucia. I mean, it's a very bold move. I was shocked to see DeLucia trying to make that move from the outside, but keeps it tidy and has to tuck back in underneath.
These two cars, it's like one's HO scale and one's N. It's like if you're a model railroader.
Did you just make a train
I
reference?
did. But look at this. Here comes the Lotus Elise down the hill past Jack Haddix. It's going to get tight at turn 5. Watch the curbing there. And Charles Spence is through, but here's where Haddix's car should have the legs. Rosenberg well out in front now.
Yeah, I don't expect that to change, to be honest, unless something crazy changes in that vehicle, because Rosenberg out front, he talked about how confident he was in that interview earlier on. And that is a scary thing to have, is a confident Matan Rosenberg at a track that has this many straightaways.
Yeah, and the other car to watch, Christian Aranja, started in 11th, but if he has his issue resolved, that car is mighty quick as well and was actually the dominant force for a lot of our first event at South Carolina last month. So we'll see what he can do with first couple of laps. DeLucia's not letting Rosenberg get away too much. And remember, DeLucia's car was really good on the straights at CMP.
Yep.
So long as he can keep pace with Rosenberg in the corners, I don't think that 40 is going to drop too far back, at least initially.
Well, we saw that even off the start, that he was able to almost roll him off the get-go. I think Rosenberg still had a really good start, but DeLucia's car just puts on so much power. Oh, steps it out nice and wide through 12. So he's trying to, but he's going to lose a bit of time through there, as now that first lap underway. We'll start to understand exactly what that spread looks like, as everybody now in their running order. The other one that I think is going to be interesting is going to be Hartman. We know with the amount of laps that he put down that car is totally fine at just hot running all the time. So maybe that's where he's hoping to make up with this, is knowing that the car can lay down 16 laps without a problem.
Saw a little puff of smoke out the right front tire. That's how much compression the car is under. I've actually ridden in this car with Matan at Laguna Seca, and recall back at turn 6 that he would have a big puff of smoke out the right front. That's just how low he's running the car and how much tire he's trying to fit under the Toyo Proxazar. Battle for second heating up, though. Hartman chasing DeLucia.
This is what I mean. I think Hartman's going to go for that marathon. You know, it's the tortoise and the hare right now. DeLucia's car incredibly fast. Obviously, Hartman's is as well. But just knowing how much time he put in, we see a yellow. Okay. Saw a flag in a truck. Oh. What was that? Was it Bassett?
Yeah, Bassett didn't come back around to finish the first lap, so it's possible. I don't think he got a lap in qualifying either.
I don't think so. So back to a mechanical issue there, but looks like they're free to go racing. Bassett pulled off in a good spot to be tucked back behind the wall.
Hartman's car is so different than DeLucia's. It's basically the opposite method, right? Instead of just putting a massive engine inside, he's going with the aero. So you see on that backstretch how much time DeLucia drives away from him. But then you bring him around to the first sector, and that's really where Hartman's car comes alive, and you can lean on the aerodynamics.
Hartman's car looked so stuck to the track when he came through. You could see him almost trying to force the car to step out, but it was so planted. Just little wiggles. You can watch the rear wing, and that'll give you an idea of how he's trying to move the car around, because that wing will sway just a little bit left and right.
Charles Spence in the number 9 Lotus chasing Haddix. They had that great fun. Ooh, big wiggle over the curbs. He is definitely not shy about using those rumble strips there. What a great looking car, though.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful looking car. And same thing, take a look at the gap on the front splitter, and that'll give you a really good idea as to what the car is doing and how much suspension travel he's got. He's not grinding it a bunch, but a few drivers opting for some softer springs to be able to go across some of these big rumble strips a little bit better, as well as take up the downforce that's going to be happening through some of these sections. Really plant the car.
Charles Spence again running with the Black Flag Sarcoma team. There is a yellow, actually, sector 2. And I think for Bassett's car, he's off to the right at corner exit, so it shouldn't cause us to go full course or anything, but there is a yellow over there, which means no passing into turn 7. It's not really a place you want to make a pass anyway. You want to do it going into 10, and Aranja from the back of the field past Spence in that yellow and black Corvette.
Yeah, Aranja just using all that grunt to get by. Now, Spence might be able to pick it up in a few other spots, but I have a feeling that Aranja is going to stretch the legs pretty heavily, especially as they exit through 11. He's going to do a great job of just getting on the throttle and kind of getting past that little Lotus.
And now Aranja is going to get right to the rear bumper of Jack Haddix here. We'll see if Haddix can make that BMW real wide, or if he's going to let Aranja get to the inside. He'll do the latter. And great Aaron Lichty, one of the members of our paddock, has said that the worst thing that happens by leaving someone's space is that you have a good race. And that's kind of the philosophy of racing here at GridLife, is this is all for fun at the end of the day.
Yeah, nobody wants to be going home on a trailer.
Yeah, and if you're going defensive, I mean, you have every right to do that, but, isn't passing the fun part?
yeah, and listen, if you're going to go defensive in the last lap or two. Right now, it just finds your running order, and nobody wants to go out in 3 laps in.
Yeah, and I think also folks will know that Christian didn't get a representative time in qualifying, and there's not really much point in holding up a car that you know is going to be significantly faster, but he might drive up to the podium here because he's got Meadows in sight, and then it's a long ways up to Hartman, but he might get there with 9 minutes left on the board.
Yeah, it's completely possible. He's got so much speed in that car, and with that the the big rear wing as well. He's able to pick up a decent amount of downforce through some of the higher speed sections. When we really get into the low speed corners, I mean, you're going to see that Hartman's car really comes alive through there.
Love that speed cam on the backstretch as these cars climb north of 140 miles an hour. And see a little splitter vibration there. The rub pucks getting their work out. Some of these drivers will put titanium pucks under the splitter to keep it from bottoming out and stalling. Look at how much Kirby used at the exit of 11. Aranha's on a mission. And he's got Meadows. He's going to tuck underneath at the inside of 12. That was dicey. And trouble for Haddix. He's slow at turn 12 as both Wisely and Spence have gone through.
Yeah, not entirely sure what happened there, but Arana, that was a very, very bold move to cut in on the inside there. And so we see Haddix getting past.
There's Wisely in the number 7. That is the KTM Tuners Hyundai Veloster N. This car has seen significant improvement as they continue to tweak on it. And Wisely has touring car racing experience, so he's right at home in this thing. You see him jumping that curb right at home in a front-wheel drive TC car.
Yep, just enjoying his time out there. And that front splitter really getting a workout. It's going to be paper thin by the time this lap is finished up.
And I love the grit of this team. They're all the way out of California, so they're sending these cars on nationwide journeys. And sometimes with cars that are unique like these N-Series Hyundais, they couldn't get a replacement part at Road America last year. They replaced some kind of trailing link or something with a part from Tractor Supply. You make do.
Yep. Yeah, it's necessity breeds ingenuity, that's for sure. And racing is kind of the home of necessity. So you love to hear it just to get back out there and try and throw a lap down. It looks like Matan Rosenberg really, really stretching that lead out.
Yeah, it just continues to set really solid laps. And again, this series is still young. It debuted at Gingerman Raceway Midwest Festival last year. And as time goes on, we're going to see the same competition pickup that we saw in Eibach GLTC. It's going to take a couple of years before the builds really kind of find the limit of the rules and start sticking there. But in the meantime, it's going to be fun to watch new drivers, new builds come in and figure out, how do I make a car go fast under this particular rule set?
It'd be interesting if we see a bit of a rule set change going into next year to maybe not nerf, but bring the pack a little bit closer together in a few sections. So, yeah, not entirely sure what they'll do. That's not my department.
Yeah, but there is the department for it.
Yeah.
And they do a lot of work to try to, to get ahead of the drivers. And theoretically, what's the limit and capability there? But, there are certainly a lot of young builds here, too, that will take some time. I think, admittedly, some of the drivers will say, I have a lot of testing left to do. And so it's also tricky to throw a bunch of things at a rule book before the series has really matured enough to where those changes are actually affecting the running order, and it's not just the drivers building them.
Yeah, I think that's a solid point. But every rule has a story, as they say. But right now, the big story is Matan Rosenberg just absolutely crushing everybody. 12-second gap on the first lap. I mean, there was a little bit of battling there from DeLucia and Hartman, but not really enough to justify how big that gap is. It's just Rosenberg, he's got the setup, he's got the headspace, he's feeling confident, and it's going to be a near impossible task if his running is clean.
Yeah, I think with Matan's experience, right, he was the champion of Eibach GLTC last year. So bringing that championship pedigree in a team that already knows how to get the job done in our wheel-to-wheel racing series. Contrast that to DeLucia, who's new to Grid Life as of last year. Hartman, same story there. Christian Arana has been around for a little while, but not quite as experienced in the wheel-to-wheel side as Rosenberg within our paddock. And then you've got, Meadows has been around for a while. Wimble has as well, but just different builds, different choices. DeLucia had a big tank slapper there coming down the hill.
That's going to be tough. That is going to be tough. Hopefully no damage taken, because it looks like Hartman is not letting him really go anywhere. It's kind of a back and forth. Unfortunately, we don't have the sector timings up with this race, but I bet you they're a lot closer through a few of these sections. And then DeLucia, as soon as he can stretch his legs and really put the power down, he's able to walk away a little bit from Hartman, who's got just a bunch more drag in these high-speed sections.
And you look at the best lap delta, you see about 1.5 tenths slower than DeLucia, but that's not a lot.
No, it's not a lot at all.
So, previous lap might be a different story, but there's a look at the 1993 BMW 325IS and 1999 Ford Mustang that Hartman has as DeLucia jumps onto the brakes again. This was such a new
a new build. The car was the same from last year, but it's an LS under the hood now compared to BMW engine he had last year that blew up while he had driven all the way from New York all the way to California. And mid-weekend had that engine expire, and he said, all right, no more of this. Trouble for Christian Aranja. He has come into the pit lane in the yellow and black car. And that was the vehicle running in 4th place. So that's going to promote Wisely and Meadows up a little bit further into the top 5.
He had such a good charge, and maybe just overworking that car a little bit, that could be the case. Oh, man.
Feeling some pressure perhaps from Hartman to get a little bit more aggressive on that turn 3 curb.
Yeah, DeLucia just trying to pick up time wherever he can, understanding where Hartman can pick up.
Not confidence inspiring when you have the car kind of walk around on you there. And Hartman is closing in this section. I just don't think he's got quite enough pace on the other end of the racetrack. Here's a couple of GM-powered machines, the C8 Corvette, Alex Pites, and the Z28 Camaro of Anthony Scafuto. This is a battle for 8th.
It's definitely a fun one. A little bit of a timeless battle. Corvette always kind of getting that front lead. It was always the pinnacle. You're never supposed to have a Camaro faster than a Corvette. That could never happen, but it might happen here today.
Pites has been working on this car for a while. He's tried different aero configurations and things. He had issues with the traction control at CMP. Previously was stuck in limp mode at Lime Rock Park last year. So just these newer cars, you have to figure out how the electronics are going to get along when you start modifying them beyond what they were designed to do. But look at Scafuto, a 10th of a lap better fast lap than Pites.
Yeah, looking really solid. Those new Corvettes are absolutely stunning, and the big conversation about is it still a Corvette if it's not front engine? It's still a Corvette in my books, that's for sure.
Yeah, it definitely changed the proportions of the car.
Yeah, but it was time.
You could argue that the Corvette was always supposed to be the everyman supercar.
And this is closer to that than it's ever been.
Right, and that was sort of the natural evolution over the years as technology got better, and they sort of maxed out what was possible on the front engine rear drive platform. And nowhere is that more true than watching Alan Patton, for example, take a C7 to the absolute limit. But that's, imagine that car mid-engine. I mean, you're going to go even faster. White flag looks to be out, and that means Matan Rosenberg is going to be finishing up next time by. So here he comes down the backstretch towards turn 10, and he is absolutely running away with it here.
Yeah, this is just very, very impressive that he's able to just continuously pick up almost a second per lap all the way through this race. So he's not slowing down either. Some drivers may take a moment to grab a breath and coast out parts of this, but for Rosenberg, he wants the biggest gap possible. He could basically shut the car down at this point and coast over the finish line and still be able to get the win. So it's a fantastic run, an incredible drive there from Matan Rosenberg, and it's going to be big things for him this weekend.
Matan Rosenberg wins race 1 of GridLife's special stage at Road Atlanta, and it wasn't even close. That was a pretty sizable advantage, but this is part of the deal, right? I mean, Matan's got so much experience. That car is really well set up, but he will have to pass the dyno test and the scales post-race. As always, results are provisional. Chris DeLucia comes across the stripe. Here he comes, checkered flag. Second place for him, picks up 21 points. AJ Hartman will pick up 18 in third place. And then it'll be a little more time until we see Jordan Wisely come down the hill in the KDM Tuners car in the number 7 Veloster N, and then Charles Spence in the number 9. And just a moment ago, this was Jack Haddix, and he just got into the tire bundles at the exit of turn 3. And did he get back going? He might have, yeah. Nice light tap, though. That's good. And Wisely had his own spin on the last lap of the race just a moment ago at turn 6. Did he save it? Nicely done.
That was a big save. That's really tough.
But he did end up dropping a couple of spots. That put Spence, Wimble, Wisely in 4th, 5th, and 6th. No, he didn't finish. He is stuck at turn 7 exit, unfortunately. So he will not get back to the checkers. And that is going to promote Scafuto, his teammate, past him.
Yeah, a very interesting way to wrap this out. Everyone just trying to have the best possible time that they could and move up the order, but that is not going to be the case for a few drivers who just got a little ambitious when it came to the final lap.
There's a look at your race results. Matan Rosenberg, the Vibrant Performance vehicle, he goes to the top of the board by 23 seconds. Chris DeLucia, Hartman, Spence, and Wimble, your top 5.
Yeah, that's a crazy run for Matan Rosenberg, and man, it's going to be tough to take him down. After that, Alex Pites, Scafuto, Wisely, Haddock, and Ranha, who did pull off pretty early after having an incredible charge. and then Meadows, Jensen, and Bassett. Bassett not getting out there, not completing his first lap.
Yeah, Jensen had some mechanicals at CMP. There might be something else that's causing him gremlins. Let's have a look at the highlights from the first race of the weekend for GridLife GT. And Matan Rosenberg, from the start, it looked like DeLucia might have something for him, but as soon as he got clear, he just did what Matan does best and just kept that right foot to the floor. And wow, that was a big tank slapper there for DeLucia, really trying to carry speed down the hill.
Yeah, he was trying for it. I mean, even off the go, it looked like it was going to be good. And there is Aranha, who was trying to make a pass there with Spence in tow, and there it was, and it looked good. It looked like he was going to be fighting for a top spot at this race, but unfortunately, a little bit later on, wasn't able to keep it on track, and maybe we'll get a bit of a report as to what happened on that one. And DeLucia cutting corners left and right with Hartman chasing him down in a car that seems like it was built for endurance this weekend.
That car's really well set up, seems to be good, but DeLucia's car, a rocket ship down the straightaways, good on the brakes, but only second best in this one. But he's definitely got that car running better and more consistently than it did at CMP, so he continued around to finish in second. But Matan Rosenberg, the race winner here for the first race of the weekend in GridLife's GT Series. Plenty more racing this weekend, but he picks up 25 points plus 3 for qualifying, and we'll have more right after this short break.
Every day, you trust your car with the things you care about most. At FCP Euro, we deliver you quality European car parts without compromise. What drives you is what drives us. We're driven by quality, researched and curated. Every part earns its place on our shelves. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. Driven by trust and expertise, obsessed with the details, offering the right parts, guidance, and support when you need it most. We're driven by you, keeping your European cars on the road for the last 40 years. Head to fcpeuro.com to shop quality European car parts and get 5% off your first order over $149.
Wait, hit him with the shit that go like ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
Okay.
Welcome back to GridLife Special Stage. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens, and Jacob is also announcing Formula Drift this weekend because we're here in collaboration with FD. And while there is plenty of drifting coming your way tonight and all afternoon, really, GridLife has its own drift show.
Yep.
Now, this is not competitive drift. This is just for fun. But one of the things that GridLife does different from pretty much any other organization is we do full course drift. So if you're anywhere around this racetrack, you're going to get to see drifting all over the place, including places like the S's and maybe even down in turn 6 and 7 if you're over that way. So this is going to be a cool spectacle, not for points or anything. This is just cool.
Yeah, and fun fact, the first time I ever drifted on a full racetrack was actually here at GridLife in Atlanta in 2018. So first time on a big track, that was it. So talk about a crazy way to kick things off. But there's a lot of cool faces here. I just saw Greg Bussell. I think Mike Perez just behind this driver as well in that LS swapped Supra. And, we had an absolute blast last time. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend.
Giving us the stare down there.
He's a character. I don't know if you could tell, but he's definitely a character.
That was awesome.
Lots of fun cars out here.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch, and I've got myself a little spotters guide that will help me a bit. Now, there are a number of drivers that are
Also joining us from the FD side of the paddock, it's kind of as I understand it, an invite, and a handful of those drivers are out here. I think Amanda Sorensen is registered in her 2026 BMW M3, so we should see Amanda out there on track. Chelsea DeNofa, Hertz here, T-Pain is here. I haven't seen that car on the grid just yet, but we will likely see it pretty shortly.
Drift Tour guys out here. That's awesome. Yes. Fellow Canadians from Quebec.
All right, so walk me through Road Atlanta here, because a lot of the drifting that's done here is using the FD course effectively. So the run down through the chicane, around the drift loop, and back. How is this different? I mean, this is over the course of an entire lap. How do you treat this different than just that short segment over there?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of spots that you can really have a ton of fun. Obviously, tire wear is something you have to be very cognizant of when you're drifting, as well as temperatures. A lot of the higher level builds are really only meant to run for 30 to 45 seconds. They're built to hold the RPMs for that. So you got to use a lot of the other parts of the track to be able to slow down. The other part that is interesting, so we talk about the keyhole, we talk about the S's, but to me, the coolest spot is going to be 11 into 12. I believe Riley Sexsmith was actually the first person to do it in real life, and he was quoted saying, "I did it once in Forza. I'm sure I can do it here." And he did that. Yeah, he did that in a Subaru Hawkeye STI with a 2J swap in it. So I was actually there to witness that.
This is dope. I don't know.
I don't know if we meant to do that, but I'm liking it.
This is cool. I'm on board with it, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway, Andy Sapp was that BMW 325 Ci that you saw down there. The
legend in drifting.
So that's really cool to have him here. You saw Mike Prez already. Forrest Wang is on the grid, too. So Brock Wilhelm in the kind of highlighter yellow and black Corvette. We had a great chat about different chassis when we were at CMP and how we're seeing an ebb and flow and what's common and popular. And, obviously the 240, legendary chassis in the drift world. It makes GridLife, as far as manufacturers, Nissan is the third most represented manufacturer in the GridLife paddock, and I never would have guessed that. But that's because of the drift cars.
Yeah, the 350Z, 370, 400, they're just really, really good. The VQ engines lack a little bit of power, but they're kind of reliable. Came in 3 different versions, DE, HR, and Rev Up. HR is the one everybody tries to go for. A little bit more horsepower out of it, dual intake. Just a couple of nice little upgrades with it, but the DEs are very, very common. You can't throw a ton more horsepower at them, but if you really want to get into drifting, find yourself a relatively cheap 350Z, and it's kind of all you need. You throw a bit of an angle kit into it, a seatbelt or seats and harnesses, and you can just go out and have a blast with them. And they're not going to chew through a ton of tires, and you can kind of hot lap them for an entire day. They're great.
And then, in that conversation, we went from talking about Nissan to talking about the C5 Corvette and the M3, E36 or E46. How there's T-Pain, by the way, in the Ford Mustang. But the chassis are going to ebb and flow. I think my note from watching Long Beach a couple weeks ago was the prominence of the first-generation twins, BRZ, FRS 86. Those cars are starting to get inexpensive enough that they become a good Lego to start building off of.
Yeah, there's a few things that make them really, really great to drift. One is the availability of swap kits for them. Whatever engine you want to put into it, somebody makes a kit for it. You can very easily fit a wide range of transmissions through the tunnel. And the other part is in drifting, we run a lot of quick change rear ends, so you can really get the gearing right. And same thing, there's a lot of kits to be able to swap in whatever rear end you want into the back. So that's the big thing for us, is how easy can we Lego this together.
The famous Road Atlanta S's, you're going to see drifting on them in just a moment's time. We'll be right back after this.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS zero sugar to get me there.
Wait, hit him with the shit that go like ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
Okay.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Still getting set up for our full course drift here on track, so you haven't missed a thing. If you're watching on the GridLife's channels, hello to you. And if you're on the Racer Network, you are in store for a full weekend of action between GridLife and Formula Drift. So pleasure to have you on board with us. You can watch GridLife all season long on GridLife's channels and on the Racer Network. So wherever you're watching, you got us live and free all year long. So Jacob, you were mentioning on the entry list that there's a whole bunch of people that you know. There's a whole bunch of people that have joined us from the Formula Drift paddock, have joined us from the GridLife paddock. But again, we're going to see trains of cars heading down the hill here in a moment. What's the etiquette like if you haven't gone on someone's door before? I assume that you're going to want to talk about it beforehand.
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, so that's good. That's a great question. Good, great job, man. So there's a few different etiquette pieces. Usually, if you know of each other enough, you can kind of get in there. You'll usually kind of, if you're in a point like a staging lane, you'll throw fingers out the window, right? So if you want to go solo, you're just throwing one finger out the window. You might throw like 2 or 3 and flash your fingers around, and that means like, I don't care who's behind me, just go for it. And then everyone will kind of take a look, and they'll throw their hands out the window and indicate how many drivers they're comfortable with. And then you'll see everybody kind of flash them again to confirm, okay, it's 3, everyone's good with 3, okay, we're good with 3. So there's a lot of hand signals that way. Realistically, if you don't know the driver, you shouldn't be like really trying to door them. But there's some respect that's there where, if you're all pros, there's a good chance you can really get up on somebody. And sometimes you're just talking to the start line person. So there's a bit of feeling out. There's like the official etiquette and there's the unofficial etiquette with it. But yeah, it's when you get into these party situations, though, sometimes you get a little antsy, you get kind of excited, and you start to really, really catch up on somebody. So, but you also don't know what that person's going to do or how their car's running and things of that nature.
Well, I know why we're on this hold. There is definitely oil somewhere, and that's why we are still waiting. There he is.
Oh, okay.
Prime giving us the views. This is all the way on turn 6 and 7. So this is on the far end of the racetrack here. And, one of the things I learned pretty early on in doing, my amateur drift coverage is that drift cars need a lot of grip, which might, to some, people that are not familiar with it, make no sense because they're driving sideways and they look out of control. But in reality, you need to be very gripped up, and oil, water, anything like that on the racetrack makes a mess of it.
Yeah. There's a fair bit of grip that's involved, and what's kind of interesting is when you're drifting, when you've got the wheels spinning, the higher the differential between your front wheel speed and your rear wheel speed doesn't mean you're going faster. It actually means you're going slower because you're not actually making that much contact with the ground. So to speed up in drift, you actually come off throttle. It's very counterintuitive. So it's, that's a very bold simplification of how drifting works, but yeah, it can be very counterintuitive for somebody that comes from different forms of racing. So if you're trying to regain proximity, you'll come off throttle just a little bit to do that. Just depending. If a car's really gripped up at the pro level, they're riding kind of a perfect line of still spinning the wheels while also making a lot of grip. So they can do it by getting on throttle, but there's such a massive difference in the way that a quote-unquote party car is set up in a pro level car. It's an incredibly complex mechanic when you're setting up these cars.
You drift a Cybertruck?
I mean, in theory, if you can just power the rear wheels. Funny enough, the Tesla Model 3s have started to become pretty popular.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I want to hear more about that this weekend. That'll be fun.
It's pretty cool to see how far those have come, and they've come down in price a lot.
All right, engines are fired. Finally, GRIDLIFE Drift, full course drift is on track. If you're trackside with us, find a spot to watch. This is going to be a spectacle that you'll see a number of times this weekend, but you're not going to want to miss it. As they head down the hill, they're getting a little set up, going to test things out, feel out the track. This is the first time that just our drivers, not the FD drivers obviously, but just our drivers have been on the course, so they need to get a lay of the land, figure out where the track goes.
Some of them you may see a few of them that have been here before. As I say that, a few cars already deciding to sling it out. So we get comfortable really, really quick when it comes to drifting. I mean, the level of car control that these drivers have is pretty incredible. So, and a few of them have driven here a few times, so they're more or less used to it.
I mean, this looks like we're about to do a wheel-to-wheel race. There's 20, 30 of these cars on track now.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's get sent into turn 6, and they're going to go around the outside of the oil dry there. But where it's really going to get fun is down in 10A, 10B. And I think the drift loop, when we run this, we tend to run it track direction. So we'll enter on the side closest to 10B, and you exit on the side near the bridge.
Yeah, which is the original way that it was set up when they paved that loop, specifically for Formula Drift back in 2005, I believe it was, or it might have been a bit earlier than that. Yeah, it's essentially built for that specific section. When we run this in competition, they actually go past that first entry point and then loop back around. Although there is some talks about bringing back the old school layout of it. Originally, they ran that old school layout because the cars weren't in a place that they could extend that far. Now we're definitely at that point, but they're like, hey, let's make it hard again. Let's make them shore up sooner and see what that looks like.
Yeah, so we're going to do staging still where we typically would for FD. So we're going to see Nick Swan out there lining everybody up. So, they're not just going to be blasting necessarily straight down to turn 10A without at least coming to a stop first, but the full track is open to them, so we'll see everyone break loose here in just a moment's time. Nick lining them up. That green car that is that's Sebastian's Sueza. Is that how to say that name? Let's roll with it.
Yeah.
In the 95 240SX, that's the car second in line in the middle lane.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of those, and they might have this broken up between. Sometimes we'll break it up between single run, tandem, and then like a pro line, and then that way, the pro drivers can all more or less drive together because they're going to have a pretty crazy pace that a stock or a stock-ish drift car just cannot keep up with. So at the pro level, they're all well into 1,000 horsepower. It's very common to be well above 1,000 horsepower. We've seen them as high as 14. So they can get some pretty crazy.
Look at that field, Jacob.
Yeah, big mix there. Big mix of current and post pros, and I believe these are a bunch of the top garage drivers. And there's an HGK. That's a carbon Kevlar BMW at the back of that. The whole car is built out that way from a company based out of Latvia.
Turn them loose. Full course drift for GRIDLIFE underway.
Big tandem train to kick things off. So if you're the lead driver here, you want to go as wide as you possibly can because as you stack cars up, it kind of shallows as you go. And we are going to lose sight of them very, very quick as they transition back out, and they'll head under that bridge and start to make their way back around. You might see a few drivers opt to skip the keyhole to just absolutely fire it over 11. And the best of the best can actually go the entire hill completely sideways. And what I love right now is we've got some eyes on some of the staff here, and just the look in people's eyes when they see drifting. I mean, I still get the same thing, and I've watched this for thousands of hours. I still get giddy every time.
It's just such a spectacle, right? I mean, and we're going to get to see that again too on the other side of the racetrack, but the drift loop is also alarming because we haven't seen anyone use the drift loop yet today. I was like, where are they going for a second? Because they're just shooting across the camera shot there, but there's a look at that loop.
Is it ever used in any other racing?
Stack up. There was a couple cars that got backed into each other there at the exit of the loop, but to answer your question, I haven't seen it used in wheel-to-wheel racing.
Okay. I'm just curious. I don't know if they ever adapted it for something else. It could be interesting. It'd definitely be a very interesting way to run the track.
It really would be. I think it would, I don't know. It would certainly. Woof.
Yeah, well, that's pretty commonplace. Yellow flags are a suggestion for most drift cars, as much as the track staff may hate me saying that out loud.
Well, I mean, you mentioned that everyone's got really good car control, so when everyone's so skilled at placing their car exactly where they want it, you can get a little braver.
Mm-hmm.
But
that looks like might be hurt. That's pulled off to the side. We've got a few cars.
There's a fire there, so they're going to have to attend to that pretty quickly. And Oh, man, it was
That's
out
a
the
good
rear
one.
glass. So that's no fun.
Yeah, it depends on what the layout of that build is. Sometimes they've got, that's a good one.
I have to say, really unfortunate scenario, but also really wicked camera shot. To
Yeah, that's the hard part. Now, all the drivers are going to carry fire extinguishers, sometimes several, as you can see there.
Yep.
It sounds weird, but drifters are really good at putting out fires. Because it happens a lot.
That checks out.
I know. It happens a lot. You got to remember, there's a lot of tire buildup that we get in our wheel wells. So if you don't clean that out, which you should, you will find that it tends to light on fire and auto combust. The Pro cars have very advanced fire suppression systems. They'll have nozzles. They'll have at least one nozzle in the engine bay, if not two, and then anywhere that there is oil containment, there'll be another nozzle, and there'll be one on the driver, and usually they'll throw one or two in the rear of the car. But looks like we're getting some flags out there.
Yeah, it looks like white for slow-moving vehicle, and they have the blackout, so we'll see if they got to do more with this car. But again, it's been a little bit start and stop today with the first runs of a lot of cars and a lot of drivers, and then the temperatures are climbing up a little bit from where they were this morning. So we're throwing a lot at a very tight schedule. We already are behind schedule, though, so
okay.
that's the other challenge, too. So
it's quite the session.
it would be really cool. Again, here's my pitch.
Okay.
I am a big fan of internal combustion engines. I am also a fan of EVs in certain contexts, but I will say this. I've never had an EV oil down a racetrack before.
No, but when EVs go wrong, they do go
really wrong. So
yeah.
okay, that's fair. That's fair.
And listen, there still is lubricated components within them. So let's not state that they're completely fluidless.
They're not. That was the interesting thing when we were working with an oil company a couple years ago. We went and got to check out some of their facilities at a race shop, and it was fascinating to me to learn about. The fluids that do exist in EVs, in things like they have transmissions.
Yep.
And you're like, I didn't know that. You don't even think about, even as a car guy, you don't necessarily think about, there is still lubrication, there's still moving parts, there's just fewer and different parts, but still kind of a fascinating thing. But anyway, unfortunate issue.
We saved them their own fire extinguishers because we did a pretty good job of that. And there is a firewall back there. So anytime that you've got oil back there, or your radiator back there, there needs to be a firewall separating in the rear. So that might be something that's different. A lot of these cars run rear radiators.
Yeah, and that was Byron Parrish's car, by the way. So he is out and all right, but quick work there by the Road Atlanta safety team.
He may go back out and drive again in the next session. I'm just going to put that out there. A fire for most cars that's the end of your weekend. For us, it's just like, oh man, another one? It's a very different car culture, that's for sure.
I think also, just the level of modifications, you're not necessarily building these things to run for 30 minutes at a time, right?
Yeah.
You're building them to be real powerful, real high performance for a minute or two.
Yeah, exactly. And it's what's been really fun to see is how parts manufacturers have had to develop for drifting because we're able to break things in ways that they've never seen before. Just with the way that we abuse a drivetrain in particular. So that's been kind of a cool thing is there's been a lot of development that have come from drifting that has made its way into other motorsports as well, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Other motorsports have influenced drifting quite a lot. So it's a great little handshake that we've got between us and every other car nerd in the world.
Yeah, I mean, just to generalize for a minute, just innovations in motorsport across the board. Think about things like the rear view mirror. That was pioneered at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Did not know that.
Back when drivers couldn't see behind them, so they'd often carry a spotter on the car with them that would look backwards and literally tell them if they had someone to watch out for coming up behind them. So someone figured out that, hey, if you don't carry around a 200-pound weight in the back seat, then you can just put a reflective piece of glass and you can see everything. And that was the invention of the rearview mirror.
It's shocking it took that long.
Well, I mean, this is probably back in the teens to 20s, right?
I know, but still, I mean, we had mirrors.
Yeah, right. I mean, but fixing it to a car, what an innovation, right? So in motorsport in general, you're problem solving and you're figuring out like what's the best way to solve this particular problem.
Yep.
And that's when you end up with things like anti-lock brakes and traction control and dual clutch transmissions. How do I shift faster?
Yep.
And all those efficiencies get passed down to the dealership, and that's why we've got cars that are such a high performance. A lot of it is driven by racing, and the manufacturers that really lean into that, seem to to really push the fact that, you know, on the racetrack they perform, and that rolls into what you're driving off the lot.
Well, I mean, the new RTRs from, you know, they're rolling off Ford factory line. They have a drift brake in them from factory. So, I mean, there's a great touch that the drifting community has been able to put into what is a quote unquote everyday vehicle. And we see drift mode, right? That's something that's fairly standard in a lot of sports cars now, which allows you to be able to kick the back end out. A lot more limited than what these cars do, but it sets up the traction control and even ABS to a point where it can keep the back end of the car out quite stably.
Yeah, and even to get nerdier about that, think about all the programming and things that go into traction control and ABS systems for something like that.
Yeah. What
things you're going to learn about how a tire reacts, right? So just all those little things that you think about in engineering.
Well, what's been fun to watch is like some of the tire developments that have come from drifting have moved over into some of the road racing stuff. Like, I think Vitor is a great example of that. Like, I remember it really coming out in FD and just shaking up so much of it. And seeing the stickers here in Time Attack is really, really cool. Because it's like, okay, well, you know, obviously there's a tire that's done well here and it's moved over there. And I've spoken to people at GT and Kenda, and they've said, like, what you guys do to a set of tires has completely changed the way that we manufacture them now, and not just for drifting, but for everything. The way that we heat cycle tires is absurd.
And tire technology, I mean, just across the board. I mentioned it in Time Attack earlier about, like, just the Falcon RT660. They have a new Falcon tire, the RT660 Plus, that is 2 seconds faster than the tire that was here last year or 2 years ago, right? So, you know, you mentioned it on the drift side. It applies to Time Attack, applies to wheel-to-wheel, the longevity. You mentioned the heat cycling, which is a big factor, especially when you're flash heating them like this.
Yeah.
You know,
there's a lot. It's super cool, and it eventually makes its way down into the consumer side of things. Carbon fiber, I think, is one of my favorite examples. Like, what was this insane space age thing is now so common in even normal road vehicles. So it's pretty wild. And now we've got the technology where you could go online and buy an entire carbon fiber building kit and start making your own aero. 3D printing. You know, I did a whole video about the history of 3D printing and how, you know, Ford had bought some of the first ever 3D printers for racing. And we saw it earlier on with, I can't remember whose vehicle it is, but S2000 with a 3D printed headlight. We see 3D printing and drifting all the time. I'm a big 3D printing nerd, so.
I think they're the Venn diagram of like nerds of a niche thing. And car people, it seems to be a fairly large overlap there.
Yes, and apparently trains.
Hey, look, I'm just saying, if you think 800 horsepower is cool, let's try 4,400 and get back to that.
That's a solid point. And with steam, you know.
Well, I mean, look, here, I'll throw some more train trivia in here for you.
Let's do it.
So diesel electric engines, all the engines that you see running around, they're a diesel generator powering a massive alternator and then electric motors to the wheels. I believe there was a concept with Mazda where they had considered, I don't know that it's a thing or maybe it's a future thing, where they had a tiny, like, 1 liter
rotary
Wankel engine powering basically an inverter.
I believe that's the CX-90.
Is that maybe it is a thing? I don't know, but like that's the same concept, and I think that's cool too.
Yeah, there's a company right now out of the west coast of Canada that's doing that with diesel trucks, where you replace your transmission with a generator, so your Cummins or your Power Stroke or whatever literally just idles all day.
Right.
And it runs through an electric, and that's all you need.
And it's, you know, from a pure performance perspective, I've had this chat with Chris Stewart, co-founder of GridLife, a lot, that electric propulsion is perhaps the most efficient and best way to get power to the ground, because you've got that instant torque and so on and so forth. But how you generate the power to provide that electric impulse, that's the part
that we're working on.
And I think that's where all the drama is, right?
Yeah.
So certainly electric propulsion might be the future, but how it's actually powered is still, you know, biofuels and things like that. So I don't know, just interesting conversation while we're in a delay here. We're about 10 minutes behind schedule for a small fire that has been already taken care of for Byron Parish. But we've only got really 1 lap around here. We hope to get much more than that, but again, we're working with an incredibly condensed schedule, so bear with us here. I think they're still working on cleaning up the remnants of that issue. But we've got more full course drift, twice more today. We'll have it again from 2:20 to 2:30, and then again during halftime from 7:15 to 7:45. And then we'll have it again tomorrow, so you're not going to miss it if you don't catch it now.
Well, I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we I love, thank you for everybody in the chat. Yes, we are talking about trains, and yes, I have 3D printed an airless basketball. It was a giant pain in the butt, but it was super, super cool.
Yeah, we've got, the broadcast goes from 8 to 2:30, and when you get, we've been going pretty solid, just locked in on what's on track so far. This is our first time we've really gone off script today.
Yeah,
so,
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
This is basically a podcast where we take beauty shots of an incredible facility.
What a fantastic view of that, too. I mean, just unbelievable. And Project Prime giving us all the scenes. Max flying the drones around for us again this weekend. And
you can see the racing line from drifting previous, those boxes. Yep. That's where you're aiming to go as the lead car, and the chase car is trying to get as close to the lead car as they can without hitting them. That's my elevator pitch of drifting.
It's super cool.
It's a hard sport to explain to people.
Well, I mean, it just looks awesome, and then the nuance is all the rest of the work, right? I mean,
yeah.
You can suck people in and show them how awesome it is, but then that's the following the sport is when you start to get into the details. Well, that's true of any sport, right? At first glance, it's just how, the surface level. Once you start diving into all the details, you really start to form an appreciation for how much work and effort goes into driving, building, modifying, and competing.
Yeah, it's an incredible sport, and I've been incredibly favored that I can now consider it my basically full-time career is working within drifting in a lot of different aspects. And I mean, it took me almost 15 years to get to that point, but yeah, it's great that drifting's in a place where someone can make entire careers off it. There are many drivers that's all they do. And like any type of racing, you've got those at the top that racing is their full-time thing, and those somewhere further down where they're still trying to make racing their full-time thing. And I think that goes for pretty much anybody that likes to go fast around a racetrack.
So just to let everyone know what I would think the plan is going to be. So TrackBattle Heat 3 was scheduled from 12:10 to 1 o'clock. It's now 12:23. We have a little bit of ability to kind of pull some time out of everything to kind of even things out. I'm not exactly sure what the plan will be, but I think that we're still in a state of recoverable time here as far as this delay is concerned. But I don't think we're going to get a lot of revolutions around the circuit when we get back, turn them loose here again. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they just put the cars back into the pits. I'm actually kind of shocked that they haven't already.
I was going to say the same, but again.
Maybe it could just be a safety thing. They're concerned that drifters like to not always follow the rules.
I think also, I mean, there's such limited time. There's really only well, I guess the halftime session is a half hour, but there's not a lot of time on the schedule for anybody, but we want to make sure that, the paying customers get their time on the racetrack. That's part of the deal, right? So
I don't disagree.
Whether or not you're sitting still, that's the next thing. But
yeah, we'll see how it all plays out. We just get to talk about it. And there's the glorious Mr. Nick Swan, legend in the sport. He's worked and supported many drivers over the years, and somebody that I've gotten to know quite well over the years. So hanging out with him a couple of weeks ago, and then obviously seeing him here this weekend. But he's very, very respected in the industry. He runs Grid for a lot of big events, obviously GridLife, and yeah.
I guess my question would be, because we haven't really been able to see it, is there just a massive oil cleanup or something going on that I haven't seen? Because we've been in a delay for quite some time. The issue I thought had been dealt with pretty quickly. So
yeah.
There's always people working in the background that the nameless and faceless people that we don't get to thank for keeping the racetrack safe and clear. But just haven't seen it, so that's why I'm wondering.
Always something to do.
Yeah.
Always something to do. Yeah, I'm not sure. We had the one vehicle obviously getting towed off. I thought I saw Hertz's car having to get pulled off as well.
We're going to jump to break again. We'll get that in before we get back on track because we got to get it in. So we'll be right back right after this.
go like ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
Okay.
All right, well, the racing gods weren't kind to me on the timing of that one, but we're back live drifting full course here at GridLife Special Stage, and we're going to get some in here before we turn the track back over for our next on-track action. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens. Full course drift. We had a long delay for a couple of pickups around the racetrack for some damaged, broken cars and bumpers flying, and we're going to add to the list for the track to pick up until the whole tire went goodbye on that one.
That will happen from time to time. It's both rear tires completely gone, so he is going to very slowly make his way off track. It's, people over at Drift Tours, they travel around the country and basically offer up the ability to take people out on ride-alongs for different events. Super cool way to make a living. So, yeah, great way. You just go out and drift all the time.
I feel like I've driven without rear tires in GTA like that a couple of times.
yeah. Once again, another special skill that we have as drifters to be able to get around a track purely on wheels.
No wheel drive. No tire
wheel
drive.
Anyway. Yeah. Let's see here. Good job on that train. Oh, stacking up just a little bit. So lead car's doing a good job. Could be a little bit wider through there, but then you get to catch the inside of it. Let's get that HGK car. We got I don't know if that's Michael that's going to be driving that chase car.
I think so. I think that's the case. The Hyundai that's chasing. I've ridden in that thing. That is a wild piece of machinery.
Yeah, for being so big, it is absurdly fast.
I mean, it's got so much performance. It's like I've never seen an aircraft carrier stop so fast. I mean, it is like just unbelievable how roomy that car is on the inside. How precise it can point. It's a very good handling car. Again, an EV that where the power, the batteries are all very low slung in the car.
Yeah.
So.
And we forget that Michael himself is an accomplished race car driver.
Championship winning race car driver in TC racing. So.
Yeah. There we go. See, and this is what I love. Beautiful style. That looks like Greg Bussell, one of my co-commentators. He does a fun little grid walk set of interviews over at FD. He is a character, to say the least. He keeps the energy going, that's for sure. Even on some tough days, some very, very long days, Greg is always there to make you smile. He's also a very good drifter. We tried to get some doors together in South Carolina, but it didn't quite line up the way we wanted it to.
Yeah, Greg's a good homie. Saw him last night at registration, and it's always good to see his face and
big smiles
and his energy. You just absorb it everywhere. It's spectacular. So
ages.
Yeah, we love Greg.
There's T-Pain, Mr. Boots with the fur himself, getting out there, struggling a little bit with that transition. He really loves being on throttle all the time. What he actually needs to do is just come off just a little bit on transition, let the car snap around naturally, and then get back into it, and he'd be completely sorted. But he's still learning. He's making his way. He's doing a great job. It's great to see another musical artist ambassador to the sport. So
yeah,
a few of them.
We had Jackson catch up with him at CMP, and he's so relaxed here, and that's the atmosphere we want to keep. With a guy like him around, he's just such a great ambassador, as you said, and bringing kind of mixing the music and motorsports element together, which is what GridLife is really all about, right?
Yeah.
This is sort of a unique event because we don't have the music piece here. We will at the other 3 of the other 4 events we have coming this season, the exception being Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park, where we have the car concourse as the Legends concourse as the main event of the weekend. But T-Pain's been around for a while. We love having him here.
So there's a metal singer named Will Ramos who's also very much into drifting. So I would say one of the biggest stars right now in metal is very much into drifting, and I'm thankfully become friends with him over the last couple of years. And I'm like, I need to get you and T-Pain to both drive together because I think that would be such a fun thing to show. You know, you've got this incredible, basically death metal vocalist, and then you've got T-Pain, who's a vocalist of many, many regards. I just think having them both on track would just be kind of a fun time to have those two worlds collide.
It would be. There's Prez.
Yeah.
What a cool car.
It's beautiful.
Legendary.
It's beat up. It's that thing's been on its roof. It's
been on the roof?
Yeah.
Well, what roof? He doesn't have the roof on right now.
Well, I think it was at they do an event called Drift Appalachia. I don't know if you've seen footage of that.
I have seen it. It's wild.
Shut down mountain roads and do real legal drifting. And I believe there he decided to go for a bit of a kickflip in that Supra. But he's reskinned that car more times than I can count.
Well, it's a good 30-foot car because I couldn't tell from here.
Yeah, he's done a good job of cleaning it up over the years.
So I think with that, that was all we were going to get for Drift again with that big delay. So we'll likely have to step away one more time, and we'll be back with the rest of our coverage for the day. Just for reference, for those that are just joining us, what do we have left? Track Battle Heat 3. It's the last time you're going to see Time Attack on course today. Then Eibach GLTC Race 1 at the top of the hour or close to it. Then Rush Race 1, GRIDLIFE GT Race 2, and then it's just drifting for the rest of the day. It'll be us, then FD all afternoon and evening, and then we'll have our halftime show from 7:15 to 7:45. We'll be right back with GRIDLIFE Track Battle Heat 3.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS zero sugar to get me there.
Hit him with the shit that go like ba da da, ba da da. Okay.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and GRIDLIFE Special Stage. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens, and we're back on track for the final time today for GRIDLIFE Track Battle. Now, we've got 6 heats on the weekend. This is likely not going to be the fastest conditions of the day, given that the drifters were just out on track and it's the warmest it's going to be. However, it's still an opportunity to improve your lap time. You get limited experience and limited time here, Jacob. So we saw this morning that drivers were learning, they were improving, going faster and faster. And it's still possible we could see track records broken now. I just think that you're only going to get a couple of laps because we're a little bit behind. So make a very efficient use of your time on the racetrack.
Yeah, it might be a time where you're only going to get 2, possibly 3 flyers in before you're getting packed away. But we'll see. I mean, pressure makes diamonds, and we've seen drivers given not ideal scenarios come out on top and do incredible things. So I don't know. I think the amount of time that was dropped in our second session gives me hope that the third session might be just as good.
I think you're right on the money with that.
I'm trying to be positive here, Kyle.
Yeah.
Well, the positivity is fantastic, so we love it.
I'm being a realistic optimist here. We'll see. Once again, the driver is able to get out there and just get some more lap times down and hopefully make some improvements over their time. This will be, I believe, the last session for them.
Last for the day, yep. And then we'll have 3 more tomorrow. And then the fastest lap of the weekend for any individual driver is their best time. Of course, we have 7 different classes ranging from Club SC and 25-to-1 power-to-weight ratio, things like Honda Fits and Honda Civics and things like that. Toyota Corollas that you go up to Club TR, Street GT, Street Mod, Track Mod, and Unlimited, with rules getting looser and looser the more you climb up. Speaking of Club SC, these are the cars we're going to watch here because they're the only class that is fully contained in this group, meaning that the class leaders are in this group. John Laughlin is not leading right now, but he is in the conversation in that 571 Mini Cooper. The leaders are just ahead. They're coming down the hill just under the shot. Mike Jansen and Sam Dooling are out at the pointy end at the moment.
I'll see. I mean, that gives me some hope, though, that we have the class leaders out there that says to me that they think there might be a little bit more left on the table that they can take out of these times. So, and I mean, it might just be a fair bit of the mid-pack guys just trying to jockey for a slightly better position. So a lot of things to play for here. As much as we all love and adore keeping up on track records, there is a lot more to talk about. It could just be a personal record, or just someone who might be a normal mid-pack driver, has a beautiful lap and puts it up into third. So you never know.
You know, with a schedule this tight and this many cars, the other thing that we sort of miss or don't have the ability to really dive too deep into is just all the individual builds. Anytime you see a car on screen, each one of these cars, you might see them for 30 seconds over the course of the weekend, but they have hours and days and years of event prep to get them to this point.
Great point.
And all the time, blood, sweat, tears, and all they get is 2 minutes on the show at the end of the weekend. And so it's just challenging to really tell all those stories effectively. But trust me, they're out there. If you want to know more about any individual driver, you can go to gridlife.club/watch. You can watch live timing and scoring. You can pull up an entry list for the event weekend. A spotter's guide is there, and you can also find the social media for any of these drivers that have decided to give it to us. You can find that on the entry list and spotter's guide, gridlife.club/watch.
Yeah, the new interface is incredible. I know you had a big hand in that, so great work on building that all out. I will say it makes me very jealous of your ability to create something like that, and it also allows everybody to be kept up to date on exactly what's going on. So more information, more better.
Built it to solve things I needed, and then it ended up accidentally helping everybody else, so I'll take it. Looks like Sam Dooling's to come right back into the pit lane, and so will everybody else.
Oh, now we got a few sticking out.
Exactly sure why.
I don't know if they were meant to.
Yeah, is there a black flag out or something that I'm missing?
I
don't see anything.
Hard to say.
Just got very busy on the pit entry there for a second.
A few more sticking out, so yeah, definitely a tough call to know what's going on. We got a lot of ears out there, a lot of eyes out there, but that doesn't mean we know everything.
I got an email earlier. I mispronounced a name, and I would like to fix it, so here's my opportunity. This is Homeyer. Michael Homeyer is the name, and I was just panicking because I saw the J in there, and I didn't want to do it the wrong J. So my guess was incorrect. So Michael Homeyer in the number 210 Falcon Club TR car. And from here on out, I'll remember that.
Yeah. So. Might be the hardest part of our job.
Yeah, it's always tough. Especially there's so many new names in the series, which is great. We love that. It's just the challenge arises when you've got 50 of them at one event. And then it's, you know. I have like a 70% correct first guess ratio.
If I can find out the nationality, I can usually do pretty well. That's the thing. Because you could have a name from 4 or 5 different countries, and it's completely different depending on what country. So there's a few tough ones out there. Is there any that stand out to you that you're like, I'm happy I got to nail this one?
Vitas Aronowskis.
Oh, that's pretty good. Aronowskis.
Yeah, there's probably a couple others that I could think of, but some people give me credit. I'm like, that name wasn't even really that hard. So yeah, I'll take it. I'll take the compliment. But regardless, look at that drop. This is a great perspective there, showing turn 12, wow, how much the track dives. We talked about it in the track open at the top of the show. It is such a spectacular, breathtaking piece of pavement. Here's Alexis Fragoso and the RSX. We briefly mentioned this this morning, and Chris Stewart was on a podcast a couple of weeks ago talking about the best track cars, and one of the co-hosts, I think I can't remember which of them it was, but they talked about how the RSX was their top track car.
Okay.
Of all the things.
I didn't see it. What did Chris pick?
So Chris, he was trying to take the Honda Fit to the top.
Oh, tough push.
But then it was the Honda Civic SI, and then he also put the twins in that category, and then I think the others put in E46 M3, or actually not even M3, just E46 BMW in general. Yeah. And then the C5 Corvette made that list, and they kept kind of knocking them out. It's a great podcast if you want to check it out. But it was Ron Zaris, I believe, that had the RSX as his top pick.
Did Miata make the list?
No.
It is always the answer.
No. I don't think it is anymore. I mean, I think it's a great car. I don't think you could go wrong with it.
No,
I just don't think it's the thing that you gravitate towards immediately.
They're too expensive now.
Well, I think the challenge in grid life is they don't really fit perfectly into any one category.
Not anymore.
Right. I think you certainly can build them. And I think like RX-8s are still a great choice for GLTC, stuff like that.
That's a bold statement. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a number of them, and they tend to do all right. Great chassis, and same thing with the MX-5, a fantastic chassis and a great vehicle all around. It's just, it is a hard uphill climb in some classes. I think the great place for them still, Falcon Club TR. There's a couple that are running K24 swaps, a couple 2.5s in there, and they seem to do quite well. So Mike Bryant is a great example of that. He's here this weekend. But there's Rebecca Cohen in the Street Class Civic Type R. And I think Chris's pick for the Civic was the SI, not the Type R.
Okay.
Only because it was a total consideration of everything.
Availability. Yeah. That's fair. Chris very even-headed about that.
So I believe this is the 281 of Randy Reeves, who is new to us here this weekend. And speaking of MX-5s, that's an NA generation MX-5. Climbing up the hill and currently second in this session.
After all that talk, catching a lot of curb through there.
I think he's also K24.
Okay. Car
weighs 2,500 pounds, so that's a little heavier than stock for one of these cars, but he's got some aero on there in the hard top and things, so had a little here and there. Air dam on the front.
Kind of a classic build out of that.
Yeah, that's the other thing with the NC generation MX-5s. There's a couple different bumpers to choose from, and I think finding out how to reduce drag on those has been a big mission in a class like this when power and straight line speed really are a big factor.
Yeah, a little smoother of a build out on those, but I'm a sucker for an NA. Absolute sucker for an NA Miata.
I think they're fantastic. Yeah. My uncle has like one that you would consider to be pristine in the world of NA MX-5s.
Okay.
And it's British Racing green, tan interior, all that jazz.
The head speakers. And
it's spectacular. You just love driving it everywhere, and that's what I think like the new twins are so good at, as well as it's the inexpensive raw performance, cornering performance.
Yeah, bang for your buck. They're very square wheelbase as well, which helps with that quite a lot.
This is another interesting thing about this car that I was just reminded of by the chat because Randy mentioned it last night. Randy Reeves, in the trunk of that car, has a BP4W head, an engine, in the rear trunk, using it as ballast.
Okay. I mean, if you got it hanging out, right? It's better than having to go buy weights. So that's fantastic. I mean, ballast is ballast, right? And once again, if you've got one, then go for it. Oh, headlights going up. I wonder if that's some active aero there.
We have seen drivers. I think it was intentional, where the headlights would pop open and act like
an air dam.
They had I think they had like routed tubing and stuff back there, so they could cool the brakes off.
Brake duct.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
So that's pretty neat. But checkered flag here for Group C. Just got to look at Nick Nazaro in the Subi Mods number 860. This was a podium finishing car at CMP.
Mm-hmm. He did quite well.
Subi Mods has got quite the assortment of drivers here this weekend. They've got Max Gorley running in Eibach GLTC and a BRZ, Daiyo Shihara in another WRX who's running in Street Mod as well. I think we'll see him in the next group.
Didn't see a drift car out this time. I know they had one.
Yeah, I don't think they brought the BRZ out for this event.
Yeah, he was talking about how many laps they put on that engine without a problem, which is incredible. They're really, really pushing to try and break that stereotype of the engines, which they're doing a fantastic job of because those things seem so reliable.
Yeah, he had a great weekend. You know, we actually chatted with him on the broadcast a bit, and I told him, I said, you know, you're qualified into podium sprint, right? He goes, what?
Yeah, you need to leave now.
You need to go.
Get ready. Yeah.
and because he didn't realize how well he was doing.
Yeah.
You know, so, and the street mod field wasn't weak at all at CMP, and it is, I think, even stronger this time around.
It's a big field, too.
So I heard something flapping run by the camera. So
yeah, under tray.
Something needs to be zip tied. All right, Group C is complete. We're going to jump to break for a moment. We'll be back because Group B is up next, and there's some pretty heavy hitters in that one. We'll be back in just a moment.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS zero sugar to get me there.
Shit that go like ba da da, ba da da. Okay.
Time attack continues in Grid Life Track Battle Group B. And Daiyo Shihara just a moment ago rolled off the racetrack. Peter Granberg, Mario Moroni, Mike Coons, and so many more out on the racetrack to go even faster than they did earlier this weekend. I mentioned Daiyo Shihara. We were just looking at the Nick Nazzaro Subimod's 860 Subaru running in Street Mod, but Dai, for the first time, is climbing behind the wheel of the 861 WRX STI. And he sits 6th in Street Mod after just a couple sessions with the car. There he is, headed down the hill towards 10A. And then there's Peter Granberg, the driver that has just been resetting the expectations for Falcon Club TR this weekend, down into the 134.9s in this BRZ. That is just an unbelievable lap time, almost 3 seconds faster than last year's record.
That's crazy. That's just mind-numbing how much time he's been able to pick up. I mean, a 1 second pickup year over year is crazy, but going that far into it is just wild.
Yeah, first lap of this session, though, at a 36.1, so slowed up a little bit. Who knows if that's all he's got, though. He's going to go around for another lap right out to the edge of the curbing. That's commitment right there.
Yeah, that's scary, too, because if that car at any point decides to step out or understeer, it is going to be a very, very long day of looking at a broken race car.
And this is Daiyo Shihara, who you see chasing it a little bit down the hill, right behind Sean Bassett in the Z.
This is interesting.
little bit of an awkward bounce over the curbing there on corner exit. Also a little bit of a different challenge when you're driving someone else's car always, right? Instead of being responsible for just the thing that you built, you're responsible for what someone else built. And that can sort of adjust how aggressive you are.
I would think it makes you more aggressive.
You think?
Yeah, I really do. I've seen it a lot in drivers that move into a paid seat as opposed to a vehicle that they're building themselves. Because you don't truly appreciate how much effort goes into a vehicle unless you've built it yourself. So to me, when you're driving someone else's car, especially if you are a true race car driver, you forget that it's not yours, but you also don't have any idea how much effort went into it. So you're there to beat the heck out of it. And the only way you're going to get the fastest line is if you have no mechanical sympathy. That's it.
I think what helps is when a guy like Nick Nazzaro says, Di, well, I've been trusting you with this car. We're hiring you to do this. We know how good you are. That adds a little bit of amperage to the whole equation too, right? Because, it's not like Di's here because someone else can't be. He was specifically chosen by Nick Nazzaro to drive the Subimods machine. So that probably has to add to the confidence level just a little bit. Who broke a record now? Mario Moroni, front-wheel drive record. And, wow, look at this. Here comes McLaren and Bailey. Jeremy Bailey just reset the rear-wheel drive record. Evan McLaren just reset the front-wheel drive Club TR record. 4 on the screen. How many do you want?
There you go. I mean, all the concern about it getting warmer, I think, just went completely out the window. So just getting the time in on this track and getting that confidence to be able to push a little bit harder, it's coming up in spades at this point.
Yeah, so basically where that leveled out is all those cars that you just saw broke the previous records from that were set last session. So McLaren is now the front-wheel drive record holder again, and now Jeremy Bailey has launched ahead of Peter Granberg. Now this is interesting because Bailey and Granberg are both in BRZs, but Peter Granberg's is a K24 Honda engine car, and Bailey's is an FA24 out of a contemporary BRZ. So there's a boxer versus an inline 4, even though they're in the same class and same chassis.
Yeah. I mean, there may be. It's so hard. I mean, there's obviously an advantage to the boxer keeping the weight a little bit lower down, having that width to it. Some may argue having opposing, cylinders provides more stability throughout the corners. I don't know. I'm not a good enough driver to be able to account for that. But there's an argument to be made there. But the K-swaps are interesting. They're more and more popular, and you're making a ton of power with them.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing is that the FA24 is an engine that is still sort of proving itself in the Grid Life paddock. And here we go again. Who is it this time? This is going to be probably another, Mario Moroni. Again, 36.6. So that is, it's not even in the top 5 on the graphic, but that's front-wheel drive. So the point being is that the FA24 makes a lot of torque for what it is. Just watching Club TR again, even Flavin also in an FA24 BRZ, going a sub front-wheel drive track record time, 37.1 that time around. But again, that was the record that was from earlier in the day. So there is Bailey in the number 13. This was a winning car in podium sprint at CMP last year and was in the top 5 in the contender zone, I would say, for the championship. Just didn't quite have the pace to get all the way to the top at the very end when it really mattered. But right now, sitting second in class behind McLaren.
Yeah, that's a great spot to be in for sure, especially in a TR class right now that just has been crushing it and really taking advantage of this session that a lot of people would sit and go, oh, this is a throwaway. I don't even need to go out right now. Well, if you parked your car because you didn't think this session was important, you are completely missing out. But I think we've got pretty much the full pack running, which is really, really good to see. Yeah, Group E is just, Group E has been the most exciting session we've got so far.
Yeah, there's Bailey headed down the hill now again. Carving his way into the chicane, 10A, 10B, and headed back up the hill. Here he is, session best at 35.8. I have to imagine a really well set up Club TR car here has got to be a lot of fun because you got a little downforce, you got enough power to do, mid 130s. It feels like the right build for a track like this, where carrying momentum is a big deal. Certainly having a lot more power would be fun, but generally that comes with some weight too, and that's going to, you know, maybe make the S's a little less fun. So
yeah,
good setup.
And you can't really make a lot of mistakes in a vehicle that still needs to carry a lot of momentum. Every corner truly matters, and you can't. There's not a lot of spots where you can make it back. So it means you truly have to have that perfect lap, because you're not going to be able to find another spot in the track where you could maybe make up even 100th that you would have lost by, you know, potentially lifting a bit early.
There's John Kilgore as well. He'd been out on track again, still working in, getting comfortable with this car in street mod. We're going to move up to Group A, and again, they really didn't get a lot of laps in the session earlier in Heat 2, so I think we're going to still see cars continue to improve. Daiyo Shihara, by the way, at a 134.555. That is a pickup on his best weekend time.
So drivers, even still, making personal bests as they are able to get through this part of it. And this will be the last where we're going to get eyes on Group B for the day. We'll be back out tomorrow morning where we'll potentially get even more records smashed as times continue to tumble.
That's the other thing. It's like, tomorrow morning with the cool temps, with overcast skies, and the experience.
Cool. What a recipe. What a beautiful cake we're baking first thing in the morning.
Please, sub 1 minute. Probably not, but.
Jesus. You know what? I like your enthusiasm. Let's keep that going.
Yeah. My record graphic was a little optimistic that time, because I think they still had gone quicker earlier for some of those cars, but I think it's referencing old times from before.
Continuously making it better.
Yeah,
you got to break it to make it better.
Just the way that this all works, just to give you a little bit of inside baseball here, you've got, there's a lot of like caching happening. So if it's grabbing a time from the records database, I just need to make sure I don't need to refresh the graphics for it to update, because that's not an easy thing to do. So ideally, it like every time the graphic shows up, it grabs new data, but that's the whole thing. So we're going to step away real quick. We'll be right back with Time Attack Group A, the fastest cars of the weekend, up in just a moment.
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com, official tire retailer of GRIDLIFE.
Back for Group A, GRIDLIFE Track Battle is on course now. The fastest time attack cars here this weekend. They're only going to get a couple of minutes, but that's all they're going to need to break records here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. As the cars are headed on the racetrack, Mike Dussault, Dewey DeWitt, these are the cars to watch at the very pointy end. But Cal Fortner and others also in the conversation for the class lead in their respective categories.
And Jackie Ding for the entertainment point of this event. So going with a real big body car for this one, and I would love to get an interview with him to hear what his conversations are like, considering everything else that he's raced over the years and how fast he's been in various different vehicles, and then to throw him in something like this. I wonder if he learned something, or I don't know. I think it'd be a fun one to throw Jackson on.
So, did I see Wheeler out there?
I thought I saw smoke again. Please tell me now.
Was that the Z, though? Was that
it was the Z.
All right. Well, let's hope. So, we're going to see a lot of cars heading down the hill and coming around to take the green flag now. Jimmy Rock is one of them. And Adam Slewinski's under us here on the main start stand. Here's Jimmy in the 921 chasing the front-wheel drive track record. It is a 119.962. That feels real optimistic, but we'll see what he's got. His best time of the weekend so far puts him at a 124.181, so 5 seconds to find. 4 seconds to find.
He's going at this, though. I mean, he is scraping side skirts, every single part of this car. Look at him. That might have been a bit of an error there, trying to get the car to transfer over into that turn. But, man, if he hangs on to this could be really, really interesting. Way more confidence in this lap than we've seen previously. A bit of eyes. Drivers coming around the back section of the track. Catch them flying up as they make their way towards a massive downhill section into 10A and B.
So speeds in this car probably climbing well north of 150 to 160 miles an hour. And Mike Dussault is out ahead of him. I think still kind of warming up, though. So we'll see what Jimmy's got really late on the brakes.
The car is vibrating under braking. Whole thing looks like it's shuddering. So hopefully that is nothing major, and just the amount of force that he's putting through the wheels into the tire, as now he gets that clean air going out nice and wide. He'll cut back in, lifting a tire. Holy, is this going to take it?
Cross the stripe, and Jimmy Rock is going to put down a solid time. But is it going to be track record? It is not. It's a 125.524. So it's still a little slower than earlier today, but solid effort. I think this car is going to need the cool weather to really take it to Will-I Young.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we'll
what a
see.
lap, though.
Adam Slewinski, still a solid time. Andy Schau in the 3:07. He's second right now in Street Mod. I didn't see Dewey out there. I think he's pretty happy with his 126. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, I could see that. Dewey opting to take the time and get a longer lunch.
Hey, he's earned it.
He has earned it, 100%.
And full course yellow and a black flag.
Oh, please don't tell me.
Yeah, so Dussault I saw came in, but I think I'm more concerned about the 370Z.
Looking over at race control to see if I can get another quick lip reading of what's going on. There's some concerned faces. Even that of Adam Jabay. So hopefully get a couple answers here in a moment as to what all's going on. We're taking a look up at the multicam, trying to figure out what just happened. And that Z looks so... No, I'm sorry, that was the Porsche. I apologize.
The question is, did he actually go out? I could have sworn I saw him out there.
I swore I saw him.
Yeah, he did, and he did not get back around to the start-finish line again.
Lovely. So at what point...
Right.
At what point are you just not allowed back? I mean, I don't want that for anybody.
No.
Because that's salt in the wound. But when it's affecting other people's racing day, that's a problem.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Jonathan's such a good guy, and he'll hate it. But yeah, I mean, you got to be 100% confident that you fix that issue. Especially when it's, I mean, if it's something minor, like you've got, a splitter brace or something that keeps breaking, that's different than if you've got fluid. Right?
Yeah.
But this is all, I don't know what the issue is yet. I'm just making assumptions. There's 5 or 6 other cars, actually quite a bit more than that have not completed lap times in this session. So
we're just looking at, camera 7 is kind of what they were asking for a bit more information on.
So I don't know. I can't tell you. So we'll do our best to try to figure it out.
Yeah, so we're doing our best here to try and figure out what is going on. Same with everybody else, but it looks like race control is more or less honed in on what it is, and we'll try and get some camera views there. And I saw a loader move out. That is never a good sign.
No, so yeah, before we just start trying to guess at it. It sounds like someone might have found their way into a bundle, maybe. But again, now we're just
we're guessing.
We're guessing. So, all right. Well, I think we're going to let them clean this up, and then we'll take another step away. And then while we do that, we will continue to dig and sleuth and try to figure out what's going on. So we'll be right back right after this. More Group A coverage in just a moment.
that go like ba da da, ba da da. Okay.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and we're still under a black flag here, and it is going to be the 444 of Luca Barberis that has had an incident over at turn number 6. We'll pass along more information when we have it. We have very little right now, so and we're going to let the safety crews go to work over there. So while we're waiting here, Jacob, the safety team's going to head on over there. That's why we're stopped. It's going to be a couple of minutes' time. I don't think we're going to get this back underway, is going to be my guess. But we'll stick around and just kind of hang out and chat until we turn back loose for the next thing. So, again, we're dealing with high speeds here, turn 6. We haven't really talked about it. It was actually a corner that I had skipped on my track walk, Jacob. And, you know, not because it's not a challenging corner, but because of all the turns here, there's so much drama around this racetrack. And turn 6 is relatively undramatic for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, you would. It seems like one of those corners you just more or less get around and, you know, there shouldn't be any real drama with it, but you don't know what ends up happening when you're at full pace through there, whether it's mechanical or anything else. There's a decent bit of runoff, but it is not infinite, and there are obstacles at the other end of it. So we obviously hope that everything is good. I'm not seeing any massive panic anywhere, so fingers crossed all is good on that side of things.
Yeah, and again, we saw tire bundles that were displaced, but that's what tire bundles are supposed to do, is they absorb energy. That's by design what they're supposed to be doing. So with that, we're going to take a couple more minutes in there, and then we'll get reset for our Eibach GLTC race. So if you're curious about what's going on here for the rest of the day, at least for us here at Grid Life, we've got Eibach GLTC Race 1 up next. It'll be followed by Rush Race 1, then GridLife GT Race 2. Then we'll go full course drifting, and then hand the keys back over to Formula Drift for the remainder of the afternoon. Sans our halftime show at 7:15 to 7:45. You want to watch Grid Life? Grid.life. You can head over to the Grid Life channels on YouTube or on the Racer Network and watch everything live and free all year long. Our next event is in South Haven, Michigan, June 12th to 14th, Midwest Festival, followed by Summer Apex at Watkins Glen, then Circuit Pit Legends in Lime Rock Park up in Connecticut, followed by WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for GridLife Laguna in September. We've got a couple more minutes here, and we're going to give you some more scenes and sights from Road Atlanta in just a moment's time. I think we're going to get reset, though, for the Eibach GLTC race, and we'll be back in just a moment.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
GridLife's wheel-to-wheel racing series, Eibach GLTC, first ran in 2019, and one of the rounds on the calendar back 7 years ago was this one, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It was a 6-year hiatus before they returned in 2025, but we didn't have the opportunity to stream this event last year. This year we are, and this year we get to watch single-class sprint racing live from Road Atlanta. Welcome back to GridLife and Racers channels as well. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Jacob Gettins. Jacob, we're about ready to go on the racetrack in just a few minutes' time. Still working on a cleanup in time attack, but we've got a number of cars here, 40 to be exact. We're going to get them on track here for their first race of 4 this weekend. Yeah, incredible day so far. We are coming to the trailing end of this, so please make sure that you're ready to go for tomorrow, where this action will continue. And one of the drivers on the front row is Eric Cattell in that number 82. Got his first win of the season back at CMP a couple of weeks ago and is off to a pretty strong start. Had some Had some reliability issues a couple of weeks ago. And at CMP had a pretty good round, but let's check in with him and Jackson Lambros on the pit lane.
Eric Cattell starting from pole here for GLTC race number 1. You were in the pit lane a couple times there for the qualifying. What were you trying to find there?
We were just fine-tuning setup a little bit there. Once again, we're new shocks for this track, so try to fine-tune it, but the car felt absolutely amazing. So the plan here is to hopefully have the reliability that I've been missing from CMP and take this hybrid racing EG Civic to victory lane.
Talking to pretty much the rest of this TC grid, I think there's a mutual terror for you in the opening sector. Is that kind of back at maybe some of the V8 cars further back the minute you get to the back straightaway?
Yeah, I have to make as much time as I can in the first half of this track and hopefully keep that lead on that straightaway, because Eric Magnuson in that V8, he's going to be coming pretty quick.
I'll let you get ready here. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Your reigning TC champion trying to get his season finally on a roll here in round number 2, guys.
So Cattell sitting on the front row. Now a couple of cars behind him, you're going to see sort of that purple and orange camouflage car. That is Ayrton Grimm, 16 years old for CRP Racing. That MX-5 has been real solid at times in the past. But this past event was up in the front and actually came across the finish line in first in race number 4, but he didn't win because the car blew the dyno post-race, unfortunately, just a misconfigured setup. So Ayrton Grimm is in a really great position to follow up on another podium like he did last year, and I think Jackson also caught up with Ayrton a little earlier as well.
Ayrton Grimm on the outside of P2 here for race number 1. When we talked in Carolina, there was a lot of hecticness for you doing double duty. Does it feel like you at least get a little bit more time to breathe this weekend?
No, if anything, I think it's worse because of how tight the schedule is. I mean, everything is still back-to-back but race 4, so I mean, I got that for me, but next 2 races are going to be back-to-back for me.
Where's the confidence feeling like it's coming from most right now, this MX-5 or the Rush SR?
I'd say both, honestly. I think we're doing pretty good in both of them.
I'll let you get ready here. Appreciate it, Ayrton.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, Jackson. And Ayrton has a back-to-back. He mentioned it. He's got Eibach GLTC and a Rush Series race to do. So as soon as this race is over, his team, CRP Racing, they're going to have the other vehicle on the pit lane on the grid, and he's going to hop straight out of one and straight into the next. And he told me that it's a lot to manage, and it might be hurting his performance a little bit, but he's been so good. You know, why not keep both feet in and just, you know, unless you think it's going to take you out of top 10 contention, I think he's doing exactly the right thing. Diversify yourself, and the more times you're in a race car, the more time you're on screen. Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, I could see some point of it where you may have certain habits or tendencies in one vehicle that you have to shake before you move into the next one, especially things like braking zones, right? Like, they talk about, they're close. I mean, really, the Rush cars are kind of like little MX-5s, but it's still a very, very different experience. Yeah, and we also saw the Porsche Cayman of Blake Korth. If you remember, Blake was in an MX-5 at Carolina Motorsports Park. We talked this morning that he has 2 cars, and he's going to use the Cayman here because it's got a little bit more legs for the straightaways. Justin Wingfield getting set to go here. Shake of the fist, just amped up. Hurry up and wait with the cleanup we had on the racetrack. Ryan Kristoff, that's the 1987 runoffs winning car that was here in the Gravity Cavity days, and it still is running with Ryan Kristoff behind the wheel. You see him giving us the hang loose there. That car is very, very solid. Mason Bursack had a very strong effort in qualifying, though he's gridded farther back than I would have expected, and I wonder if there was some kind of grid penalty assessed. I'm going to go dig that up myself and see if perhaps there was, well, I don't see anything specifically, so he was reshuffled down the order a little ways. There is the 155 of Michael Pagano, and just get a look at some of these really pretty builds. It looks like show cars, but they are race cars, I promise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's great when you can blend those two things together. And what I really like as well is a lot of these drivers taking the time to put together a beautiful livery. To me, it's drivers get so focused on just going fast. They forget that, if you're going really fast, it means the cameras are on you and you got to put something together that looks great. So always happy when a driver takes that extra bit of time, bit of money, supports an artist and a great vinyl shop and puts something together that looks something like this. It's beautiful.
Yeah, Turn-in concept represented there. There's the 888. Prepared by ASM, that's Dai Win, and then right alongside of Jay Rebus in that Kia Forte alongside him. That's a car that is really unique in this paddock. Don't see a lot of those. I don't see a ton of Kias. I don't see why not. But that is a factory-built car, actually, from
crazy
touring car racing from a handful of years ago.
I wonder if we'll start to get back to that again. Of these companies get back into the racing, like a factory-backed touring car again.
Yeah.
We need to. We need it back.
I think it's just like what level, touring car are you talking about? Because, there's another series. There are some vehicles that are available. Like I think Toyota has a Corolla TC car now.
Yep.
BMW has the M2 CS Cup, which is represented across the board. But like the level to get into that is already so high. I think I'd like to see a return to the real affordable, relatively affordable cars. We're missing, kind of the B spec style car as far as factory. I think back in the TCA categories that used to be around, that was a really good class, but that's, GLTC is that just plus a little bit. So manufacturer involvement comes with its own complications as far as preparing cars for a series. So I kind of like that. There are some cars that were built by OEMs, but they are brought here not by, they're just brought as a privateer org later, and you sort of avoid all the other complications that come with it. But it is really, really cool to have a bunch of home-built cars and then some pro-built cars alongside each other here.
Yeah, and one doesn't necessarily mean it's better than the other.
No,
just different ways to go at it, and see a good spread depending on, some of these teams very, very well backed, and some of them are putting just every last cent of their paycheck into their car just to make it out here. And it's a good mix. Although that is not financial advice by any means.
Brian Hendricks in the 350Z getting ready to go. I think this is only his second event with us here. Lots of thumbs up around the field on the right. The 898, this is a new number. Is that Don Louis in the 898, or has he switched numbers? It is Don Louis in the 2015 BRZ on the right. And then
on the right, sorry.
Yeah, the black one I don't know actually off the top of my head. But I've got a fancy spotter's guide that could tell me. I don't think it's Jeff Donati because he had more stickers on his car.
Hearing some engines turning on, though, which is always a great sign, and helmets being buckled up, so.
Kunwoo Lee in that 86, the number 22. I hear engines, you're right. So let's move on over to the racetrack here in just a moment, and we're going to get to show you the starting lineup for this race. Finally, it's been a little bit of time. Can confirm, by the way, for those wondering, that the driver of the 444 that was in the wall at turn 6 is okay. The car has some damage. As far as I know, I think there was a braking issue involved with that. So just glad he's all right. Great work there by the Road Atlanta team. They had to replace some tire bundles and things. But for anyone wondering, that is all sorted now. And we're going to head on to the racetrack for our first of 4 races for Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Race 1 of 4. We've been sitting around for a while, so it's good to have cars rolling.
Look at how long that grid is, too. Big lineup of cars here. So this is going to be a fantastic and very interesting first turn. We've got a pack that's, look at this train feels like it goes on forever.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the starting lineup here as we make our way down the back straightaway. Eric Cattell on the front row with Eric Magnuson. New livery on board that car with Austin Yellow and Laguna Blue. Then in row number 2, it's Joel Morrison in the 71. Ayrton Grimm, 16 years old, pulling double duty with Rush, starts in 4th. Daniel Geraldo rolls off in 5th place with R.J. Till. A great qualifying effort, 6th for him in the number 200. Blake Korth in the Cayman starts in 7th. 777 card missed, who was 8th there, but Wingfield and Kristoff 9th and 10th.
Yeah, rounding into the next section of this, Mason Bursack will be taking on Michael Pagano in that row 6. Going to 13th and 14th, respectively, Tom Panzarella and Nicholas Barbado. Moving into Justin Lee and Peter Zhang will fill out row 8, MX5 versus 8.6, kind of the different generations. There's Jeff Donati taking 17th, and Brian Tyson for 18th. Michael Helio and Brian Hayden will take in row 10, and that is your top 20.
21st place, Matthew Ibrahim in his first round with us in the 600. Max Gorley starts in 22nd in the 134 for Subi Mods. Vitas Aronowskis, 23rd. Donna Louie in 24th. Then Kunwoo Lee starts 25th. Brian Hendricks rolls off in 26th place. Then 27th, Robert McDaniels, and then Dakota Pionic rolls off 28th place here with a couple more rows to go. Jay Rivas in the Forte. Dai Win in the 888. BRZ. Alan Newsom of the Black RX-7 starts 31st. Matt Waldbaum 32nd. Then it's Lisa Keys in 33rd. Nathan Manning in the EcoBoost Toyota starts 34th. Brian Santiago and Adam Wood in a Focus and Impreza respectively. But time to go racing. Eibach GridLife Touring Cup from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Here we go. Race 1 of 4. We're underway in Eibach GLTC.
Yeah, great stack up so far in a drag race out to that first corner. Is it going to be front wheel or rear wheel that goes for the first dive? And it looks like Catil is going to get that lead just off the bat as they make their way through that first turn. And there it is. Catil holds out just a very, very narrow lead going up over the hill.
Yeah, and Magnuson was trying to hang on the quarter panel there. We'll see if he can do it through turn 3. He cannot. Grimm slots into 4th place. Daniel Geraldo a little bit bottled up there behind RJ Till, but it's Catil over Magnuson down towards turn 5.
Catil grabbing a bit of that rumble strip, getting real crazy with it. Oh, wow, he's getting really aggressive on that. He wants to get that lead out as quick as he can and then hopefully be able to stretch his legs without having to fight in his mirrors.
There was someone that just nibbled the gravel there at the exit of turn 5, but we'll make our way down to turn 6 now, and then there's a look at the field. A couple cars side by side. I think that was Korth and Mortimer that were door to door as they were in the S's. Catil leads the way out of 7, but this is where he's got to survive that drag race against the LS. Big run up to turn 10.
Yeah, things are looking quite tidy for Catil right now. Magnuson doing a great job. I mean, he's had to pull back just a little bit. He might be able to make up a bit more ground through this straight section, putting down a little bit more power, but tough to say. Right now, it looks like they're both holding strong with their respective track positioning.
Down towards 10A for the first time, and this is great defense by Catil. Last year, kind of lost the drag race when he was against the 484 of Rosenberg, but looks like he might lead this first lap, and Eric Magnuson's going to try to cling to him there. More torque in that V8. One of the few V8 cars left in the field. They head down, complete the first lap here.
Yeah, so far, knock on wood, no drama through the first turn of our lap, and this will give you an idea of exactly where everyone is sitting as they come across our timing. And Catil hold on to that top spot, looking very comfortable now, pulling out just a bit more of a gap, 7/10 at the line so far as everyone files into their respective spots. Grimm not able to improve his position.
So here's the thing. Catil looks fantastic out front right now, but he had reliability issues from jumping curbs at CMP. You just wonder, you know, do you need to take that much? Do you need to really put the car, stress it so much? I mean, at its core, it's a 1992 Honda Civic, and I don't think it'll take kindly to slamming down so much at that turn 3 curbing.
Yeah, it's. I mean, maybe that's what Magnuson is more or less hoping for. You don't want to ever beat someone because that their car is no longer active. But for Magnuson, you just sit there and go, okay, well, let Catil run his race. I've seen what's happened with him in the past, and maybe we can just hang tight. We can hang back and just let him go and make sure that we're running in a good spot.
Saw Matt Waldbaum pull down pit lane. He had electrical issues this morning, and they do not seem resolved, unfortunately. So the number 90 is going to have to fight from a little bit further down the order. But look at Catil just trying to gently spread that gap, 7/10 of a second back to Magnuson. Then Morrison in third in that J-Series V6 S2000. What a unique car to have in this mix.
Looks like Grimm might be having to battle a little bit with Geraldo, who was fighting behind him just a little bit outside of the screen there. And we'll keep an eye on them as they come down the hill to see how that changes. But for right now, Eric Catil holding a very, very demanding lead, and it looks like he's going to continue to hold that coming across the stripe.
Catil, Magnuson, Morrison, top 3. RJ Till, I'm really impressed with that 200 car. That is a pretty old car to be up in the mix like this.
Good.
Michael Pagano is having a great start as well in that 116i. He struggled with that car last year to get it reliable, but they are just absolutely on it now. And Eric looking really dialed in. And this is going to be the car to chase for the championship. I don't think there was a lot of questions about that. But then who's next? Is it Magnussen? Is it going to be Morrison? He's had a great start to the season. Then Grimm. Look at Geraldo in the Lexus IS, and then there's Pagano. Look at these two touring cars. These fit right into the aesthetic of this series.
Yeah, it fits so well, and it's so great to see as we're now taking a look at the rest of the grid. This mid-pack, as we suspected, was going to be fairly tight, but maybe not as much battling through this part of the track. It's just a single file for the time being as we now zoom into that 96 car.
Dakota Pionic making his first start of the season, and I think a new build for him, that S2000. But nicely evenly spread down the backstretch, about 5-10 car lengths between most of the top 5. Catil's got some breathing room, but as we know, it's not over till it's over as far as that's concerned. He looks very dialed. He is. A lot of team support from Eibach and Hybrid Racing this year. But Eric Magnussen, we know how solid that car is, how dead reliable it's always been. And then Joel Morrison, the wild card of this top 5. He's been around for a long time. This is the best this car's ever run.
Yeah, he's looking absolutely sorted through the track right now. And, I mean, he's got a little bit of work to do to get into the back of Magnussen. But we'll see how he's able to clean that up. Yeah, a lot of races under his belt. Scrolling through his profile here, that's a lot of starts, but just not seeing the results he was hoping for.
There's EMAG, new livery on the car this week, if you hadn't seen it already. It's kind of a similar color to what it was on the front, but the rear with that Laguna blue, harkening back to stock car racing legend Dale Earnhardt. I think this looks good. I didn't mind how it looked before. It just had a lot of rubber marks on it. It had been through the ringer a couple of times, so just good to put a fresh layer of vinyl on it, clean it up a little bit, especially when you have, Grimm, Catil, Morrison with such clean, pretty-looking cars. The aesthetic value is very high at the pointy end of the grid here.
Yeah, completely agree. And it's if you're on camera a lot, you want to make sure it looks good. So it continues to stretch out that lead, and not a lot of jockeying going on through the rest of, I'd say, the top 10 at this point in time.
There was a battle further back across the stripe last time. I think it was Blake Korth that was kind of in the middle of it. For 10th place, that white Cayman, they came across the stripe in a bit of a 3-car dance, but I'm not sure if they've sorted it since then. And Magnussen's dropping more and more into the clutches of Joel Morrison as this race goes on.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. For the next couple of laps, Morrison's going to be within striking distance, and looks like Grimm stretching away a little bit as well from Geraldo. He was under threat there for a little bit, but seems to have resolved that issue. But yeah, it looks like Magnussen is, I don't know about slowing down or if Morrison's just really picking up the pace.
Morrison just ran his personal best lap, so did Pagano. That's the green wipe you see on the screen. Purple belongs to Catil. That's fastest lap of the race so far. Big battle coming down through turn 12 as well. There is a fight that is on the front straightaway at the moment. That is pretty electrifying. There it is. This is Brian Tyson. There is Jeff Donati. There's Peter Zhang dragging his left rear bumper. And then Vitas Aronauskis, who has a great view at that E36 M3.
Yeah, it's going to be a fair bit of drag on that car. Not sure if there was, there must have been some sort of bumper-to-bumper racing that was going on to make that happen, but...
So who was he near? There is a car missing from this equation that was near Peter Zhang, and that's Brian Hedian in the S2000. So where has Hedian gone is the question, because they came down the hill, turn 12 side by side a few minutes ago. We can see that corner from our booth. And they went into the corner pretty door to door. I don't know where he's gone.
Yeah, normally you'd be seeing some sort of flag out on track or something to indicate if it's gone real bad, but I didn't see him peel off into the pits, so right now maybe just fell way, way back.
Then right behind Brian Tyson. I think that's Donati there in the black Toyota 86 that's trying to track him down. I would think that the BRZ 86 chassis will be a little more slippery in a straight line than the Focus, and perhaps that'd be the car to beat.
Could be the case. Could be more of that wedge design working.
And there's Zhang in the turn-in concepts number 28. Is that piece? Oh, still hanging on there. There's Brian Hendricks, has a great view of it out the window of his 350Z. And there's more than meets the eye with Zhang's car. It is LS powered, V8. What's really unsettling is when you get in that car, it sits pretty high because it's on 18-inch wheels. and it's not super low to the ground, but it feels like a normal FRS, and then you turn it on and the whole car starts shaking.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like you powered a nuclear reactor under the hood.
I was going to say, I'm sure the engine mounts are not soft either, so whole thing will be rumbling as you go. It's currently sitting in 19th. Great for a bit of a battle.
A couple of what will be someday classics, the twin chassis, the 350Z, kind of the rear-wheel drive affordable heroes of modern motorsport, and then Vitas Aronauskis in the E36. One of the best looking cars out there, I have to say. That livery just
like
fits it.
Yeah, it fits well with the body lines.
Very DTM-esque. Which, you know what I love about this series is, you know, everyone's got their different flavor of touring car, and it's like everyone's choosing BTCC, JTCC, DTM, all these famous touring car series from motorsports history. And if they've got a BMW, they're putting the wing on. You know the wing I'm talking about. Yeah. If you've got you know, a BMW, you're putting the flares on. You know, it's like all the stuff that you'd want to do to it if you were born in the 90s in the peak of touring car racing globally. And you get to do it here and then race against everyone else's favorite touring car. That's the cool part about this.
I mean, nostalgia is a hell of a drug, so that's the big part of it. We all want to go back to what we feel like was a simpler time, with cartoons on Saturday mornings and, you know, microwave meals.
There's Michael Hilo down the hill in the Eibach 350Z. Right out to the edge of the rumbles at 12. That's always a gut check. Peter Zank's coming on in. He's been either flagged to come down pit lane or feels like he's got a bigger issue.
That be a meatball flag?
Could be. They might want him to address that so he doesn't have any bumpers flying around.
Good call. Good call. Yeah, it's tough to say what happened there. We didn't get eyes on the incident, but something would have happened. Bumpers don't usually bend back and brake like that just on their own, but could happen, but not very often.
So field tracks up through turn 1 and heads over the hill. Here's a nice low look at turn 12. Kunwoo Lee. There's Lisa Keys coming into frame now. It's a cool shot over the pit wall. Look at Kunwoo Lee's splitter having a little bit of a vibration on the nose. That is going to make a heck of a noise inside the car and be a distraction at least.
Yeah, not super aero efficient either. Not really getting the full effect of it as it, you know, potentially stalls out as it slams into the ground and loses its effect and then back up again. So
I wonder what material that is. This is a big discussion in the time attack world as well. How do you make a splitter that is thin enough to fit where you need it, but strong enough that you don't have this flex? And how do you secure it to the underside of the car? And that's why a lot of people just still use plywood. They'll just route it out and just...
Plywood's kind of the move, yeah.
Yeah, it's cheap enough when you rip it off. You don't have to... Well, I guess nowadays it might not be.
No, I don't know if you've built anything out of wood lately, but... Oh,
man, Catil just absolutely lighting the rear tire, the front tires up, I should say, as he pulls away from the field. 7 seconds clear.
Yeah, big lead. Not as commanding as what we saw with Rosenberg in the GT race, but still up there. I mean, this is still a very, very commanding lead of 7-2, almost 7-3.
You're looking for which army you have to take down to conquer the universe of Eibach GLTC. That's the car this year.
Yeah.
It just wasn't quite so clear at CMP because of the reliability issues, but the 2 races that he had the car running really well, he went 13 to second and then won the next race. So
yeah, if he can keep it mechanically sound, that's going to be a very lonely season for him out front, and a frustrating season for drivers like Magnussen, Grimm, Morrison. I mean Till right now for sure. But yeah, we'll see. Anything can happen.
So Catil continues to lead out front. We're likely reaching our last lap here pretty shortly, given we're on a condensed schedule. And our races are between 12 and 15 minutes. They can be on the short side or longer than that, should we get sort of stoppages where if we've had extra time to run, we'll use it, but we don't have that today.
No.
And a 7-second gap from Catil back to Magnussen. Great fights midfield, though. And is that Barbado battling with Panzarella? I'm a little surprised that the 49 is struggling so much relative to where he has been at CMP. 13th place for the 49.
Yeah. I mean, he was definitely in the conversation in previous races and just doesn't seem to have the pace when it comes to this track. Or once again, you don't know if it's just a mechanical thing or something, but seems significantly out of sorts with all things considered.
White flag, last lap of the race. 2.5 miles for leader Eric Catil. The rest of the field plunging down the 100+ foot drop. There's Brian Hedian, by the way, so we found him. And then Matthew Ibrahim in the blue BMW to his inside. There's Panzarella chasing Barbado. Wasn't able to get by him that time through, but he's going to keep the pressure on this last lap.
Heading all the way down in 15th now, so not a great time.
Last jump over the turn 3 curb.
That's got to be so strange to just deliberately launch a car over there.
If you hit it hard enough, you won't actually touch the rumbles because you'll be sailing over the top of them. That's the ideal scenario.
Oh, that's wild. That's
because
wild.
You don't want to go slow, because then your tire will catch every single one of the ridges on that thing and you will feel it in your back. Here is your race leader, Eric Kittil, runner-up in the championship last year, 2020 GLTC champion, and came up just shy last year. And this time he is going to leave it, no question, that he is the best of the beginning of the season. Who can defeat Kittil in the season-long championship? Because nobody can challenge him in race 1 at Road Atlanta. Kittil wins Eibach GLTC Race 1 at special stage.
What a commanding lead. I'm sure as Magnussen comes over the line, we'll get the time, but it's going to be right in near 10 seconds.
Shake-up trouble for Ayrton Grimm. He was running 4th. He is, or 3rd rather. He's dropped on this final lap. Might have made a mistake. Because he has dropped now down to the bottom side of the top 10, comes across the line 8th, and RJ Till, who he was battling with, picks up a podium. That's his first.
Wow.
That's a very strong run.
Yeah, great job for RJ Till. That's fantastic.
Oh, Panzarella's got a problem. Down turn 12.
Oh, no.
Offline, I think he's got a flat left front tire.
Yeah.
And he's going to limp it across the stripe, and he will get to the line, but that was just the right time for the checker for him, maybe 1 lap too late.
Really, really smoking. I wonder if he caught it going into 10A. Trying to think of spots where you could potentially catch a hard one, a corner or rumble strip.
Is it just a tire flat or is it a suspension problem? But either way, he's going to plow some grass.
That looks like a tire.
Yeah, well, that's
front fender is wobbling quite a bit.
Better than the suspension braking, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that is no bueno.
Well, let's have a look here at the provisional results. As always, the results for these races are provisional until marked final later, pending post-race inspections and impound. And they're going to shoot some fire bottle at it.
Just to be sure.
Yeah, here's Eric Kittil, your race winner for the first race of the weekend. Magnussen in 2nd, and RJ Till picks up his first ever GLTC podium. Joel Morrison 4th, Daniel Geraldo, a solid top 5.
Yeah, Zachary Mortimer, Mason Bursack, Ayrton Grimm falling back quite a lot in that last lap. Michael Pagano and Blake Korth will round out the top 10. Everything was pretty ritualistic until the last lap, where the mechanical gremlins decided to rear their ugly faces.
So Blake Korth down to the bottom half of the top 10 there. Then Justin Wingfield, Michael Hilo, Nicholas Barbado. He'll want to climb up a bit further forward in the field this weekend. Heading up to 14th. And Matthew Ibrahim in his debut race, P15. Not a bad jump. And then Brian Tyson, 16th. Then Donati, Hendricks, Panzarella limped it to 19th. And Aronowskis in 20th.
Yeah, just barely. I think he'd be happy with 19th. He fell back quite a lot on that one. And Pynick, Gorley, Newsom, Rebus, Lee, Keys, Manning, Wood, and Zhang round out into that top 30.
And to finish up the tail of the field here, these are the drivers that didn't have such a good day. Brian Santiago, Justin Lee, Donald Louie, Robert McDaniels, Matt Walbaum, and there's some others missing from this list too, like Ryan Christoph, who we saw on the grid but didn't even take the green flag. So we'll have to send Jackson to go investigate from where they went and what issues they've got to sort. Walbaum had electrical problems, so he will have to sort those out. They don't race again until tomorrow.
Ooh, that's a whole wheel off.
We're missing the wheel, so that would explain that.
Okay, well, there may be a fan that just got a new gift. But let's take a look at these highlights. I mean, it really was. It was Kittil right off the bat. It was a little bit of fighting from that first corner, but once he made clear roads, that was basically his whole story written for the rest of this race.
Yeah, as soon as he got clean air on the nose, he was able to just drive away. Joel Morrison sat in 3rd for a lot of this race. Great fights behind them, though. Look at Brian Tyson. You see Peter Zhang involved in this. And we know somewhere Zhang's bumper got snagged loose, but it could have also just come loose on its own. And then some fighting a little bit deeper in the field here. A couple BMWs and the Jetta of Panzarella, and then Jeff Donati battling with Tyson even more. Great fight between these two cars, completely different machines.
Yeah. Fun to see such different chassis be able to go head-to-head like that, and that's what makes this series so much fun, is that you can have a battle like that, but ultimately it was Kittil taking home that checkered flag and the first win this event. Oh, there we go. Got the flashers on in celebration.
And the corner marker survived it. Eric Cattill's your race winner for Eibach GridLife Touring Cup Race 1.
Up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you.
I get more sideways.
I'm louder.
Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder.
Slicker.
Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
After a test at Laguna Seca in 2023, the GridLife Rush Series joined us in 2024. In the years since, it has expanded and grown, and this weekend it is the largest wheel-to-wheel racing field. 53 cars joining us for the first of 4 races here this weekend. Welcome back to GridLife Special Stage on GridLife and on the Racer Network. My name is Kyle Heyer, joined by Jacob Gettens, and this is the big field. This is going to be wild.
This is going to be a lot. This is going to be an incredible, incredible time. Lots of great passing opportunities at this track. Lots of, I mean, we can get them, 5 wide in parts, 6 wide in certain parts of this track. So I expect to see a lot of chaos. I want to see some very, very clean racing, though. Nobody wants to be watching this whole thing behind a safety car. So if your boys are listening, keep it clean, but I expect it to be a very, very interesting race, especially going into the first turn.
The first turn will be challenging. I think the 11 after that, and then we'll do that a number of laps. I think they're all going to be interesting for a time. But, you know, at South Carolina, we saw a number of penalties issued for incidents and contact and things, especially towards the front end of the field. We had that actually changed the result of a race. Yep. The first race of the weekend there had contact. So let's just reiterate that the sporting regulations for all of GridLife's wheel-to-wheel series are the same. And the same no contact rules that apply in GLTC and GT apply to Rush as well. And, there are some drivers that will say, Rubbin's racing. But in a grassroots series in general, bodywork stinks. It's expensive. Nobody likes doing it. So the rules are all the same. So you can't just knock someone out of the way. If you're making contact regularly, that is not good. And so while you're watching this race, we actually got through the rest of South Carolina, with the exception of race 4, relatively clean and tidy. That's the goal. That's the expectation every single time we go on the racetrack. And I think the clean racing that stays green is the most fun to watch.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, I want them close to each other. I want it to be, just a slip of paper between the wheels, but that's about as close as we get.
Yeah.
So it's when you start making contact, that's a very different form of racing, and this is meant to be budget. This is a very, very high level budget racing, though. Let's be honest. The driving, the pedigree, and the action is well above the price point that it takes to get into this.
Well, one of the drivers that is up in the mix and has a long racing pedigree, that is James French, driver the number 191, and Jackson Lambros has caught up with him.
James French starting on the front row here for race number 1. It's not easy to find clear air when you got 52 cars around you. You did just that. Walk me through that qualifying session.
Oh man, so we had a pretty good opportunity there with the yellow flag at the end. So it was unfortunate, kind of, backed up the first couple laps, but we were able to make a nice gap from the safety car. And then my teammate and I, Mr. Blair, were able to work together, had a nice draft with him. And found a few clean laps at the end there and put one together.
You've got a really good mix of guys behind you, some seasoned Rush veterans, some really fast new faces. What's it going to take to keep these guys behind you?
Oh man, 100%. It's super competitive here. Every tiny mistake adds up to, falling back a couple places usually. So just a clean start. Working with my teammate helps a lot, having him up front, and hopefully staying right where we're at.
I'll let you get ready here. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jackson. Yeah, James French has been up in the mix, and I think we've seen a bit more competition at the very pointy end of this field. Last year, eventual season champion, driving the number 56, Ryan Leach. First 12 races, all his. And at times, it didn't really look like anyone could even really compete. He won by a large margin. This year, while he was very solid at CMP, there's a lot of drivers in that conversation up there. Bryce Mersberger, Blair Hosey, James French. You got Trip Stout, who's been very solid in the opening round of the season. So I don't know that it's anybody's championship to take. There's only 6 rounds, so every race counts a lot.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. And as we talked about previously, like once you're out front, everyone's watching what you're doing, and they're going to learn from you, and it's not going to take long. Racing is so progressive, especially with this, and especially with how spec these vehicles are. It really just comes down to where certain drivers are able to make up time, and that's very easy to learn and track. So everyone seems to have picked up their game and brought the battle to them.
Points leader Bryce Mersberger is probably one of the drivers to watch, I'd venture to say, in that number 114, the red and white Rush SR. If you're not familiar with these cars, they're built by Rush Auto Works out of Houston, Texas. About 1,250 pounds minimum race weight. They make about 150 horsepower out of a GSX 1-liter bike engine. Got some downforce, they've got great electronics on board, very easy to work on. And they tout an incredibly low running cost, which is really the factor. Purchasing costs aside, racing is all about keeping the thing running and the amount of time you get per the dollars you spend. And that is one of their big advertisements. These things are about $50,000 brand new. There is a pretty healthy used market for them right now, although I'd say that the tax on getting one at the moment, at least in Georgia, seems to be pretty high. There's 53 of them out there. I can't imagine there's too many that want to be driven that are not being driven.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. They seem to all be used up at this point, but you never know. Maybe after this event there might be a few more, but yeah, keep an eye out, and you can always find a seat available as well if you're really, really interested in getting into it. If you've had some previous wheel-to-wheel, might as well.
James French and Blair Hosey share the front row. The 191 and 8 car will start out in front. In row number 2, it's Jordan Musser and Ryan Leach that will share the front row. I have to admit, I don't think I got everybody's picture in here today, but most of them should be here. Bryce Mersberger in the 114. Ayrton Grimm starts in 6th place. Then it's Trip Stout in the number 3 car. Starting in 7th, Max Kraus starts 8th in the number 314. Then Dixon Davenport and Grant Bourne start 9th and 10th.
Taking a look at row 6, we got Ryan Kircher and Keegan Bosch. Moving into row 7 will be Andy Vogel. He should be up there. Same with Ryerson Whistle. I expect both of them to make big moves. Row 8 will see Vilas Saldan and Ryan Anderson. Row 9 will take us over to Michael Neff and Jason Oler for 17th and 18th respectively. And rounding out your top 20 will be Brett DiGiacomo and Isaac Nolan.
Go. 21st place will be Ben Carroll in the number 68. Gabriel Nitre starts in 22nd. Had some issues in qualifying. He'll be quick in the race. Jared Anderson starts in 23rd place. Robert Desjardins in 24th. Then Jeremy Boysen pulling double duty in track battle, 25th. Devin Markert starts 26th. Then Ben Chan in the number 24 car. Adam Spence starts in 28th place in the number 60. Then Nick Billingsley in 9th. Kyle Melnick rolls off in the 35 car in 30th. Then Sam Reed and Jake Sanders in 31st and 32nd. Jacob, why don't you step in here too?
Yeah.
Jeffrey Gordon, Elias Spezia will let you get some more, and there's a lot more rows to go.
Yeah, Lee Keller, Jeff Hardesty will take row 18. Shows you how deep this grid goes. Asmith Mohammed and Spencer Morgan for row 19. As we take a look into the top 40 now, Mark Chartanowski and Kelsey Anderson. 41st and 42nd will see AJ Campo take on Bill Dorrance in the back of the pack. 43 and 44, Paul Klitsch and Paul Duff. The battle of the Pauls.
We didn't even get through all of them. There's still more. They're coming down the hill, and we're going to take the green flag. GridLife Rush Series, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta at GridLife Special Stage. Here we go. Blair Hosey and James French. Green flag, we're underway.
This is going to be wild. We're going to do our best to hold on here, but look at, they're already going 3 wide at the front, 4 wide at the back. Is everybody jockeying for position to try and find that inside line as we dive up towards turn 1 and up the hill, and it's hard to say exactly. Was that Mercer was able to make his way up further?
I think Mercer, the orange car there, managed to sneak up the inside. He's still battling for third. There's Leach side by side through 3. Sub-drivers will have to take all the curbing there at the top of the hill. Now get single file down through these S's, but nicely done by the field there.
Yeah, big round of applause for all those drivers for keeping things clean. As now we're taking a look, and might have been French that now holds the lead. Tough to say. Oh no,
that's still
another
Hosey.
vehicle.
Yeah, and it's French that is second, then Musser in third. So kind of as they qualified, it looks like, as they navigate turn 6 and 7 now. This is where things get fun though. 150 horsepower, a very long straightaway, and you're going to be in the draft. A lot of slipstreams about to happen. This is the chess match to 10.
Yeah, this is going to be a ton of fun, and it looks like Hosey has gotten far enough ahead right now. He's not going to be providing too much of a draft, which is really, really key for being that far out in front and more or less what he's going for. We're seeing a couple of cars deciding to step out of that stream to try and go for a pass. We've already got 3 wide coming through it, but as they now dive bomb down the hill into 10A, will somebody be bold enough to make a pass? And we do see it.
Wow, Musser crossover there from French to try to sneak back by, but Jordan Musser, his first event with us at the GridLife Rush Series. He seems very comfortable in that orange car. And then Ryan Leach trailing behind it. Then Bryce Mersberger, the points leader, leaving Carolina Motorsports Park, is running in position number 5.
Yeah, we already know French will go for something wide. So will Leach. Both of them very aggressive, but not able to make a pass going into turn 1. I expected both of them to try something, but weren't able to really get the timing of the slipstream right. But it looks like Leach now might be going on the attack.
Yeah, Leach feeling some pressure now from Mersberger in that 114. Ayrton Grimm just behind as well. I think he had an onslaught from Max Kraus to hold off. And Kraus has actually made a pass on Grimm. So move Grimm back 1 spot, Kraus up 1. Mersberger all the way on the curbing there at the exit of turn 5.
Yeah, Mersberger really getting a little slippy through that part of the track, trying to find every single bit of acreage to try and pull out a bit more of a lead. But so far, so good for all these drivers.
So into turn 7. Look at Musser close in on Hosey. I don't think this 8 car is going to get much further away.
No, it doesn't seem that way. Musser's got some special sauce going on right now. He's able to carry a lot of momentum through that back section, which means his runoff coming down the straight is going to be massive. And also look at Leach now starting to close the gap. Is he going to get it done before they dive into 1? Leach will make a bull dive into turn 10.
Here we go. Leach up the inside, braking duel here. French on the outside, but it's easy to defend if you can keep overlap into 10B. He'll do just that. And Leach is going to try to throttle up. Little wiggle out of French, though. That'll hurt his acceleration down the other side of the mountain.
Yeah, but are you going to be able to hold on to it coming through a very, very fast right-hander? That is 12. And look at that. Gets a great slingshot on it. And looks like French is going to try and defend on the inside.
Oh, here comes Mersberger. He's going to take a look. He almost thought about taking him 3 wide. but thinks better of it, and he'll drop back in line.
It's possible to make a dive there. I would not recommend it, but if anybody's going to try, Mersberger saw an opportunity and definitely went for it.
Gosh, just the landings off that curb. What a impulse of energy as you come off the top of those yellow pyramids.
So far, our top 5 not really making much of a change, although they're trying for it. There's a lot of jockeying back and forth, a lot of looks happening as our front 2 starting to pull away, but Musser, is really starting to pull that gap away from Hosey.
Yeah, I think they'd like to make this a 2-horse race. I don't think they want to bring in French and Leach and introduce that many variables. If Musser can just drive away with Hosey, then he can just focus on him instead of having to defend from his mirrors as well.
That seems to be the case right now. It's just interesting that he's been able to do that, but I guess French has had his hands full with Leach and looks like he's going to have his hands full one more time. Leach getting a better run up this time. Goes for a very late slingshot. And he's going to get what looks like a very clean pass done well before they go into the braking zone of 10A.
Move Leach up to 3rd place. And this is a critical pass because when those front 2 start to fight, and I will say when they fight, whoever's 3rd is going to be in the catbird seat.
Yeah,
so
and
to speak.
That fight's going to happen very soon because Musser is really all over Hosey as they're coming down the front straight. We've got a couple of battles going on right now.
There's battles everywhere. There's 50 cars on track.
Sorry, good point.
But the one for the lead and for 3rd is about to get pretty exciting. Here comes French on a recovery drive to try to poke a hole in the defense of Leach on the run to turn 3.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to get it done. Both of them really taking that curb with a ton of force.
By Kraus there, so those 2 have traded positions.
Yeah, Grimm need to make that happen. I mean, he should have tried to get it done even sooner than that, but it's hard to say. It's easy for me to say, hard for him to do.
Big wiggle. There's Andy Vogel, by the way, new livery and sponsor on board with him this season. This is a new car to him. The car that he used to drive is in the hands of Azimuth Muhammad here this weekend, though I don't know if that car is on the racetrack.
There we go, our leaders once again. So Musser seems to be getting a better drive out of that corner, and that's what's allowed him to close up this gap. I don't know if he quite got it on that turn because Hosey is able to pull a bit more of a gap, but yeah, the exit coming out of 9 is massive.
Long run down this backstretch.
Sure, it feels like forever for them.
The Musser has just got Hosey right where he wants him. Nobody right in the rear view, but he's got only a couple of car lengths to make up on Hosey, and I think he might be playing with him a little bit. I don't know that he's given it all the beans just yet. There's still some strategy pulls with the slipstream, when to pop out of line. But Hosey is going to be one of the fastest drivers here, so you better figure out your strategy before you need to make the pass. It might not work the first time.
You're going for Valentino Rossi, stay in his mirrors for the whole race, make him wear out and tire him down, and then go for the pass on the last lap.
When the draft is this powerful, you have that option. Although, we've seen drivers be able to outrun it. There's a little lap traffic. That's another variable to throw in here as well.
Yeah, Musser, he's hoping for this. He's really hoping that Hosey gets held up just a little bit on this lap traffic, and if he can get the timing right and hope that Hosey gets caught up. Oh, man.
Tight squeeze with the lap traffic, and Hosey's going to get slowed down, and that will open the door for Musser. And our very own Jackson Lambros knows all about Musser's background as a multi-time national karting champion as well. We've seen that mentioned in the comments too, that Musser is no stranger to cars similar to this and has so much racing experience that it's not really a surprise he's jumping right in and going to the top of the board.
Yeah, it's a great progression and a very logical step up as we start to take a look down into a bit more of the midfield. Not sure if our leaders have exchange places at this point. That battle getting pretty tight.
I have a feeling that the incident at 6 might have taken out some fiber down there. We had a camera over that side of the racetrack. Squeeze play there. Car slow right in the middle of the racetrack. Everybody starts to dodge and weave, but that's a long way back around to the start-finish line. The answer is Hosey is well clear of Musser because Musser lost a bunch of spots here.
Wow, okay.
So in the lap traffic, maybe a little bit of a conundrum. There's Hosey all by himself in the blue and white car, navigating traffic.
Musser way down there.
Yeah, then Leach to second.
5th, he must have really got caught up behind a slower back marker. But now we see some a little bit more, I guess, predictable. Hosey, Leach, French, Mersberger But I mean, Musser, he's got a bit of time left to try and battle it back up. It's just going to depend on how this traffic goes.
Yeah, again, we didn't see it on the backside of the racetrack there, but something happened to put Musser back, and you see him jumping right back into the mix with James French. So he's not losing pace. He just got bottled up somewhere. There's Ayrton Grimm running P6 right now, 6 seconds behind the race leaders.
Yeah. Whistle not too far back, but he's going to have a little bit more work to do. Had some great runs, some very exciting action back at CMP. Take a look at the back section of this track, way out there. It's a very long walk back there if you have to make it.
It is. It's amazing how long the inside of a 2.5-mile racetrack can feel when it's stretched like this.
Yeah. It's not like CMP where we kind of have the back and forth to take up some of that space.
So Leach is up to second place, 1.7 behind Hosey. Oh, here we go, a little side-by-side, more traffic to contend with as Mersberger jams it up the inside of Musser. And they're going to have to split the traffic or figure something out here because there's just not enough space for these cars right there.
That math don't work, but they're going to have to wait until after turn 12 to get it done and potentially try and get them to move out of the way. I'm not sure if we've got a flag out on that one, but...
Blue flag's not compulsory in Grid Life, so it's just a notification.
Whoa!
Squeeze play there. Spencer Morgan on the outside, just trying to figure out where do I go to not be in your way.
Yeah, tough call there. Everyone trying to keep it as clean as they can. I mean, even the back markers are running their own race. It might not be the race these drivers are in right now, but they are still competing for something.
Yeah, so Mersberger holding off Musser for now, and that is going to be pretty frustrating, I think, for the 190, given how he was battling for the lead, and now he's stuck on the outside looking in of that podium position in this opening race.
Yeah, he's going to have to use this straight to kind of calm himself down a little bit, take a couple deep breaths, and then get back into this. It's not where he wanted to be considering where he was, but at this point you got to make the best of a bad situation as we see a few more slow cars out there, and this is going to complicate that push for Musser even more.
Yeah, and report from Jackson Lambros on the pit lane that Dixon Davenport is on the pit lane with the engine cover off. So unfortunate end for Dixon's race. About 5 minutes left in this one. Musser still your best lap driver with the purple wipe on the screen.
And his placement's not indicative of his true pace.
Yeah, I think, he just got unlucky. And, the front five are so similar in pace that once you lose ground, it's really difficult to make it back.
Well, I heard that with the interview earlier on, too. One small mistake is going to drop you a few places.
Yeah, so Hosey crosses the stripe. Leach, that time through, gained a tiny bit, but he's going to need to take out chunks, not tenths.
Yeah. I mean, French is still within striking distance right now with Mersberger. He's going to have to really, really push it and hope that French has a bad corner or two to close up that gap. But it's not impossible right now for Mersberger to be standing on the podium at the end of this race. With 4:36 left, he's going to have to get it done pretty soon and hope that French does have a bad exit through a corner, but we'll see. For right now, Musser is still fighting pretty hard in his mirrors.
Oh, big wiggle for Mersberger there right at the center of 5. Just got into the compression, and the car took a walk on him. Gathered it back up. Quick hands in that car.
Very quick steering as well in those vehicles.
A nice quick rack. It helps you be very pointy with them, and because they've got a little downforce, when you command a steering input, the car will follow it pretty religiously. And if you get past the limits of the car, it'll balance on the edge quite nicely, as we've seen. But just a couple of minutes left in this race. I'd venture to say 2, maybe 3 laps to go.
Yeah. See how generous the timing tower is feeling when it comes to this race. And right now, Musser is hoping for a big, big gift, but I don't think it's going to happen. Mersberger seems to have cleaned up his act just a little bit and is able to pull out a little bit more. And now he's starting to get more into that conversation with French.
So the reason why this is interesting to me is Blair Hosey, coming into this event, as far as points were concerned, was down the order a little bit. The points leader is the driver that's 4th place right now. That is Bryce Mersberger. Jalen Batley, who is not here, was running 2nd. Then it was Leach, Hosey, French, 3rd, 4, 5 in the points. So as far as the season is concerned, Mersberger is still in an okay position, but he's going to start giving away points to drivers he is battling directly if he finishes behind them like he is.
Yeah, definitely not ideal for him. This is not a fantastic scenario to be sitting in 4th, considering holding up the top spot of it and knowing that 2nd is basically undefended at this race. I wish we had 100 cameras just to cover everything, because we have a great view of them coming down the hill and into 12, and every single time there's some sort of crazy action going on.
Oh, trouble, turn 7, exit. There's a car stalled there right in a pretty unfun position, we'll say, right in the curbing on the exit of the corner. And that will likely bring an end to this race, whether it be a last lap or a full course yellow, but we'll stay green for now. Battles deeper in the field. 13, Ali Kellert in the red car. A little side-by-side even through the S's. That's tough to do.
Oof. Saw it a little bit at the start, but drivers just deciding they're going to pick pretty much any corner they can find to be able to make a pass.
Curious if they're going to have this all sorted again. If
That's
there's
a lot of cars coming by there.
Yeah, I don't know if I can't quite see a yellow displayed there just yet. I hope that they're able to get moving, and they were, so we're good. We'll stay green.
Hopefully be able to finish this under normal conditions. Looks like.
And there's the checker, so we're expecting the checkered flag this time. It looks like we have gotten it. Blair Hosey is going to win Rush Race 1, but there is a lot of sorting left to do, and especially in this pack. Look at the pushing and shoving happening here on the back straightaway.
That looks like a proper bump draft through there. Pulling some inspiration out of NASCAR.
Devin Markert is in the middle of that with the pink and teal car.
Oh, he's getting pushed wide, well, pushed in narrow, but oh, not enough room.
Tough squeeze here, no way. Can't fit 3 across there. Not at speed anyway, and it's going to shuffle down the pink car. I think, is that Hassan Ahmed maybe? In the pink, but
that was some elbows out for sure.
Yeah, checkered flag for the rest of the field though as they sweep through. There it is. Race 1 complete. And Blair Hosey got a gift with that lap traffic. And then we're hearing reports that potentially there's a wing mount on Musser's car that was misbehaving, we'll say.
Oh, interesting.
Whether there was contact to cause that or whether it was something slipping, a bolt or something, but that car didn't have the pace that it had at the drop of the green.
No, I wonder if that's what. I mean, I do think he got caught up with the back marker, a little bit off camera, but you never know what kind of contact happens. So we'll leave that to the officials to go and figure out. So any of our results coming up here will be preliminary for the time being until they are locked in after inspection.
As always, the one thing I would be keeping my eye on, just thinking back to the start of the race, we were 3 wide at the start-finish line. That's fine, but were there any drivers that jumped the start, perhaps? Can't go until the green. Blair Hosey in the number 8, your winner for race 1. Ryan Leach, James French, 2nd and 3rd. Points leader Bryce Mersberger sits 4th. Jordan Musser, nursing some kind of issue, ended up salvaging a 5th. And Grimm, Whistle, Stout, Kraus, and Vocal, the rest of your top 10.
Yeah, great work from all the drivers, and phenomenal racing to keep it as clean as possible, at least from that group. Although, once again, we might have missed a few things off camera here and there, but top 10 locked in for the time being.
So looking down the rest of the order here as we move down to 11th. And for the rest of the field, there's a whole lot of cars there. Ellis Spezia up to a 12th place in that number 111. That's not so bad. Ryan Kircher, 13th. Keegan Bosch, Michael Neff, Nolan Ayler, Anderson, Desjardins, and Kyle Melnick, your top 20. Melnick made up a bunch of spots, it looks like, as well.
That was a good charge.
Yeah.
Really, really good charge. That's another one of those, like, I wish we could cover all of them. And they do have all onboard cameras, so make sure to follow them because they post a lot of their onboard, and it was pretty crazy. Brett Giacomo, 21st. Not the race that would have more or less expected from him. Devin Markert, another driver, usually up a little bit further on, but you don't know. You don't know what all happened. Nick Billingsley, 25th. So a bit of a shake-up there a little bit later on in the pack as we round out that top 30.
Yeah, great racing there all through the field, and we stayed full course green the entire time, which is another gift after the day of slowdowns and oil downs and things like that. Sam Reed, 31st, then Boysen, Ahmed, Muhammad, Sanders, Chan, Pomerantz, Gordon, Anderson, and AJ Campo, your top 40. And then I think we got 1.5 more pages of cars here for Grid Life Rush Series race number 1. Matt Wilson, Dorrance, Paul Duff, Paul Klitsch, Jeff Hardesty, Chuck Desjardins, Spencer Morgan, Dixon Davenport. We had issues. He came down pit lane. Tom Kirsting, Mark Charnogorski in the number 718. And then the last page of drivers, basically everyone from here on down has got work to do, and they're going to know it too. This is not going to be a fun climb the rest of the weekend, considering race 2 starts from running order from race 1.
Right, yeah. So it's going to be tough go at that point as the rush cars now making their way back to their respective little homes. Tiny little garage stalls.
And with that, we'll take a break. We'll be back with more action from Grid Life's special stage right after this.
moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
Wait, hit him with the shit that go like ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
Okay.
Welcome back to Grid Life Special Stage. Our last bit of the show for the day before we toss the keys back over to Formula Drift is a little bit more full course drift here. Kyle Heyer joined by Jacob Gettens. And Jacob, you got work to do yourself for the rest of the day after this too, don't you? Or no, you're actually off today.
Today's not too bad. I get to record one podcast at the podium, but I get to go be a fan of ProSpec, and I'm a big fan of the series that kind of builds up towards Pro. It's just a great time. So my day is not super busy for the rest of it, but tomorrow it'll be double duty. I'll get to do all this again with you, and then I'll get a small dinner break and then head up and do all of top 32 for Pro.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be this is already, I mean, if we haven't said the word schedule enough, there's your drinking game for the day. It's just, this is a challenging one,
Fill out your
to
bingo
say
card.
the least.
Yeah.
And I want to give another special thank you to all the people that you don't see or hear behind the cameras and in the production truck. This has been a very challenging event. So big thanks to all of them for persevering. Go ahead, Jake.
Sorry to interrupt. I think that's Vaughn in a GTD Mustang.
Okay.
But yeah, small thing. Nothing crazy. Just, yeah.
Because why not?
Yeah, because why not bring out a very incredibly rare, almost prototype race car out here?
Yeah, this is the Nürburgring lap time killer, yeah?
Yeah.
So
Vaughn being a very big part of Ford's development program. He got his hands on one of those. He had a GT for a little bit. He gets all the fun cars, but rightfully so, because he's done incredible things for Ford and racing in general. Yeah. You should see if you can get a ride along.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. But
yeah, don't get all pouty on me now.
I had a chance to sit down with Vaughn years ago. Last time we were here in 2019. We had him on. I can't remember. There was something new in the news then, and I can't remember what it might have been. Maybe it was the GT 500. Would that have been correct?
Maybe.
For that time frame, 2019?
They've done a lot. The RTR program, so Vaughn is the owner of the RTR program, which is now basically a full factory development thing. They produce them right on the Ford assembly line plant, which is the only other person to do that was Carroll Shelby. So it gives you an idea. And that is his Formula Drift Pro car right there. So I'm not sure if he's just going to jump out and jump back in that bad boy, but that is a full Ford racing engine that's in it. It is, I believe they're about 700 horsepower naturally aspirated, and they will throw up to a 500 shot of nitrous in it, which is basically dumping a 10-pound bottle, or a half a bottle every lap.
I love it. Here's more drift on track. This is a ProSpec car, looks like.
That is Amanda Sorensen in there. Yep. Quad Lock, she's debuting that as their big title sponsor this year, also with you were hanging out with one of her teammates in Oscar Piastri not that long ago.
I had a chance to meet Oscar Piastri on Monday, and it was that was a different Monday than normal.
Just tell me he was a cool guy. That's
he's
all
a really
I
cool guy.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
I've had the opportunity to meet a number of drivers across the pro racing spectrum, and in case you're wondering, he's awesome, as you'd expect.
You always hope that, right? Yeah, now we're seeing a bunch of cars coming out on track. There's a few ex-pros, a few actual pros out here right now. Just saw Tommy Lemaire coming down the hill. He one-shotted it all the way down there. Tommy Lemaire, a French-Canadian driver with an absolutely gorgeous-sounding LS. I don't want to speak at a turn, but I believe it is a flat plane crank build in that. I have to double-check. That sounds incredible. So it wouldn't be actually
I hope that's true.
Yeah, I have to verify that, but if you listen to it, you know it's not anything normal.
Got some X pipes or something in it too, or
yeah, it just sounds unlike anything.
Here you
you've
go,
ever heard
drifting
before.
the S's at Road Atlanta. This is what we were waiting for in the first session of the day.
Yeah.
This is a sight you only get to see at a Grid Life.
Yeah, so that's Travis Reeder that is in front. He is an ex-pro driver. That's Tommy Lemaire, as we talked about in that Corvette, the C7. Beautiful, beautiful build. The French Canadians in general tend to have very loud and boisterous liveries as part of their design language, let's say. So often a lot of neon and highly reflective wraps seems to be the theme coming out of French Canada.
If anyone was wondering, if you were looking at the schedule earlier and you're wondering, where is GridLife GT? We are out of time. So that race has been moved to tomorrow. We'll explain in the morning how that's going to work, because I venture to say it could change how we're going to get that race in tomorrow. But Big Sen's into turn 1, it looks like.
Yep.
Why not?
That was Dmitry Brutsky. Stepping back just to Pro Spec this year. For the last couple of years, he's run both Pro and Pro Spec, so he was doing essentially 12 events over 8 weekends. Pretty crazy to do that. His son Jacob is actually, all of his children are very into drifting, but his son Jacob is kind of the next driver we're really keeping an eye on moving up through the ranks. He should be potentially a Pro Spec licensed driver by this time next year. You could see him competing this time next year. So the driving is getting younger and younger. Lawns last night came out through seating brackets. 15-year-old doing incredible things. So there's a few 15-year-olds now in Pro Spec. Pretty
just
nuts.
amazing. I mean, we're seeing that across the board, and I feel like in sports in general.
Yeah.
But you know, I think it's really cool to have a variety of ages there, and when you bring them in younger, you hook them for life. Right?
Yeah.
So
it's wild. I think I owe a lot of it to Sim to really allow these young kids to be able to get a taste for racing at incredibly young ages. And then they can just progress, because, I mean, they don't have jobs. So they can just go out and put in laps.
I never
and do great
thought
things.
about that.
Yeah, they don't have jobs.
But that makes a lot of sense.
Well,
it is their job then.
Hiroya Manoa, absolute racing prodigy, came out, took FD by storm, and then got picked up by Toyota to do rally. He's in Rally 3 right now, so he's over in Finland training. But there's already talks about him moving pretty high up through Rally in the next year or two. So, and he's still driving in FD for a couple of rounds. And I mean, at one point he was doing FD Japan and FD at the same time, like crazy. And he stepped into FD, I think, at 14. So
Wow.
to give you an idea, and beat James Dean, the greatest of all time. So
unbelievable.
Yeah, it's wild. But famously, he would put in 10,000 laps before doing an event. And it's just, he was, family, both of his parents are FD Japan drivers. So yeah, just an absolute prodigy.
Pete Collins in the ASM M3. Sailing over the top of the hill. He's chasing the chase car. He's going to run out of road there, though. Look out.
He'll get the pass done.
Had to bail out, but getting our media on track there again. Our CEO behind the wheel. He's in it. Again, a very experienced driver. Look at Pete. He just stole the show. He just jumped right in there in front of the camera car. That's like the most epic photobomb I've ever seen in my life.
You got to love it. So Sean Booth out there as well. Lots of homies. Sean Booth, one of the most highly anticipated drivers coming into Pro Spec. Unfortunately, had, I believe, a bit of a mechanical issue yesterday, so went out pretty early.
Roof rack.
Yeah.
Sure.
Why not? I'm sure if they would have let him, there would be a bike up there, too. Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
This is what we were supposed to see earlier today, and I'm glad we got some more full course. And this is for the folks that are here at the racetrack. You're going to get to see this one more time.
It's just a taste.
Yeah.
Yeah. You get to see some head-to-head competition going on. Pro Spec, the best up-and-comers in drifting right now, and that's Sean Booth, as I spoke of earlier. He was considered to be one of America's best party drivers, and you can see why right here. Gosh. He is crazy. Florida native and incredible driver. Absolutely incredible.
Florida man.
Pardon? Florida man, yes. And fully embodies the Florida man lifestyle. That's Nick Novak, former pro driver. Just coming off screen there.
All right, well, we got to get one more ad in here before we sign off for the day. So we're going to step away for just a brief moment. We'll catch the tail of this and sign off. We'll be right back.
that go like ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
Okay.
What a day it's been at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and it's just getting started for the fans that are here at the racetrack. And though we're live on the GridLife channels and the Racer Network is going to have plenty of action coming your way with Formula Drift up later. But for the fans at the racetrack, it's a all-day affair from like 8 till 8, basically. 8 till 10, whatever it is. The schedule's nuts
it'll
this
go
weekend.
later than that. We'll be 10:30. Long day.
Well, we're going to have plenty more action for you, 8 o'clock to 2:30 tomorrow as well. That's Eastern time. It's been a nutty weekend as far as getting all of our stuff on the racetrack in the windows that we have. T-Pain, though, getting all the fun he can have in his window, which is right now.
Yeah, he's really been progressing. I mean, his driving's gotten so much better. And, I mean, the car they put him in is an absolute monster. I don't know if he just shut it down there because he got caught up in the smoke for a second. There's Vaughn Gittin following in behind him, and I didn't quite catch who was just behind that. I didn't quite see, but yeah, it looks like he's pulling off to grab some new tires as Vaughn ends up coming down the hill, and he'll be out competing tomorrow as well. Two-time FD champ.
Bumper flying off on the pit lane entry. That's all right. Here comes Vaughn.
That's going to happen. There he goes. Is he going up for one? There you go. Not a corner a lot of the drivers are drifting. It's definitely a fun one, but you can set yourself up quite well going up into the S's. And once again, you are blind sideways going up through there. You got to take that wide line over the corner to kind of make sure you can extend that all the way out. The S's are tough, man. It's a lot of throttle. Look at how wide of a line he goes through on this track. I mean, it's definitely not the traditional quote-unquote racing line, but
but it's. I was going to say he's really stitched this together. Not surprisingly, very nice.
Yeah.
All this experience.
He's an OG of OGs. He's a day one driver, so he's taking a bit of a step back from FD now, only doing a couple of rounds here and there as he feels like, but he has earned that. He's put in all the time, and I 100% agree that he's earned the right to be able to do that. A few more, I believe those are some of the top garage drivers. There's a brand new paint job on that car in South Carolina. Kind of a rare color combo in the S chassis. 32 behind him.
This might be one of their last runs down the hill here, I'd have to guess.
I think so. I think a lot of them are wrapping it up or pulling into the pits. As a few more, you can tell some of the lower horsepower cars to get through the S's are it's a big ass. It's a lot of speed you need. It's a lot of gearing you need to be able to get through that, but it can be done. It can definitely be done. A lot of the drivers, though, opting to save their tires and their fuel and their time to put on a show in front of where the majority of the fans are, which is 10A, 10B complex and through the keyhole.
Well, while all the drift cars are shutting down here and wrapping up our on-track action for the afternoon, let's have a look back at what we've done so far today in the first day of action in GridLife Special Stage as part of Formula Drift's special event here. This is a really cool racetrack. Been on the calendar for a long time, but we have been working together. This has been a really fun event the last couple of years, but all started this morning with our Track Battle Championships, and we saw records fall in almost every category right from the drop. Drift got on track a little bit more recently than earlier in the day, but it's just been a really fun day of great racing. A couple of slowdowns and oil downs and things, but that just comes with the territory.
Yeah, it's just more or less how it goes. We saw a lot of records fall. We saw some sessions that didn't go so well for everybody. A couple of cars needing to be towed off, as you alluded to, and a couple of fires erupting out of the back, but it kind of had everything, right? We had drama, we had chaos, we had triumph, and we had wins and losses from basically every section of the grid, and man, what a win.
I think Mike Dussault's going to break the unlimited record tomorrow, so you're not going to want to miss it. This was a big slip up by Brad Perkins earlier, managed to avoid having a whole bunch of damage, but then the drift more recently. This has been a lot of fun to watch. Full course drifting at GridLife, the unique spectacle at tracks all around the country. Day one of our presentation is mostly complete. We'll have a halftime show tonight during Formula Drift. You can tune into the Racer Network to watch the Pro Spec FD stuff tonight. Again, we will not be live streaming tonight, but we will be streaming tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern until 2:30 p.m. So what we did today, we're doing tomorrow all over again with 9 races, I think.
I think so.
So we've got a lot more.
We rolled the GT into there. So yeah, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot.
Well, we will see you on the other side. Everyone have a great afternoon here at the racetrack. Thanks for watching on Grid Life's channels and Racer Network. Saturday is the final day of racing for Grid Life at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and we'll see you at 8 a.m.